You're good.
Welcome, everyone. This is Randy Booth. I'm acting as chair today for the Standards and Assessment Committee. We appreciate everyone's preparation for this meeting. We have 5 members of the Board of Education here with us today. Myself as chair, Vice Chair Emily Green is joining us. We have Board Member Jenny Earl, who also serves as vice chair for the Board of Education. We have board member Sarah Reel, and we have board member Natalie Klein. So welcome, everyone. We're happy to have all of you, and we are blessed to have a remarkable staff who are here representing their various content areas. And we are particularly grateful for Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman, who today not only wears the hat of Deputy Superintendent, but is going to be keeping all of our motions straight and keeping our shared screen up to date so the public can follow along with what it is that we're considering with each of the motions. We're also very, very grateful for Andrea Curtin. Andrea is the executive secretary to this committee and organizes and keeps everything in order, and we certainly couldn't do it without her. We are today going to be functioning under a new, more streamlined Robert's Rules of Order, which we have discussed at great length, both with our legal advisors and with board leadership, and they have approved this. Today, just for your information, we are going to dispense with board member this and thus. We're going to be first names. We're going to be having the motion presented by whatever board member is bringing an amendment forward. And rather than repeating the motion, it will be written before you on the screen, in the shared screen. And after the motion is brought before you, the maker of the motion will automatically begin to speak to the motion if they desire. They won't have to wait to be called upon to speak. You can make the motion and immediately speak. Other committee members may discuss or ask questions, and certainly the maker of the motion may respond to the questions and in the discussion. Then after discussion, I will not repeat the motion. It will still be before you. It will continue to be before you until we move on to the next motion. And we will then invite you to vote. Staff will then indicate what the vote is. Voting today, we'll be using the reactions tab at the bottom of your Zoom screen for board members. The green check is a yes. And if you're voting no, the red X is the no. So that is the way we'll be voting. They will announce that for the public, and then the chair or the vice chair will invite board members to bring their next motion forward. Natalie.
Yes, I think it's crucial that we at least read the final motion before we have a final vote on it, so that it's transparent for the public. So there's a transcript and they know exactly what we're voting on, because it's said into the public record. I don't think it would be wise to not have that on the record.
Even though as the maker of the motion, you will have just stated that just before the discussion?
Well, if amendments are made to it along the way.
If amendments are made, then we should repeat it. But if it's the original motion that you make, do you feel all right about that?
Isn't it
also on the screen and recorded on video?
It is on the screen.
But
So
no. We've had instances where it's not, where the video has not worked and all that the only record that there has been of a meeting is the audio. So we really need both aspects of it in order to make sure the record is clear.
okay. All right. So
So if it's been altered, that's what I'm understanding.
If it's been
from
altered-
what you read out originally, then would need to read it again so that it's clear. Is that correct? Board Member Klein, would you agree?
I think it should still be stated right before the final vote so that the vote is right next to whatever it is that we are voting on. If there's lengthy discussion in between, then it may not be clear in the public record what it is we're voting on.
Okay.
They need to be back to
All right.
back.
So if I get to that point and I'm having a hard time because I can't see it, I may refer to the maker of the motion to please repeat the
Okay.
motion.
That
Just
works.
so that it can be as quick and efficient as possible without me trying to figure out what it is that you said.
Yes.
All right, is that all right?
That works. Mhm.
I certainly want the record to be clear and I want everyone to understand what the vote that is being taken. I just don't want to personally be slowing down the process because I'm a couple of steps behind. So yes, we will do that. Are there any questions or concerns? If not, so you know, we will be intending to take a 10-minute break at 2:30 and at 6:30, and we will be breaking for 20 minutes so you can grab an apple or something at 4:30. And other than that, we're going to just move ahead as positively and as efficiently as possible. So I believe we are ready to begin. Any other further instructions, Patty, that we should be dealing with? Andrea, are we good? All right. So I would entertain a motion. Natalie.
Yes, I would like to, let's see, make sure I'm on the correct strand. So I would like to amend strand 4, standard 3, adding a 5th bullet point to the writing committee's final proposed standard to read ethical and legal responsibilities and safety considerations of being online. Recognize suitable content, use content filters, discern what can make websites, digital apps, or platforms unsafe. For example, pop-up ads, surveys, cookies, clickbait, discussion forums, algorithm-driven content, pornographic content, soliciting location, financial, or personally identifiable information, PII, age verification requests, or instructions on how to exit quickly, circumventing firewalls, filters, and parental controls, etc. And consent laws, including user terms and agreements and required parental notification. I think there's that's correct.
Thank you. Would you like to
Already
speak?
lost. Someone help me.
Yeah, I actually also don't see these on the Google Doc. Are they new? I don't remember seeing
I
them.
thought we were on strand 4, standard 4, not standard 3. And that's where we started with these motions that were for today.
Now, so the last one we did was strand 4, standard 3. And we talked about the pros and cons of artificial intelligence. That's where we left off. And then I was adding a 5th bullet point to that section. And I haven't changed anything since last time.
Yes, Patty.
Board Member Klein is correct. And Board Member Klein, if you'll give us just a minute and we'll get that one back over to have it word for word. I'm wondering if in the meantime, while we get that over, and I'm wondering if either Ashley or Talia can put that into the Google Doc, because you should have access to that amendment. I think it just got taken out when we were cleaning up this document from the old. And wondering if we can go to that next one in order to save time and then go back to that motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want me to go to my next motion?
Ashley or Talia, can one of you put that in?
Right. Yes, please go ahead,
Okay.
Natalie. And we'll
Okay.
come back.
All right, so my next motion is to amend Strand 4, Standard 4 to read, identify measures to improve personal wellness by minimizing use of technology and while using technology. And several of these come from the writing committee's recommendations. I've incorporated it into mine. Limit use of digital devices to as little time as possible each day. Spend as much time as you can connecting with family and friends offline each day. Use analog materials whenever possible. Exercise your body most days and enjoy time outside as often as possible. Eat healthy food, get plenty of sleep, and don't take technology to bed with you. Develop skills and talents that don't require technology. Use digital devices as a tool to accomplish needed tasks, then get off as quickly as possible. Recognize how algorithms limit viewpoints, determine what content is directed to the user, manipulate online activity in order to reinforce behavior, use, and dependency on technology, explain how content on technology is not always an accurate or truthful portrayal of society or reality, learn how to discern what is real and what is not. For example, AI-generated content like deep fake, filters, photographs, and video alterations, etc. Practice healthy online habits, including using filters, turn off notifications, delete unnecessary apps, adjust screen brightness, remove distracting apps on your screen, etc. Create boundaries, for example, set limits for certain apps and sites, time limits, and limit notifications. Try single tasking, for example, to improve focus, try reducing the number of screens around you. And then the section on cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is the use of electronic communication to bully a person, typically by sending messages of an intimidating, embarrassing, or threatening nature. Identify strategies to deal with cyberbullying. Report cyberbullying to a parent. Do not respond to and do not forward cyberbullying messages. Screenshot evidence of cyberbullying, block the person who is cyberbullying. Identify consequences of cyberbullying for the perpetrator and victim. Under perpetrator, criminal record, internet, or app restriction, and then negative digital footprint.
Thank you. Any discussion or question?
Yes. If we
Well,
pull-
sorry, you needed to speak to it. I will get this.
Yeah.
We'll get the hang of this. I'm sorry. Go ahead and speak.
Oh, thank you. So I just felt this was important. I liked a lot of what the writing committee included on there, but as far as digital wellness goes, one aspect of that is to limit technology, because all the studies are clear that too much technology is bad for emotional health, mental health. And so that needs to be a part of the conversation that kids are having, so that, again, it speaks to that balance that we discussed in our previous meeting, of technology being one aspect of our life, not an all-encompassing part of our life, which the previous standards were written more in that vein.
Thank you. The discussions or questions, Sarah.
Yeah, I think some of what you have here are great additions. I am hesitant on deleting the parts about cyberbullying, because I think it's important to understand the different pieces of being a cyberbully. There's like you're being bullied, and also the part of what it's like to recognize if someone is being a bully. I also am wondering what deep fake is.
That was something that was already on there.
Okay. All right. And that's part of that. And I mean, like I said, there are pieces here that are good. I prefer including digital wellness because I think that's really important. It's basically the definition of what you've later described in it. And then as well, I think all those pieces of cyberbullying are really important because that's one of the biggest things that are affecting our students. So it's hard to vote on this as a whole, but those are kind of my 2 cents.
So I think wellness is its own category. We don't have digital wellness, and I mean, we have physical wellness and emotional and mental wellness, but digital wellness is like kind of this weird, it's kind of this weird area that anything that we talk about as far as digital should be geared towards that mental and physical wellness.
Right.
Like there's no such thing as digital wellness. It's just how technology affects us emotionally and physically. And so we have to speak to those issues about the physical and emotional wellness, not just and how we act or interact with technology, how it affects physical and mental wellness.
Yes.
It's like the
what you're
discussion we had
describing-
on citizenship.
What you're describing is digital wellness. That is, it's being well, it also like how you use the technology. So you're saying the same
We're
thing.
not digital people. We're not digital people. So digital wellness is a strange terminology. It's just a strange construct. And so, yeah, we need to stick with what makes an individual well.
Yeah, I'll be voting no on this. I think there's some things that are missing. Thank you.
Emily,
I do like that we are addressing the personal wellness. I do see value in recognizing digital wellness in the sense that there's responsible ways to engage with the digital, area here. So, but beyond that, the cyberbullying I do feel is important, and
It's there.
there's a lot of controversy there. There's a lot of things that students do deal with as far as the cyberbullying.
Yeah, it's
So-
in there. I didn't
so
take
we-
that out.
Okay. But I do like that it feels more balanced, and especially if we're so focused on, if I'll use the term social emotional learning, I definitely feel like that is here, and that brings back personal wellness, because we are seeing what too much of this area can do to young minds, and it's definitely causing a lot of the things that we're seeing with our youth today. So I appreciate those things that have been included. So I would support it. Thank you.
Jenny,
I have amendments, a couple of amendments to this. I would put digital wellness back in. And so add the definition of digital wellness, and at the top line, we don't have a visual though, do we? Yet. Do we have a visual so we can
Um,
make amendments?
So is our public not
Just a
going to-
second,
Okay.
let me finish mine. Yeah, Patty?
So what I'll do is if there's an amendment to the amendment, we have these lined up so that they fit across from each other. So if there is a new amendment, then I'm going to just kind of go over here and
We can't see anything.
We
Maybe
can't
you
see
didn't know
your
that.
screen, Patty. Are
Oh.
you sharing?
That's what I just wanted. I didn't know if there were other changes from what was on here. So I wanted to make sure I was accurate in what I'm referencing. So on the first line, put digital back in for digital wellness. And then add the definition of digital wellness back in. So I don't know if maybe it's easier to actually copy and then make changes. I'm not sure. That's maybe what you're doing. Might have to alter it for this one, Patty. Sorry.
It's okay. We'll get here. Let's see. How do we do it so that they all still line up? So let's go ahead and make sure. I'm wondering if I make these all line up, then it's gonna do the formatting. So here
Well,
we
I
go.
wonder if you could, if the second one you can slide it over just temporarily till after this one, because this is a big motion.
Here, I actually have an idea. Since we have it twice, what we can do is.
Oh,
this
yeah.
Here will be Klein, this will be your motion. And then this will be Earl. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Hear
that
this
works.
name?
Yep.
And this is amended emotion.
Yes.
Okay, and so you would like to
Do you want?
unstrike
Yeah.
this?
The digital, is that all definition of digital wellness or just the digital wellness piece there?
So just this one?
Yes.
Okay,
Like that. So if you maybe put it in another color so people can see that was changed or something. I don't know. Okay. And then unstrike digital up above, sorry.
for some reason, okay. For some reason, it is not unstriking, only because I'm gonna do it one more time, sorry. Okay, and we're gonna put that in a different color. And so that will now be blue, okay, and then what
Okay,
else?
and then digital's up above needs to be unstricken. There you go. And let me look down. There isn't a need. Strike, practice healthy online habits, using filters, turning off. Create boundaries, to me, articulates that. So if you can see the red there, yes, and then, yeah, just strike that, because I think that is incorporated into what's there. And then we need just like digital wellness is a heading and identifying. If you go down to the end of the document, I included, which takes board member Klein's language. So if you go down to the end of the document, I have my amendment. Yeah, do you have it there?
So you're striking this piece right here,
Mhm.
and it is not,
It's giving you a hard time.
of course it is. So I'm gonna put that just for now until we get it back into it. I'm gonna strike, and so I will put that in just a purple. So we know that that's gonna be,
Okay, so if you go down to the end of the document, I just sent, earlier I sent a recommended wording. Clear to the, yeah, clear to the end. Oh, sorry, go up a little bit.
no, you're good. I've got it right here.
Okay, you got it. Okay. So where it has, spend as much time right there at the spend. So that all the way down to, well, strike it all the way down to, yep, nope, go up a little bit. Recognize how, right above there. Yep, right there. And then that would be stricken, and then insert the wellness items, which would include it includes that language, but it's worded slightly different, just to
Right
simplify.
here?
Yeah, identify ways to balance personal wellness and technology. And then that would include spend time connecting with family and friends offline each day, use analog materials whenever possible, exercise your body regularly and enjoy time outside, eat healthy food. Yep, wherever that went. That went down. And then strike, explain how content and technology, so strike it to where it says learn how. So where it says explain how content on technology is not always, go down further, Patty. No. Oh, sorry, sorry.
Okay.
Explain how, that needs to be stricken to learn. Just go to where learn is.
Okay.
because I think we're complicating it. It just needs to be simple. Okay, that would strike there. And then learn how. I think that's worded really well there. And then where it says report cyberbullying to a parent, and I would like us to add and other trusted adult, so that there's, especially in this situation, there's at least 2 people being notified. But I do think it's important that parent is the first contact. And then I would unstrike the section below, all the section that talks about cyberbullying. I think it's important that that language is in there, and then strike the red that was added below. And I can reread it if we'd like to.
I'm just saying, I didn't take out the cyberbullying part, so I don't.
I know.
Okay.
Well, you do have the perpetrator and the victim, right? You altered that, simplified it. And I think the wording that's there is what I think, to me, needs to be there.
Okay, so I think that's great, but I have, it's as clear as mud. So would you please read what
Yep,
your,
I will, if Patty will go up, maybe make it bigger. I know I won't be able to see the other side, and that's okay. I just want to be able to read through it. So the amendment is, oh, sorry. It would say, identify measures to improve personal digital wellness while using technology by minimizing, actually strike all the red that's there while using tech, yep. It just needs to be simple. So it'd be just identify measures to improve personal digital wellness without the using technology as well. Okay, I'll start again. Identify measures to improve personal digital wellness. Digital wellness is the preventative measures aimed at regulating and improving the healthy use of technology, sorry. And then it's create boundaries, set limits for certain apps and sites, time limits and time notifications, try single tasks, improve focus, try reducing the number of screens around you, and then limit use of digital devices to as little time as possible each day. And then the next, this would be, it's not identified as such, but just, I'm just speaking this out loud. This would be a heading. Identify ways to balance personal wellness and technology. Spend time connecting with family and friends offline each day. Use analog materials whenever possible. Exercise your body regularly and enjoy time outside. Eat healthy food, get plenty of sleep, and don't take tech to bed with you. Then when you go down, it's recognize how algorithms limit viewpoints, determine what content is directed to the user, manipulate online activity in order to reinforce behavior, use and dependency on technology, and then learn how to discern what is real and what is not. For example, AI generated content, deep fake, filters, photos and video alterations, etc. And then under cyberbullying is the use of electronic communication to bully a person, typically by sending messages of an intimidating, embarrassing, or threatening nature. Identify strategies to deal with cyberbullying. Report cyberbullying to a parent and other trusted adult. Do not respond to and do not forward cyberbullying messages. Screenshot evidence of cyberbullying. Block the person who is cyberbullying. Identify consequences of cyberbullying for the perpetrator and victim. And then perpetrator, these are consequences, I'm assuming: criminal record, internet or app restrictions, negative digital footprint, school discipline, and the victim: anxiety, depression, changes in appetite, stress, or being in a constant state of fear. And then change in school performance. So.
okay. Is there any discussion?
This is Board Member Klein. I'll just say I appreciate Jenny's working on trying to find a way to include this. I am the changes that she has, but I'm not in favor of the digital wellness term being used as it is a loaded term and a global initiative, and you can quickly do a search on that online. It encompasses far more than what we have outlined it to be. And unless there's a way to prevent it from going in that direction, I would not be in favor of including the term digital wellness.
Thank you. Emily?
I'm sorry, my hand is still up from the last time. Everything's good.
Okay.
No comment. Thank you.
Patty?
I just wanted to ask if there could be a friendly, I am not making an amendment, but just as staff, that we have an acronym on there, AI, and it hasn't been defined as artificial intelligence. Just in moving these things forward, could we make that artificial intelligence instead of AI?
Yes, I think that's appropriate.
Any further discussion?
Only that I do understand that there are a variety of ways that digital literacy is being used. I think it's important, though, that we do understand that digital literacy, that there is relevance to it. And in
Digital
many
wellness.
terms- Yeah, digital wellness. That I think that we do have a need to let our kids know what that is. Anybody can misuse a term or change it to what they want. I think we've outlined things here and tried to be specific as far as making sure there's where this is a digital class, digital literacy class, we need to be addressing that. So I do feel that it is important there. We do want parameters around it. I agree with that. But I do think that where we spell out wellness and the management of technology, we need to be aware of that too.
Okay, any further discussion? So the motion is in front of you. And we just had it read by the maker of the motion. If there are no further questions or discussion, please vote.
That vote, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next motion, please.
Okay, is the first one ready? The fifth bullet point that we started with?
Yes,
Okay, would you like me to repeat it?
yes.
Okay,
That was in the last slide.
okay, so add fifth bullet point. And this is to, which one was it? Strand 4, standard 3, to read ethical and legal responsibilities and safety considerations of being online. Recognize suitable content, use content filters, discern what can make websites, digital apps, or platforms unsafe. For example, pop-up ads, surveys, cookies, clickbait, discussion forums, algorithm-driven content, pornographic content, soliciting location, financial or personally identifiable information, or PII, age verification request, or instructions on how to exit quickly, circumvent firewalls, filters and parental controls, etc. Consent laws, including user terms and agreements and required parental notification.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to it?
No,
Okay. Any discussion or questions? Emily?
Yeah, I do appreciate this one. I think it's where our world is definitely more immersed in the use of technology. I think it's a quality bullet to add. I can check off half of these that I've already had discussions with just my children at home. I think extending that into the school would prove beneficial to and the next level understanding of what all of this actually looks like. And I think it gives some good specifics. So I'm in support. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I'm not seeing all of our Sarah.
Just a quick question. Do we want to teach them how to circumvent firewalls? I'm not sure I understand what that part means. Cause it feels like understanding firewalls, I think that's part of what they learn maybe even earlier, but circumventing is like bypassing firewalls, right?
It's supposed to be instructions on, it's a list after instructions on, like if a website gives students instructions on how to quickly exit or how to circumvent firewalls or filters or parental controls, then it might not be safe.
Okay.
Maybe
We could,
better purpose of firewalls or something versus circumventing. I do think it does lend itself to a,
well, it's on the list of things that could make a website unsafe. So if a website is telling kids how to circumvent a firewall, then that is maybe a sign that that website is not safe. So is there a better way to articulate that? Because this isn't just teaching kids about firewalls, it's about how to recognize if a website is unsafe.
once again, I don't know, maybe this gets at it, is teaching the importance of a firewall, right? The reason for a firewall being there would be to protect.
Okay.
But this is, I mean, this is a list of what makes a website possibly unsafe. This isn't teaching about firewalls, it's how to recognize when a website is unsafe. It's just a list that falls after.
I am
discern what can make
understanding what
website.
you're saying. I'm just
Okay.
thinking it may be confusing to convey that the way this is written. for an
Right, so is there a way we can
Yeah,
better
I think I would-
articulate it?
I get what you're saying. I think it was just confusing when I was reading. I'm like, whoa, circumventing firewalls. So, and I don't know if this is actually above their content level of what they're doing, and it might be a bit of an overkill for one more bullet point within a strand and a standard, but it's not, I'm not gonna, I'm not sure if there's a better way to say it, but it's not like a do or die for me if it has to be there.
Well, it's been an issue in a lot of our schools. I've had lots and lots of reports about schools directing kids to certain websites, and then these websites teach the kids how to do just this.
Is there, Sarah, what do you think about bypassing a firewall? Is bypass the better word?
Yeah, it's more so just there's a lot of complexity in here that I just think it's a little bit, it's a lot for a bullet point. That's the fifth bullet point in that entire standard. So, and I get what you're saying. I think those are all good things to teach about pop-ups and cookies and clickbait and all of that. I get it. I also do wonder if we talk to them about how people can circumvent firewalls if now they're going to want to circumvent firewalls a little
That's
bit.
what I had wondered too.
What if we fixed it to say request if it requests age verification or instructs students to exit quickly, bypass firewalls, filters, or parental controls, etc. I just make that
Just
the
simplifying it.
extension of the list of possible unsafe things that make a website unsafe. So after PII semicolon, you could say requests age, maybe not even age verification, but requests age of student or instructs students on how to exit the website quickly, bypass firewalls, filters, or parental controls. Does that make it more clear?
I think that's a step in the right direction.
Is someone
I
writing
think
it?
Patty's got her hand up if she had a comment with that.
Patty, please.
Would you mind if I just took a shot at it underneath this really quick?
Sure.
So that
Yeah.
it's really clear, and then if you don't like it, I'm totally fine, but I just have an idea that which might make it a little
Okay.
bit more clear. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Let me do that really quick.
Yeah, certainly don't want them to misinterpret that.
Just wondering if that might make it helpful so that we don't have, I think it's too big to be in parentheticals. And then you can see which go together on a line as one piece and then another piece. And then in looking at it, you can, that might be more helpful. But, and then in the wording, you can see, discern what can make websites unsafe. For example, these are all things that are unsafe. And in here, it's instructions on, and then we don't need to have the colon there, how to exit quickly.
Prevent. Probably take out the ing or bypass.
Bypass,
Firewalls.
yeah, maybe I'll put bypass. Firewalls, because then the verbs mess up.
Yes.
Or yeah, they're the same. Instead of circumventing, then we have an ing when we'd have to change the rest. So bypass,
Yes.
firewalls, filters, and parental controls. Is that
I
better?
think that's
Or is
good
that,
for
are you
me.
okay with that?
I like it.
Looks great.
I'm good.
Okay, any further discussion? So we've just had Jenny read, and Patty has now read this new friendly amendment to the amendment for greater clarity. Are we ready to vote? Please
Yes.
vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Great. Next motion, please.
Right. I think we are on a motion to amend strand 4 performance objectives to delete strand. This is curriculum, not a standard.
I'm not for deleting this. I would change, but not, we'll just see if this passes or not, but I would change digital citizenship topic to digital technology or something similar to that. Digital literacy or something, the actual core of the course instead of digital citizenship, but I'll see if this passes.
Any other discussion or comment?
I also am not in favor of deleting this strand.
Anything else? Yes, Jenny.
My apologies. I was trying to take my vote.
Oh, you were ready to vote? Oh, you were taking your vote off. All right, good. Any other discussion? If not, we are, just so that we're clear, we are voting whether or not to delete this strand. And if you're all,
Do we need to read what what's being deleted?
go ahead and read it. Thank you.
So should I be going off of the writing committee's final recommendation?
That sounds good.
So it would strike, students will research a digital citizen topic and present strategies to implement, improve, or promote positive digital wellness.
Okay, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2.
I'd like to make a motion on 14 that we changed it. Students will research a digital. Sorry, my screen just went half screen here. A digital literacy. Sorry, no, it's really small. Let me look at mine. A digital literacy topic and present strategies to implement, improve, and promote positive digital wellness.
Want to speak to it?
No, that was, I think it should replicate what the course is and
I would-
digital literacy is broader.
I would
So-
like to amend the amendment to say students will research a digital technology topic.
Okay. All right, so we have an amendment. You want to speak? Yes, Patty?
So am I leaving literacy or am I putting,
Or
Technology.
my
is-
amendment to the amendment is to replace citizen with technology.
I
So
think I think mine was digital
Literacy.
literacy. So yours,
So I would take out literacy and put
Okay.
in technology.
I thought you said citizen.
Sorry,
So-
I did, but take out literacy and put in technology.
which one would you be voting on then as a committee?
The
Right
amendment
now,
to the
we'll be
amendment.
voting with the newest amendment. Which
The
would be-
amendment.
And then we can go backwards depending on how that turns out. Sarah?
I have a question for Talia. Does this changing it and removing digital citizen, will that affect some alignment and some other pieces of the standards?
If I may, Chair, I'm actually going to let Ashley answer that one.
Excellent, thank you.
Hi, Ashley Higgs, CTE Education Specialist. The reason the writing committee used the word digital citizen topic is because if you go back up to the strand, it says digital citizenship and wellness. So we wanted them to focus on that strand instead of the course as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
I,
may I ask a question? So this is a compilation of this section and not the whole course. Is that accurate?
That is correct. So when you
Okay.
see the performance objectives or the performance skills, excuse me, it's usually in reference to that strand and not the course in its entirety.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, any further questions? All right, so we are voting on the amendment, which
Do you want me to repeat it?
please do. Thank you, Natalie.
So amend to read, students will research a digital technology topic and present strategies to implement, improve, or promote positive digital wellness.
Thank you. You have that repeated for you. Please vote.
That vote, that motion passes 3-2. Excuse me.
Okay, next. Do we have any further amendments?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I thought I was, you could hear me. So I would amend strand 5 to read digital tools and application. Using digital tools, students will curate, organize, and produce creative artifacts and quality content using a variety of resources.
Okay, we'd like to speak to it.
Nope.
I don't see a significant change to this. I'll probably be not voting for this. I feel like it's very similar to what's already there, so.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. You have the motion before you. Please vote.
That motion fails for 1-4. Oh, it's changing. Hang on. Okay, are you guys ready? This motion passes 4-1. Or I'm sorry, this motion fails 4-1. I'm sorry. I'm having this cough attack. I am sorry for my voice.
You're fine, Andrea. Thank you. Appreciate your help. Okay, next motion, please.
All right, I would amend strand 5, performance objective, to read Students will demonstrate how to organize their files on their computer on Google Drive with folders and subfolders.
I feel like when I looked at this, I feel like leaving it at digital file management system is broader. And I think down the road, we just don't know exactly what people are going to be using. So I feel like the new language would be very narrow to a specific type of programming.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. And I actually don't even use Google Drive. I use Box, and there's also Dropbox. So with the technology changing so much, it's just better to leave it more broad, in my opinion.
So I would be okay with taking out Google and just putting in drives. I think it's a basic skill that they're learning on how to organize. Digital file management system, I feel like is way too broad and makes it ambiguous so that they could literally fit in anything, whether it's to our approval or not.
I'm not sure what you're concerned about, but I feel like the digital file management system is pretty clear and leaves it with enough openness to say that the technology might be changing, but it's basically teaching the students how to organize all of their materials and digital artifacts into one place. So, I mean, I don't need to overcomplicate it with your amendment. So I think I'm good.
Do we have a definition of digital file management system? Just curious.
Ashley Higgins. Ashley,
Please.
I actually conferred with Christina Yamada, who is the computer science and information technology specialist in our office, about what would be the appropriate language so that it wasn't software specific. And she identified digital file management is what they use in industry as far as organizing files, so that it wasn't software specific.
Thank you.
Right. So I would just remove Google on my amendment and add an S to the end of drives or drive. So it says drives, folders, and subfolders, etc. And then you can add etc. on the end of there as well.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, would you please read your amendment then?
Okay, as soon as she's done. All right, so I would amend strand 5 performance objectives to read students will demonstrate how to organize their files on their computer drives, folders and subfolders, etc. I would take out the with.
All right. You've heard the motion. Please vote.
That motion fails 4-1.
Next motion, please.
Okay. I would amend strand 6 to read digital media creation. Students will use a variety of platforms, tools, styles, formats, and digital media appropriate to their goals.
Thank you. Any discussion, or would you like to speak to it? Sorry.
No.
In reading this one, I feel like this is a simplification. I do agree with this. It just gets to the conciseness of what is laid out here. So I'm just saying I would agree with this one.
Any further discussion?
I'm not sure if there's a necessity to communicate clearly, and the communication and creativity piece. I'm not an expert to know if that's important in the standards for any sort of grading or some sort of competency they're supposed to cover in this or something. I don't know if Ashley knows, but if not, then I mean, I'm fine with it simplified too. Like if it's necessary for grading rubrics, right, or whatnot.
I don't know. It depends on the teacher. The writing committee felt like sometimes students, if they are given a project, sometimes they don't have a clear vision as what the project is supposed to be. And so they wanted to have that part, but
yes,
I don't think it makes or breaks the strand or standard beneath it.
I would say that it adds subjectivity by adding those, whereas if we want to make it clear for the students what they're supposed to be learning, what their objective is, that we stick with the objective things that I've outlined there and leave out the subjective language.
Ashley,
The only thing I would also indicate is if you look at the performance skill where they're creating a digital media project, it helps them to, again, clearly communicate what that project entails. So other than that,
And I would argue along that lines, because the next amendment, I agree with it as well, that are we measuring this, their digital media creation or their ability to be creative, right? And I think creativity is part of a creation, but are we, I feel like we should be measuring the showcasing their digital media creation, not necessarily whether they are creative or not, but it could be part of it. Does that make sense? So it seems to weigh out the one over the other. And I think the creation itself is where we need to be. A teacher could put it as part of their rubric if they wanted to. So I'm not trying to speak to both, but I do think you're accurate. But I think in both those, there's a simplification in it that is more concise and allows for teacher flexibility.
okay, thank you. Seeing no further discussion, please vote.
This motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next motion.
All right, I motion to amend strand 6, performance skills, to read. Students will create a digital media project that showcases their digital media creation. And I don't need to speak to that.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none. Let's vote.
This motion passes 4-1.
Next motion,
Right.
please.
I would move to amend the course description to read this. Is that ready to go?
You can go down further. We've already either addressed these. So
So it's just going back to the beginning where the introduction was that we skipped over last meeting. Okay. All right. So it would read this course.
Can this be made larger? Sorry, I thought I had this copy and I don't. So if it could be made larger, thank you.
All right. So do you have my updated one over? Is that the updated one there? Okay, this course, if this is different, I think this is different than what I had last month. Is it up above that stepping stone part? Can you scroll up a little bit? I don't see it on here. I will read it. I don't.
Yeah.
Do you have it?
So we have the course description should read as follows. So we had this one.
Oh, okay.
We have the updated course description, which is what we thought was the newest, which is this one. And then there was additional information, I think, just to let people know why on there. And I think the same is true here. So just let me know what you want.
The one that was on last month's is not here. So I will read what was on last month's spreadsheet that you had. That is my final or my most up to date. So I don't know what happened to that. But it says, this course expands student understanding of technology, the importance of protecting individual data, using key applications, developing computing fundamentals, and protecting against digital addiction and online predators. Students will have opportunities to use digital devices to develop useful skills that help them research and accomplish tasks.
Okay, if you could read that one more time. So I think that everything is the same until it gets to protecting against digital addiction and maintaining. And so what was it right here?
So let's see.
Something about
protecting against digital addiction and online predators. Students will have opportunities to use digital devices to develop useful skills that help them research and accomplish tasks.
Students will have opportunities to use digital devices to develop, tell me that one more time.
Digital devices to develop useful skills that help them research and accomplish tasks.
Does that look right, Natalie? Is that what you're,
Yes.
okay? Would you like to speak to it?
No.
Any questions or discussion? Yes, please, Sarah.
Yeah. Is it not important to put this course is aligned with the International Society of Technology and Education, the K through 12 computer science standards, the industry standards and certifications? I'm not well versed enough to know, but that seems like something important. I also, the alignment of these national and international best marks allows students foundational knowledge as a stepping stone, and stepping stone is not a political word. So I'm unsure how that part got and why it got deleted in that way. But I don't hate the way that you reworded it. I just think that I'd like to know if that's important to have those pieces in there, because it feels like it's there for a reason.
So that section in the middle column that says stepping
I'd like to
stone
hear
dot-
from Ashley if that's okay first.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted a clarification. The course description that's in green, that was, okay, Talia's updating it. I just didn't want to add it and then do a confusion. So the one right below it, the first course description is what we had prior to public comment. The one below is the current one that we have in the strands and standards.
That makes a lot more sense.
So I don't know if you want me to address why we removed things, or
no.
if you want to review. Okay, perfect.
It's just fine.
So I was going to say on that second column where it says in the brackets, that was my comment on, because they had included stepping stone. And the fact that it's one word is what made me think, okay, this is probably something. I looked it up. This is what I found, steppingstone.org, and what was on their website. And that's why I was not okay with that being included. And the ISTE, those are the international standards. We are aligning with international standards. This is the opposite of local control. This is controlling the locals by putting in standards that we have to align to instead of
But they're not there now.
allowing for.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
think
Local flexibility.
I think it's either the green, the blue or yours that were, because I think they updated it. So,
The
It is.
Yeah, they took it out.
The blue is the current one. The
Right.
current one that is up for review.
so we'd be arguing one of those two, not the previous one.
Correct.
Okay,
Right, and it was the standards, or it was the writing committee that took out the reference to IST and stepping stone, not
Right.
me.
Yeah.
I brought it to their attention, but they took it out.
okay. So the differences between what they submitted in the blue there and you are basically,
So in the middle column was what I had last month, or when I first submitted it. And on the right is my final version that I submitted and had on the docket last month.
Ashley, please go ahead.
I apologize. I didn't take it down from last time.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion or question? If not, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2.
Next motion, please.
I think that's all I have for digital literacy.
I'd like to make a final motion that we approve the digital literacy standards to go before the board next month. Is that the right motion?
Sounds good.
Okay, as amended. Do I probably put that in?
All right. So we have a motion to send the digital literacy standards to the full board for their approval as amended. Any discussion? If not, please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Great, good. Let's go to the next set of standards.
Just what is next on the docket?
Isn't it creative writing? Or am I wrong? Andrea, can you help us remember?
Yes, it is creative writing. I'll be bringing it up right now.
Yeah, creative writing and then professional and technical communications will be on the docket next after
Terrific.
creative writing.
All right, creative writing. Let's bring her up. Thank you very much, everybody, for your help on our last one. We're ready to plunge into a very creative segment of the afternoon.
All right. That's it. Can you scoot it over so we can see the full thing? There we go. All right, I have a motion. If you're ready.
Once again, should we save the introduction until we've done the strands and then come back and see if what we vote on matches the introduction? I'm just asking, I don't know.
I don't think it's gonna matter on this one.
Okay. Go
So
ahead.
I
Natalie.
would motion to strike in the introduction the words "and a variety of other academic skills necessary for achieving college and career readiness."
Okay, would you, and it looks like Board Member Earl, are you suggesting the same thing?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it simplifies. It's just not necessary here, so.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
That motion passes 4-1.
All right, thank you. Next motion.
I would move to strike the words, this is from the second paragraph. However, even if I think it should be N. However, even if LEA/school does not have a literary magazine or publication, students need encouragement to seek out community and online activities pertaining to writing groups, workshops, contests, scholarships, and publication opportunities.
And I wonder if I should amend at this point or wait till this motion? I guess I would amend to add the words, students may find writing opportunities for their work through writing groups, publications, scholarships, contests, or workshops.
Okay, so let's deal with that amendment first, and then we can go back to the original.
So I do think that the language allows, I do think we want our students to have those opportunities available to them. I don't know that it's necessarily the school's obligation to do that, but I do think that if, that those things as they come along, being aware of those is important. I think a lot of students who do the creative writing engage in these other capacities, especially if there's like in a rural setting or something like that, they may not have the same access to certain things, so.
So I just have a question. Oh,
Sarah.
sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add on to what Member Earl was saying. I talked to a creative writing teacher at a Title I school, and she said that oftentimes some of our schools don't have the same opportunities for students. And so it's nice to give them options. And she used an example of a student who was really good at poetry, and she was able to reach out to some, different types of grants and scholarships for her to be able to pursue that, even though they didn't have a lot of those options at their school. So I like Member Earl's amendment because I think it's important to keep it in there.
Thank you, Natalie.
I'm just wondering if this is a standard. If we put that in there, then the teachers, are they going to feel obligated to encourage students to do that? Or is this just something we're just acknowledging that students already can do that? And if that's the case, does it need to be in the standard?
I think it
Yes.
should be there because I do think in this case, depending on the educator, you want to draw attention to the accessibility. Some schools already have accessibility to a variety of writing opportunities. I do think it has a place here.
So then the school would be encouraging it, which is what it said previously. The part we're striking out. Right?
I like the different wording.
And the different wording you're referring to is the blue. Students may find writing opportunities for their work through writing groups, publications, scholarships, contests, or workshops.
Mhm.
Is that right?
It leaves it more as an optional thing versus I feel like the other wording is more like this is what you need to do. So.
All right. We still have 2 hands up. Are those still up just from before?
Right.
Yes, it is. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Okay, well, great. So let's, seeing no further discussion, let's vote on the amendment from Jenny, which is adding in the word students may find writing opportunities for their work through writing groups, publications, scholarships, contests, or workshops. Please vote.
That motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you. Next.
I'd
Oh,
like
wait,
to
we still have to vote on the original motion.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me. The original motion is to delete what you see before you in red. And I would read it, but I can't read it for some reason.
I can read it.
Thank you.
However, even if an LEA/school does not have a literacy magazine or publication, students need encouragement to seek out community and online activities pertaining to writing groups, workshops, contests, scholarships, and publication opportunities.
Thank you.
Do you need to add your language in since that's
We
what we just amended
We
it?
just voted on that. So we wouldn't, well, I can read that off too. In place of that, even though we just vote on it, is students may find writing opportunities for their work through writing groups, publications, scholarships, contests, or workshops.
Okay. So we're voting. We already vote. Okay. So
We're
we're
voting
just,
on the full thing, the striking and the adding. So together.
Okay, that
We're
sounds great.
voting on the amended amendment.
Excellent. Let's vote. Thank you very much.
Member Real, we're waiting for your vote. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next motion.
All right.
I would like to make a motion on standard 2.4, which reads determine the audience and purpose of a wide variety of genres, striking utilizing multiple analytical perspectives. And I'm just looking down my notes here. So just that I think the audience itself and the wide variety of genres speaks to where to go with this. The analytical perspectives, I've seen where this is brought in at least locally and in a couple of other school districts, brought in a variety of things that parents had concerns about. And maybe someone could speak to that if they have some additional information on that I'm not aware of. So of why that would need to be in there if one of our specialists.
Do you have anyone that has any thoughts on the matter?
I am Naomi Watkins. I can speak to that question. Can you
Thank you,
repeat
Naomi.
it? Board Member Earl, please.
One more time. You're
Can
asking me
your
to,
question.
well,
Yes.
I'd like to strike the utilizing multiple analytical perspectives. It seems like we've got the audience, we've got a purpose of a wide variety of genres, and then we add one more dimension to that. It would seem as if there was a significant amount to the element that's already required to get to the end result of that standard.
I would say that striking that does not preclude a teacher from still using multiple analytical perspectives if they want to. And many of our schools also have creative writing 1, creative writing 2. So it could add to that complexity if they needed to based on their students' needs.
Okay,
So it would
thank you.
allow, it would still, if I understand you, it would still allow the teacher autonomy in the area.
Correct.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, please, we are. Jenny, would you please remind us what we're voting?
Yeah, I'll read it to you. It's determined standard 2.4, determine the audience and purpose of a wide variety of genres. That
Thank
would be.
Please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next motion, please.
So on standard 4.1, generate ideas and research and striking in collaboration with others to draft, plan, present, and publish original work. So, and the primary idea here is that you can do things without having to collaborate with others, that is a possibility. That's one thing a teacher could use in order to generate ideas or research or any of those items, but it's not necessary in order to do that. A student could actually generate their own ideas and research. Collaboration is just what a teacher would use in order to successfully accomplish that, possibly. One of many things they could do.
I would be interested on hearing perspective of one of our writing professionals. Is this an exercise? Is this strand meant to be an exercise in collaboration? I'm thinking, for example, the Walt Disney Organization, they're in their film and animation department, where collaboration is absolutely critical. Sure, any one of the people around the table could do the job needs to be done, but the Disney team working together and learning how to work together in the free flow of ideas in the development of the idea of the work, the writing, that's a skill that if you don't have that, you're not going to work for Disney or for any one of the other major studios. So if collaboration is one of the keys to this strand, I don't want to lose it. Could one of our professionals speak to that?
Again, I am Naomi Watkins, secondary ELA specialist. So I can share the conversation that the writing committee had about this strand and their work. Very
Please.
interested in what you were just sharing, Board Member Booth, about helping students be able to write collaboratively. Yes, of course, people can write many things all by themselves in isolation, but they were particularly interested in the creative writing piece. And given that the strand is called collaboration and evaluation, that was the major focus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for pulling up the strand name for me, Patty.
That's great. Appreciate it. Other comments or questions?
Can you wait just 1 minute? I would like to look down the list on that strand before we move forward, just because I can't see the whole thing in my, do you know what I mean? The way we're looking at it here.
Of
If you
course.
could give me just a minute before we vote, sorry. Thank you. I think that provided some clarification for me, and I appreciate the insights on that, because now that I'm looking back at that full analysis, I think I would agree with what you just stated. So I was looking at it more as, if you're going to do research and ideas, you don't have to have the collaboration, right? But if this is the part of the strand here. So thank you. I appreciate your insights, Naomi.
Okay, any further discussion? Please vote.
That motion fails 4-1.
Right. I have a
Alright.
motion.
Please go right ahead.
I actually think that should have said Klein, that second one in the box that we're looking at, because I had the same motion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, but I would also, I'll just go down to the next one, since we've already done that one. To standard 4.2. I would strike standard 4.2 that says participate in consistent collaborative discussions about writing produced by peers, self and outside sources. And we could probably do these others at the same time. Standard 4.4, striking collaborating and conferencing. And standard 4.5, evaluate personal and peer writing through the use of rubrics, checklists, and or portfolios to demonstrate growth and mastery. And I would also amend the main strand so that it says students, not sure how to see. I'll just leave that. We'll just keep it with what we have there.
So
And that's,
you're striking, let me just make sure, 4.5, all of it? And 4.2, is that what you're asking?
yes, 4.2, 4.5, and then from 4.4, striking collaborating and conferencing. And I would speak to this as far as writing is a singular activity. The best writers have to get away and be away from distraction and other voices in order to do their best writing. And to Randy's point, many of the Disney, like their best writers, like they usually focus in on one or two writers that get the contract, because that's where the genius comes in. When you use consensus kind of or collaborative writing for creativity, you often lose the creativity and the genius of an individual writer. And so the collaboration and conferencing activity when it comes to writing often inhibits the writing process
Sarah.
and waters it down. Yeah.
I actually talked to a few educators in my district about this, and they said that actually this is one of the most important pieces of writing, is the opportunity to give feedback. And I had a teacher say that students can't improve their own writing if they can't compare to other writing and apply what they have learned in that evaluation of their writing and how to give feedback. And that in college, and I know this very well, it's a lot of review and evaluation, and that opportunity allows for the student to, as a peer, to also help the other students learn. And that evaluation is a big piece of writing. I'm recalling all of the moments when I during when I was writing my thesis, I just got big X's through pages as an evaluation of my writing. And that was the way I became a better writer. And so I think it's really important to have students have this peer review and this opportunity to see what their peers are writing and review and understand through that work how they can improve.
Thank you, Sarah. Jenny.
I'd like to divide these from the two motions, the 4.2, 4.4 stay together, and then the 4.5. Can we vote on dividing those?
Or can we just friendly say
Or
we're
can
going
we just friendly divide it? Is there anybody that doesn't want to maybe?
That's fine.
Can Naomi, would you mind? I just don't see a difference between 4.2, 4.3 is very reflective of 4.2 and 4.4 is reflective of 4.2 again. What am I missing? That's why I would like 4.2 stricken, because I think it does the collaborating, the conferencing work. It goes back and it talks about suggestions, improvements, which is exactly what 4.2 is. So I'm having a hard time differentiating between the three. And I feel like 4.3 and 4.4 really do get at the meat of 4.2. So help me understand if there's a reason it should stay.
Oh, thank you for blowing that up very big, Patty. So yes, and looking at this again, I can see how 4.2 can be encapsulated by 4.3. So I think that was one of your questions. And then
Yes,
the other
and
half
that's enough for me. I would leave.
I can view it that way, and teachers would still be able to get done with their students what they need to do. So
It seems like it reaches that without the extra standard. So, okay. And I would not, okay, so I'm trying to decide how to do this because I think Board Member Klein's motion is to strike collaborating and conferencing work. And actually, I think even on putting forth recommendeds and amendments to standards, I believe there was a lot of collaboration going on. So I don't think writing is a solo event. It could be. But
This is creative writing, remember? This is creative writing.
That's right. That's right. And I do think there is an element of that could be. It depends on probably the person. I think there may be there may be still some benefits. So I'm trying to decide. I guess we'd need to split this then again, right? So we'd have to divide this out one more time if that's okay. Vote on these each separate from 4.2 and then 4.4.
Okay. So 4.2, is that all right, Natalie, if we divide them?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so 4.2, we're voting on striking 4.2, participate in consistent collaborative discussions about writing produced by peers, self, and outside sources. So 4.2. So let's vote.
Vice Chair Green's technology has died. And so I'm going to call her in. Is that okay?
Of course.
Okay, let me go ahead and call her in really quick. One moment, please.
Sarah, while we're waiting, are you able to vote?
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
I think Emily was able to just get back on. I don't know.
Yep, she is back on now. We're good. Thank you for waiting. Vice Chair Green, are you on now?
Yes, I apologize about that.
In your absence, I think that what happened was the motion was divided into 3 parts. So currently they are voting on standard 4.2. There's a strike through for all of standard 4.2, and Chair Booth is waiting for the votes on that.
Okay.
There we go. That motion fails 3-2.
Thank you. Let's do 4.4 or 4.5. What are we doing now? I'm sorry. Confused.
4.4.
4.4. And on that one, we are adding in an and
Yeah.
striking collaborating and conferencing work. Is that right?
Correct.
Are we all clear? Everybody vote.
Oh, there we go. That
Sorry, I
motion,
took it away too fast.
yeah, that motion fails 3-2.
Okay, now 4.5. That is to strike all the 4.5, which is evaluate. Well, somebody else could read it because I
I
really,
would like to make an amendment to this one. I would like to only strike to demonstrate growth and mastery. The very fact, and I'll just quickly speak to it, but the very fact that we're using rubrics, checklists, and portfolios is to measure students. I don't feel like we need to then state it again. So it is that evaluating personal and peer writing through the use of these items. So it would read this way.
Can I-
4.5, evaluate personal and peer writing through the use of rubrics, checklists, and or portfolios.
okay,
Can I just ask a question? What does in creative writing, how do rubrics and checklists fit in? I understand portfolios to keep a portfolio of your creative writing, but it seems to me that rubrics and checklists would systematize creative writing and make it not creative.
I had that same question, Member Klein, and when I talked to the educators, they said that the rubrics are really important for students to understand so that they know what the teachers are grading them on, especially in creative writing, because it's so broad and it can be so many different artistic perspectives. That this educator told me that the rubrics are important so that the students know what they're grading them on, so that they can give feedback and that they can get the best possible grade, or if they don't get a good grade, they know why they were given the grade they were given. Whether it needs to be in here, I'll leave that up to Naomi to let us know, but that was the feedback and the information I got from educators on the rubric piece.
All I know is whenever there's been creative, when I took creative writing, if they had rubriced it, it would have put our creativity in a box and limited that creativity. And
Right.
so I just feel like if we want innovation, if we want people to be creative and innovative and think outside the box, we can't put them in a box by forcing them to use rubrics.
But rubrics are like the cornerstone to grading. We have to have rubrics in order to have a
We
student.
didn't used to have them.
Right, well,
We went for
times have changed
decades
because
or
we need
centuries
to-
without rubrics, and
we have to tell students why they're getting the grade they get. And if not, they'll argue you on a grade. As a teacher, I run into this all the time. Why did I get docked points? And I go right to the rubric and I say, you did not follow this assignment. So
and
think
So
that's
if I can interject here
So-
too.
please do.
I do support the personal and peer writing through the use of rubrics, checklists, portfolios. And I'm just going to reference a personal experience. 7th grade, we put together a 100-page or more portfolio, of which it was ELA focused. We did have rubrics. We passed it to our peers. They evaluated it. We evaluated ourselves. Our teacher evaluated us. For me, we were able to go through all the different types of papers that we were required to write. It was about Native Americans, Native American studies for an entire 7th grade year. We learned all the different types of poems, which have certain, standards and qualities that have to surface. And by having those, I felt it only amplified my ability to write better. So for me, I hold a lot of value to this. Again, we are trying to build a foundation for creative writing. And I do think that there's quality checks that we can teach these students. And I think it's okay to have checkpoints that we can put our work forward with. And I do think that that would help students. So those are just my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion, are we ready to vote? Do we know what we're voting on?
Would you like me to repeat?
Please do. Thanks, Natalie.
Okay, so the motion is to strike to demonstrate growth and mastery from standard 4.5. This is member Earl's amendment. Amendment to the amendment. I know.
All right. Please vote. Oh, yes, Patty.
I just want to make sure, is that a substitute emotion because it's almost opposite of the motion above?
Did I make that first motion?
Yeah.
You did
That
make
is
the
my
first
motion. So this is the amendment to my
It would-
amendment.
Yeah, it would be amendment
Okay.
because I'm unstriking part of it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think I'm confused now.
So it would be,
Does
this
that
is the
surprise
amendment to the amendment. So it'd be, we are voting on evaluating standard 4.5, evaluate personal and peer writing through the use of rubrics, checklist, and or portfolios. We're striking to demonstrate growth and mastery.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks for that clarification. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Sarah, are you able to vote?
Yeah, hold on one second. It's the highlighted one, right? Yeah.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And so now what's the next one that we're voting
Technically,
on?
we might need to vote again because that was an amendment. So let's vote one more time on that.
So we have to vote on the original motion as amended by Jenny's.
Okay, yeah, that's why I was confused. Sorry about that.
Okay. Do we know what we're doing?
I can read it again. So standard
That'd be great.
4.5, evaluate personal and peer writing through the use of rubrics,
Wait,
checklist, and or portfolios.
well, wait. But my motion still is to strike out the rest of it.
We just voted on that to unstrike the first part and to strike the second part and to leave the other part stricken. So yeah, I guess I'm sorry, Natalie, I'm confused now. Maybe you could articulate what the motion is.
So I agree with striking to demonstrate growth and mastery.
That was your original motion. My motion was to unstrike.
Okay, I only saw it as striking the one, so I would change.
Your previous vote, and that's fine with me. No, that's fine with me.
I
Just
do want to demonstrate growth and mastery gone. I just want the rest. I want an opportunity to vote on the rest of it being stricken as well.
Okay.
Well, the
So
motion
we're
isn't
not
that, we
voting-
already voted on that, so.
So in my understanding, we were only voting on whether to strike to demonstrate growth and mastery, and that we were coming back to the rest.
That's good. So let's come back now to standard 4.5, whether to, the motion is to strike.
To strike the
4.5.
remaining amount,
Yeah.
the remaining words,
So-
yeah.
That's what we're voting on. Everybody please vote.
That motion fails 3-2.
Okay, next, now what are we voting on?
All right, so are we done with strand 4? All of those that we
Congratulations.
divided out?
Yes, you are done now and making sure we did go to the introduction, correct? And so we are now on professional and technical communication.
Do we need to vote? Do we need to make a
Oh,
motion?
final motion, thank you.
Well, did we do the introduction yet?
Yes,
We were-
Yep.
Okay, we did it. Okay. So
I make a motion that we move technical, nope. Creative Writing and Literacy Magazine onto the full board as amended.
Thank you. That's the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on.
Okay, technical and professional communications. Is that what we're on? Okay.
Just as a reminder, we're now in a different way of the revision process. And so and that doesn't matter. I just want everyone to know now we're on the SEED standards. And so let's go ahead and move forward. So professional technical writing motions template that we have on here.
I would move to amend the introduction to read professional and technical communication focuses on developing coherent, formal and informal communication skills in professional settings. It emphasizes skills needed to produce clear and concise documents, presentations, infographics, and other types of business communication. And leave the remainder there as written.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to that?
No.
Okay,
So I'm just
Okay.
trying to think through this. So if we vote this down, then I can make a motion for, if that gets voted down, for developing coherent, formal and informal instead of going back and taking everything out. Would that be accurate if I didn't agree with removing everything? I'm just trying to understand, or do I make a substitute, well, I guess I could make a substitute motion, right?
yeah, I would do that. I mean, isn't that the normal thing we do?
You mean a
That-
motion
yeah.
to substitute?
Yeah, thank you. I would make a motion to substitute and just changing, developing coherent, formal and informal communication strategies.
Communication strategies? Is that what you meant?
Yes, what did I say? I'm sorry.
Just strategies.
Oh, yes, that would be accurate. I apologize.
May I speak
Of course.
to that? This is the way it's worded, sounds like marketing. Technical writers, technical writers produce writing products. They're not marketers. Technical writers don't create strategies. They don't use strategies. They just write technical information in the clearest, most concise manner possible.
Thank you. Sarah.
Actually, technical writers are part of business and marketing writing, and I actually hired and have currently 3 technical writers on my digital marketing team. It's someone that does not just writing the course catalog, but also writing magazine publications and different professional specialties. And so actually technical writing is a piece of that.
The marketers create the strategies. The technical writers just do what they're told.
Yeah, I'm
They
just
just
speaking from my
produce what they're
professional-
told.
My professional experience working in this profession for almost 20 years, we do have plenty of technical writers in marketing, and it is something that is real.
That's marketing. That's not technical and professional communication. But anyway,
I don't like arguing with you when there's truth.
yeah, that's fine. We could vote.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
So we're voting to the substitute motion, which would be professional and technical communication focus on, we're adding developing coherent, formal and informal communication strategies for career and real world situations.
Okay. We ready to vote? Please vote.
I'm sorry, are we voting on the substitute motion?
Yes,
Yes, it would be the substitute motion.
that motion passes 3-2.
Okay,
I don't think we need a motion for this next one. Would that be accurate, whoever is over this? Because I just think it needs to be, instead of a standard, it's actually the strand. It's just a technical change.
okay, great.
That right or not, Patty?
Right.
One thing that we have not done, and we might not need to do at the end as well, is we forgot to put including any technical or conforming changes throughout. And that would allow for any apostrophes, any of those types of things that go back
Right.
through.
I would say friendly amendment to the main motions we've made on the previous two standards. Let's just add that because of
Okay.
course it goes without saying that we would prefer to have things grammatically and formatting is correct.
Okay.
May I have it stated so that we have, and I'll just maybe put this, you can change this to add to add including technical, what was it you said? And
I don't know, formatting.
Yeah, technical form, grammatical.
We said it
formatting
on the
changes.
last couple things that we sent forward. I can't remember what the phrase was. But those things we are hopeful will take place so that it's clear for teachers and educators. Okay, so that's the Booth motion. Should we vote? Please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Wow, we are amazing. That was so fast. Okay, we're moving on.
All right, I have a motion to amend the technical and professional communications 1.2 standard. We have that there to read. Where are we?
board member Klein, I have 1.4. I do not have 1.2.
Sorry, 1.2. I can tell you what it says.
Okay, one moment. Let me add in a line.
Okay.
Was this sent over? I don't have it on mine either.
Yeah, I sent it over with the others. I don't know why it didn't show up on the spreadsheet.
What does it read?
It reads, so you have the current part of it, I've just added to the end of it. So it currently reads, examine and evaluate the structure, comma, format, comma, and syntax of a variety of professional and technical communications. And then my addition is, comma, including white papers, manuals, websites, presentations, infographics, reports, and so on, or et cetera.
So if Naomi, does this fall under you again? Or is this someone else?
Could you repeat that again, Jenny? I missed.
Oh,
the-
sorry. I just wondered if this was under Naomi or no, Naomi, is this, can a question come to you?
Yes, it's me again.
Okay, is it necessary to add those? Because we probably couldn't list every type of technical communication, professional communication, or do you feel like it adds some depth? Because I'm not opposed to it, but I'm just wondering if if we need to keep listing, or do you know what I mean? Or is it I'm just trying to get a feel.
So the writing committee chose not to list here to provide more open-endedness for what types of professional and technical communication they could teach or have their students produce.
Okay.
These are just common examples, and you've got the et cetera on there, so it doesn't limit.
Okay.
All right, any further questions or discussion? Not, please vote.
Sarah, are you available or did you have to jump to your other meeting?
For some reason, my mouse keeps going to a different computer and I don't even know how it's doing it. So sorry about that.
No worries. That motion fails 3-2.
Next motion.
All right, my next motion is 1.4. To strike out relevance and add pertinence.
I guess I don't see the difference. Maybe explain why there's a difference here.
It just avoids the loaded language of relevance and keeps it specific to technical writing or to the whatever issue they're writing about.
Any other discussion or question? If not, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2.
Okay. Next motion is on 2.1. We add in techniques. And well, okay, we strike out the S on communications, add techniques and the word and, so that it reads develop professional and technical oral communication techniques using language, syntax, and organization that are appropriate to the audience, purpose, and context. And I just wanted to speak to all of the motions on this group of standards. I did consult with a technical writer who has worked in the field and taught it.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion? All right, please vote.
That motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. Next motion.
2.3, strike out consistent, collaborative, add clarifying, and add the format and content of, so that the standard reads participate in clarifying discussions about the format and content of professional and technical communications produced by self, peers, teams, and outside sources. I can speak to that if you want. I think the clarifying is language is important because that's what technical writers do. They work together to clarify and to make things super clear and concise so they can't be misunderstood. That's what technical writing is. And so I think that is just more on par with what these standards are about.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Not, please vote.
So, that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next motion.
2.4, strike out critical, empathetic, appreciative, and reflective, and add the language acknowledging and reiterating for clarity as necessary. So the standard reads, apply listening skills in formal and informal situations, acknowledging and reiterating for clarity as necessary.
Sarah,
It's just more objective, which makes it more easily gradable.
Sarah, do you feel like the language at the end with what you guys do? Just with the acknowledging and reiterating for clarity as necessary. And I had wondered, I'd asked this earlier, but the critical, empathetic, sorry. So I'm reading it distantly, appreciative and reflective seems like a type of curriculum versus, which I'm fine with striking that out. I just had wondered about the addition, if that, especially in technical writing, does that help to create clarity there?
Who are you asking?
I was asking Sarah where she's worked with individuals in this capacity.
Yeah, I actually wonder about, I don't know if Naomi has anything to pipe in on this, because I'm actually have some kind of a just understanding if that's an important piece of what they're learning in this class, because it is, I do think that acknowledging and reiterating for clarity as necessary feels like an unnecessary piece to have in here, because it seems very obvious. As you're writing, you need to make sure you have clarity. And but that's my only 2 cents on that, really, except for if Naomi has anything about the piece about empathetic, appreciative, and reflective, because
Naomi, do you have a comment?
Yes, so that language was borrowed from the debate and speech supplemental standards that were passed a couple of years ago. So the writing committee chose to mirror that language in these standards as well. But if you ask me where that language came from several years ago, I don't remember. As far as the second piece that board member Klein is wanting to add, I would expect teachers to do that as part of listening skills. So it's fine to add it there in that case.
Can I add something here too?
Of course, Emily.
Okay, just I was recently participating in a judging for a case that was presented, business related problems that had come up. The teams had to present a plan to fix the problem. We gave them a curveball. They had to come back with plan B. And what we found in the second part is that it was a crisis management situation. The teams applied empathy to the dire situation that we, quote unquote, we found ourselves in. And when you're working in kind of the business industry and you're working with clients, of which in this case it was, our biggest client that was threatening to leave, if they missed that part in the presentation, as far as being a business trying to solve this problem and present their plan that we can follow, it totally changed the connection that we had. So for me, I do see a purpose for the critical, empathetic, appreciative, and reflective listening. When you are working in the business, those things are important to maintain those relationships. So for me, it's very real world. And I think I would probably support it.
You would support what part?
You would support that in and not taking out, right?
Yeah, sorry, that was a long one. I would probably still support keeping critical, empathetic, appreciative, and reflective listening.
Well,
I would see it as being relevant to.
I would just speak against that as far as the language critical and empathetic and reflective are are not in the technical realm, in as much as they are acknowledging and reiterating for clarity, covers that. So that you are clear on what is happening and what needs to be done about it, and that communication of problem solving. Whereas the critical, empathetic, appreciative, reflective adds in the subjective nature of it. And plus, those are really loaded terms. It brings in a lot. It opens the door wide for all kinds of other subjective and political or ideological things to be brought into this.
So I have a different reason for a concern here. And it just is this, and my concern is this a specific learning or listening curriculum? I know redirecting educators to a specific content, and I understand now where you've taken the language from, but there may be different models of listening skills that use different language. And I wouldn't want to, I guess in my mind, I don't want to restrict possible resources that educators might use in this case, if they have a model curriculum or something they're using that would fit into specific listening skills.
I think this is under oral communication, not listening.
Am I not looking at this correctly?
Brand 2 is oral communication. Students will engage in a variety of professional and technical oral communications.
Right, but they're applying listening skills, and right, that's what they're applying here.
I thought they said there was other standards for listening skills. This is oral communication, which is, again, captured better in acknowledging and reiterating for clarity.
Okay. Everything clear? Any further discussion? Okay, let's review what we're voting on. Voting on the Klein.
Yes, so it would read, apply listening skills in formal and informal situations, acknowledging and reiterating for clarity as necessary.
Okay, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2.
Okay, now we're back to Board Member Earl.
Yeah, so on 3.3, employ ethical and lawful practices when utilizing intellectual property, and just striking respectful. You can be respectful, but doing some unlawful.
No, I think we're back on the
Oh.
previous one.
No,
Doing,
I don't think so, because I didn't have another one there. It was the same.
Yeah.
okay. So where has that ended up? Is it just the way it was from the writing committee?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Sorry, go
no,
ahead.
you're good. Technical and professional communication, 3.3, employ ethical and lawful practices when utilizing intellectual property, striking respectful.
It's better to be in the office.
Emily, you're unmuted, just so you know.
Yeah, sorry, thank you.
Okay, so any discussion? If not, let's vote.
Emily and Sarah, are you able to vote?
Yes, almost, sorry.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I'd like to make a final motion that we approve the technical and professional communications standards as amended to move forward to the full board. I don't need to add anything about the grammatical stuff, right? We already did that for everything, right?
I think that was only for the two previous we've already done.
Okay. So including, I don't know what the language is.
Technical.
Technical, grammatical, and formatting changes, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, Patty's gonna put it up, so.
That's great. We know what we're voting for, so go ahead and vote as she's putting it up. All right? There we go.
Wording's not accurate, the title's not, but just, that's all right. You can get it there. It's technical and professional communication.
Sarah, are you able to vote on this last motion?
I think she started that meeting.
So, we'll just say that that motion passes with, 4 in favor and 1 abstaining.
Thank you.
One absent.
It might be a good time for, maybe now's a good time for a break.
Yes.
I think it's excellent. Let's take
Oh,
10
yes.
minutes. All right. So right now it's 2:13. Let's go to 2:25. We'll be back. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
I'm sure we'd all like a longer break. And we can look forward to that in a couple of hours. But here we are back again. We can start gathering ourselves.
Patty, what's up next?
We'll be working on human anatomy.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Let me share it. Are you seeing it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And at any time you'd like to see where they fit in the standards, just let me know, because I have the revised standards always to the side.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Sorry, I have it printed out and I don't know that it's in the same order, so give me a minute to find it in the stack here.
We have Natalie back. Do we have Emily back?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you. And I have the votes for Sarah for the next little while, so we'll proceed with human anatomy.
All right, well, I will move to amend the introduction, unless you want to come back to the introduction afterwards, but it's right there on the screen. It would add, do you want me to just read how it will read with the changes that are shown?
That would be great, thank you.
Okay, so say the human anatomy high school supplemental seed standards explore the physiology, also known as the structure, function, and interaction of tissues, organs, and organ systems found in humans. Students develop and use models to illustrate anatomical structures and regions of the human body. Students construct explanations of how the integumentary, skeletal, and muscular systems make support, protection, and movement possible. Students analyze and interpret data to understand how the endocrine and nervous systems make information processing possible. Students ask questions about the relationships between the cardiovascular, respiratory, digestive, and urinary systems. Students obtain and evaluate information about the unique and complementary nature of the male and female reproductive systems that make conception, development, and birth of human life possible.
Okay, thank you for that motion. It's just, I've just been notified that this introduction was already approved by the full board.
No, this hasn't been. The human anatomy, you're talking about the actual science introduction. Is that right, Patty? Because this is under the specific area. Does
I'm
that
wondering if we can hear from maybe Nate or Milo.
Yeah, the human anatomy, Milo Mon, secondary science specialist for USBE. Yeah, this introduction is the course introduction. So what board member Booth was referring to was the supplemental seed standards introduction, which was just good. It had 6 or 7 pages worth of information giving background about the supplemental seed standards. And so this is just about the human anatomy course, and it is, so this one has not been board approved yet.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that clarification. All right. Thank you, Natalie, for that motion. Would you like to speak to it?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward.
All right. Any discussion?
I do. I guess I liked the physiology being put there. I was a little confused about complex animals, including humans. Could somebody clarify that for me, what they meant by that? I don't know who exactly I should ask.
Milo, do you want to designate somebody or respond?
Yes. Yeah, I can respond to that, Board Member Booth. So again, Milo Mons, Secondary Science Specialist. That language, so this course was originally called Human Anatomy and Physiology. And when the writing committee was looking at the standards, they were seeing that really it's focused more on human anatomy rather than just anatomy and physiology that's there. And so that complex animals, including humans, I think goes back to that idea that it was more anatomy and physiology rather than just a human anatomy in this regards.
Thank you.
Wait, I'm sorry, that just confused me.
Mhm.
So the complex animals, including, so they're studying other animals, even though this is human anatomy?
So the original name of the course was Anatomy and Physiology.
Yeah.
And as the writing committee was diving into what does this course actually look like, they were like, we're not really studying complex animals. We're just studying human anatomy.
Oh,
here.
so you're wanting that stricken too, the complex animals, including humans?
So so the board member Klein's amendment there does strike that. And I think that does go along with what the course is.
Okay.
So I think that because board member Green was asking, where did that come from? And I think that's
My
where
apologies. I think I misunderstood the question and direction of it. But physiology has to do with the way things interact, right? It's not just memorizing parts of the body and where they're at. Physiology has to do with, right? Am I right in saying that?
Anatomy.
Would it be functions? The
Function
way that
is physiology.
living organism
Anatomy is structure.
functions. So like the physiology of the brain, the physiology of the lungs, cardiovascular systems, and so forth, is how I understand it.
So physiology is the function, the anatomy is the structure. So structure and function they always go together.
Okay.
I think it's a good word that complements the introduction, personally.
Okay, so where are we now?
We're ready to
Are we ready to vote?
Are we ready to vote? Okay. It's before you. Do you want it to be read again?
I can read it again. Anatomy, the Human Anatomy High School Supplemental Seed Standards explore the physiology, also known as the structure, function, and interactions of tissues, organs, and organ systems found in humans. Students develop and use models to illustrate the anatomical structures and regions of the human body. Students construct explanations of how the integumentary, skeletal, and muscular systems make support, protection, and movement possible. Students analyze and interpret data to understand how the endocrine and nervous systems make information processing possible. Students ask questions about the relationships between the cardiovascular, respiratory, digestive, and urinary systems. Students evaluate information about the unique and complementary nature of the male and female reproductive systems that make conception, development, and birth of human life possible.
Okay, is it clear? Everyone, please vote. And the vote for Sarah is no.
So that motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Next
My
motion.
my next motion is on strand 1. There was an extra L on fulfill. We can just fix that in this strand. And then my first amendment is on 1.1. So it will read, develop and use models to demonstrate the orientation of anatomical structures and regions of the human body. Emphasize how the size, orientation, and location of structures within the human body supports the function of the anatomical structures.
I'm not seeing this as necessary. I just see structures repeated again. You're actually talking about the anatomical structures. It clearly articulates that later, so.
Would you like to read any response?
I was just trying to make it more clear as far as emphasize how the size, orientation, and location of structures within the human body supports the function of the anatomical structures. It just makes more sense to add that in there. It was a little bit ambiguous without it as to what, because it above it talks about structures and regions. So it was, I thought, important to identify what specifically we are looking at the location of.
All right, thank you.
Can I make an amendment
Sure.
just to strike the size and leave of structures?
Okay, we have an amendment.
So you'd say emphasize how the orientation and location of structures within the human body supports the function of the anatomical structures.
Okay, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. So this structure within the body supports the anatomical structure. So it's the body structure that supports the structure. So it's not is that right? Am I reading that correctly? No response?
Milo.
Okay.
Milo.
I'm trying to understand it too.
I just want to
Sorry.
make sure we're not duplicating if we're talking about a separate structure and reading this, like the structure of the body supports the specific anatomical structures. Is that how, Milo, how you might be reading that as well?
Can you please repeat that one?
Milo, please.
for me?
Yes. So as I'm reading this, the location of structures within the body, or is it referring to the structures within the body? I guess it's just however this sentence is structured, right? I just want to, if it's duplicitous and we're duplicating what we're already talking about, it's not necessary. If it's referring to the actual structure, the body structure, and then the structure in it, then it would be necessary. How are you reading that, Milo?
Besides how the orientation and location of structures within the human body supports the function of the anatomical. So it's referring to the structures that they are studying. So we got the orientation of anatomical structures. So that could be example, the heart, the liver, the stomach, and there are regions in the body. And we're emphasizing how the location of those structures within the human body supports the function of the anatomical structures. So we do have that in that second sentence, structures is kind of listed twice. So location of structures within, and then the anatomical structures. That's,
Let's see.
Milo, are you seeing the colors on here of the additions?
yes.
So, yeah, okay, so the structures is Board Member Klein's motion, and then Board Member Green is asking to strike the size, which was part of, okay, yes, thank you.
So I guess if I can say regarding the size, you've got like your heart, if you have cardiomyopathy, it's enlarged and then it doesn't work correctly, right? So the size matters. The size matters also with your different bones, right? the weight bearing bones are much bigger or longer to support, or your ribs, right? They need to be a certain size to fulfill their proper function. And so that's why size is in there, because size matters. You have to have, in order to create homeostasis within the body. So everything is balanced and works the way it should. And it's when things get out of whack that things go wrong.
All right, thank you. Any further questions or comments?
So we're just voting on size, right? Striking it or not striking it.
Right, and adding in structure. Is that not right?
Well, I think it was an amendment just to strike the size.
Okay, great. Please vote.
Member Booth, do you have a vote for Sarah?
No, her vote is no.
And that motion fails 4-1.
Thank you. Next. So now we're back to Natalie's original motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, which has the size in and structures in of structures is inserted. So it reads, develop and use models to demonstrate the orientation of anatomical structures and regions of the human body. Emphasize how the size, orientation, and location of structures within the human body supports the function of the anatomical structures. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm actually wondering, based on the earlier comment, if it would be good to just take where it says anatomical structures, just take that out and put anatomical structures where I've added structures, so that it reads demonstrate the orientation. Sorry, no, that's not gonna work. Never mind. I'll just leave it the way it is.
Well, couldn't it read, I'm just, tell me if this is, just so for
Okay.
clarity for me, the
Uh-huh.
location of anatomical structures within the human body, something about, and how, I don't know.
Well, I mean, because you could talk about, let's see, use models, develop and use models. I think it's the regions part that is confusing the issue. If we just put, maybe we just take out and regions, and then it would be more clear. I don't know, but that's kind of important too, because you do have different areas of the body.
To
Patty,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we just change it, emphasize how their size, orientation, and location within the human body supports the function. And then we're not doing a structure within a structure.
That's fine.
good. Okay, so we know what it is now that we're voting on.
So did it get fixed?
There it is, right there. Other size, orient.
That's perfect. Thank you,
Great.
Patty.
All right. Everyone, please vote.
That, do you have Sarah's vote, Randy?
Sarah is no.
That motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Next motion.
Okay, the next one would be 2.4.
I have one before that.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
this is, let me find my sheet real quick here. And mainly because if you read the original one, it says the skeletal system provides the body with movement, protection, and support. The muscular system also provides the body with movement and support. And so it's repetitious throughout the whole document of the same thing. so it's actually saying what we're looking for, the skeletal system. What I would add is the skeletal system allows movement, production of blood cells, storage of minerals, protection of organs, and support for the body. So it's saying the same thing, but it tells you what it's doing. The muscular system, through voluntary and involuntary contractions, assists the body with movement and support. And so it's just a little clarity in that. And I know it's not the standard, but it reading it the other way, it's just protection and support, protection and support, protection and support. Either that, or I feel like it needs to be simplified. Milo, do you have any comment on that? I wonder.
I think your edits there are appropriate and do work for the summary
Okay.
there.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, is that's part of strand 2?
Strand
Yes,
two.
I had one.
It's the introduction or the summary to that strand.
I just had one, oh, wait a minute. Nope, never mind, you're right. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right. So that's clear. Milo says that this clarifies and makes it good. So everybody, if you're ready, please vote.
Chair Booth, do you have Sarah's?
No.
That motion passes 4-1.
So there are 2 places in here with nutrition that I've added, and would be the discretion of the committee because it was not in the original comment. So it would just be adding nutrition with emphasizing the homeostatic, am I saying that right? Mechanisms, as well as the effects of and responses to nutrition, aging, disease, and disorders. And there's 2 places that would touch on the nutrition. If you allow me to move the motion.
Milo, do you have a response to that?
Yes, so there are 4 of them. 2 of them were based on comments that had been made by public feedback, and 2 of them did not have public feedback on theirs. What you're referring to, Board Member Earl.
I'm sorry if I'm interrupting because I can't hear, but I'm a yes on this motion, Jenny's motion.
Yeah, and so we do have it is 4 standards that have to do with this. It's the last standard in each of the strands of here, and so it's adding nutrition, which seems to be a good thing to also consider as part of this standard.
Thank you.
So that would be my motion to add it to all 4 of those sections, just so that it has nutrition with the aging and disease and disorders. So.
All right, I think we're clear. Everyone, if you'd like to please vote. And Sarah is a yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next motion.
All right, so 2.4.
Chair.
We have a
Yeah.
clarifying question from
Yeah.
Patty.
Yeah, Vice Chair Earl, as I'm looking at this, you're wanting nutrition to be here, and then I was going to capture the rest of your moment, which was and to add nutrition to, and then I didn't get it before you voted. Or are you going to pull it up each time it's done?
It is listed each time that it's done, but I can tell you which 4 the other 3 are if you want me to tell you what the other 3 are.
Yes.
So 3.3. 4.3, and then 5.3.
Thank you. And then that wouldn't end. So I think that you stated that, Board Member Earl, it was approved. I just didn't get those on there, so they don't have to be brought up on the next ones.
Yes.
Correct? Okay,
That's
thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
All right. And we're back to Natalie.
Yes, and I'm just trying to figure out back on 2.4. Was my next one. And I'm trying to figure out how to work it in with how she's added, because I do like the addition of nutrition.
Okay.
But it throws mine off a little bit. So I think so at the beginning, I strike out engage. This is 2.4, strike out engage in argument from and replace with share and discuss. And then the rest reads evidence about how the integumentary, skeletal, and muscular systems make support, protection, and movement possible. Emphasize the homeostatic mechanisms as well as their effects. I had fixed it because it didn't read very clearly. Effects on and responses to aging, diseases, and disorders. So she's just adding nutrition in before aging. Is that correct?
That's
That would be
right.
right.
Effects on and responses to nutrition, aging. I think it still works.
All right,
So
that's clear.
Milo, can you speak to the wording engage in argument from evidence? What that would maybe look like? Are students arguing that the body does or doesn't do certain things? What does that look like in a classroom?
So engage in argument from evidence is one of the science and engineering practices, which is one of those, why it was bolded there. And there's a wide variety of things that it does involve, but it involves students basically gathering evidence to, when we say argument, they're constructing an explanation, then giving reasons of why they're justifying their explanation. And so they're creating a statement or an argument to justify why their point of view that they've come, or the conclusion that they've come to, is that conclusion that's there. Any other questions about that?
Well, would the conclusion be that they're coming up with their own conclusion, or is the conclusion that these items are supported, protected, and movement associated with the body? I'm just trying to, they're hypothesizing about it, or they're actually using, that's where I'm confused.
So throughout the whole study of the standard, like they'll probably have some hypotheses that they bring forth and talk about, but the end goal is that their argument that they're providing or writing is going to talk about how those different systems support, protect, and make movement possible. And they'll try to have evidences to support how that will work in regards to that, their argument that they're making.
So they're being asked to construct an explanation, not be taught. The teacher's not teaching them how the body actually works. They're just supposed to come up and construct their own explanation of how it works.
So through how they were doing the science, like there will be teacher discussion and led discussions about this, and the teacher will teach them about it there's numerous different ways the teacher can teach them about that. But they expect, like, what they're going for is the students will construct that explanation based off of what they've learned in class. And this would be like almost the end product of what they're trying to get to. And as a result of probably a good week's worth of discussion and educational activities that lead up to this.
Okay, I have another question. It sounds to me, now, just tell me, are the standards written for the student, or are the standards written for the teachers? Because it sounds like we're writing these for the students. And if that's the case, where are the standards for the teachers that tell them how they are to teach these things? Because it seems to me that it's all geared towards telling the students how, or like they have to be self-directed and teach themselves.
So these are,
Because there's nothing to say otherwise.
Milo, Milo, can I?
Step in, Matt,
Yeah.
Patty, right, go right ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Board Member Klein, because it does get asked a lot. And so the standards are the what. It's what should be taught. And so these are things that, and they're written for the teacher to teach the student, but they're written for the student to be able to learn that standard. When it comes to instructional strategies or the how, then that is something that is decided at the next level. So that's what's decided at the local level, how they will teach it, what strategies they'll use in teaching it, that type of thing. And so the standards are written of what they should know and be able to do, and then how that will be determined, the instructional strategies or the curriculum used is then determined at the local level. And then I wanted to go back onto the difference, and this was really, I think that we did this when we did our English language arts standards, and we had a similar question on the difference between argumentative writing, and this is same is here. When it comes to argumentative, it's not meant to be an argument. It's meant to be based in facts only. And so when you're bringing it forward, you could look at it as debate. It is fact for fact. When it comes to discussions or persuasive, then what comes into that is opinions that may not be based on fact. It could be an interpretation of fact, and then they're trying to talk about, in discussing it, well, with all of this information I have, then I think this. So it's more subject to interpretation or taking information and then kind of figuring out on your own what to do with it or have different interpretations. So argumentative based on fact. So I just wanted to clear up those two things.
Okay, so it sounds to me like the definitions have flipped, because argument usually means you're bringing forward different opinions and you're arguing whose opinion is right.
Yeah.
Whereas you're saying argument
a comment.
means evidence, and that everyone's just bringing forward their evidence, but then what is there to debate if they're just bringing forward facts?
Here's a comment from Board Member Reel, who's listening in but isn't able to speak right now because of her meeting. But she sent this. She says, some of the amendments suggest a misunderstanding about what engage in argument from evidence infers as a science and engineering practice. Engaging in argument from a science standpoint means using scientific evidence and reasoning to support one's position and being open to modifying one's stance based on new evidence or logical analysis.
Which is persuasion, not fact. Like, that's what I mean. We've swapped the definitions.
But they
argument now means persuasive.
In this field of engineering and science, they use the word argument rather than persuasion. It involves using critical thinking, empirical data, and logical inference to support or refute a hypothesis or claim. Scientific arguments should avoid relying on personal beliefs, opinions, or emotions. Many of the phrase changes in the amendments are unnecessary and redundant in this context.
It sounds like a linguistic sleight of hand to me, and this is why we are having a lot of issues around clarity. And we could get back to the standard on technical writing and clarity, because people are not using the same definitions and where you've swapped terminology.
They don't use the same definitions in every content area, because in their own little world, they could care less about what they're talking about in creative writing. What they're talking about is how do we talk, how do we communicate in our field of engineering or in our field of science or whatever.
Standardization we do a lot of standardization. It would be nice if we had standard language.
Yeah.
Because it's creating a lot of issues. So I would, I think we can go ahead and I think we can vote on this. We've discussed it a lot.
Would you like to remind us what we're voting on? Thank you.
Yes, it would amend 2.4 to read, share and discuss evidence about how the integumentary, skeletal, and muscular systems make support, protection, and movement possible. Emphasize the homeostatic mechanisms, as well as their effects on and responses to nutrition, aging, diseases, and disorders. I don't think they've added nutrition in there the way it was amended prior, but yes, I would include that.
Thank you very much. Everyone, please vote. And Board Member Reel is no.
That motion fails 3-2.
Okay, next motion.
Right, next one would be on this strand 3. Where I would add in the language grow, develop, sex characteristics, puberty, and so it would read, the nervous system is the body's means of information processing. The endocrine system regulates the physical and chemical processes of the body. The endocrine and nervous systems work together to help the body grow, develop sex characteristics, parentheses, puberty, and process information.
I'm back just in time for puberty.
Right, thank you.
So to speak to that, I just think it's important if we're talking about the endocrine system that we talk about development of sex characteristics, as that is the primary function of the endocrine system.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I would just say, I think we have a whole section on this. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know that it's necessary here when we're covering elements of this later. So that's my thoughts on this.
I think if we're going to mention endocrine system, it needs to be in relation to its function. At least having it mentioned.
Yeah, these seem like different ideas to me as well, with it being about the nervous system. And I understand they're related, but it doesn't feel necessary for me.
Any other discussion or questions?
It's
If
what
not-
regulates hormones.
I just Googled it, and the first thing that comes up is the majority of it is the reproductive system right there. So I would see it as relevant if that's the show. But if it is also being referenced somewhere else, I'm not sure it's a negative if it were to be here as well. So
I guess that's kind of what I was thinking, that it feels like it's supposed to be like Patty was saying, it's the what, and the what is talking about the nervous system. So it feels weird to just point out that one piece.
So the nervous system, it does say the nervous system is for information processing, but it doesn't say what the endocrine system is for, other than chemical processes. So, I mean, if we added, instead of chemical, hormonal processes.
Where
We could go ahead and add that physical and hormonal processes of the body, take out chemical and put in hormonal.
Any comments or questions?
I'm not following where you're at. I'm sorry.
So up earlier, the second sentence says the endocrine system regulates the physical and chemical processes of the body. And I would change chemical to hormonal. It's more accurate.
I would agree with that.
Okay. So we have an amended motion from Member Klein, from Natalie.
I
Any further
I guess when I'm looking at it, we've got 5 strands. I don't think that this, I just think it's not, the focus ends up shifting from where I think it should be in this particular strand. It doesn't mean it's taking away from the processes, but I do think it's shifting it away from the other elements that we end up maybe losing some construct when it comes to nervous system and such, and those hormones. So.
All right, we ready to vote?
Let's do it. Please vote.
That motion fails 3-2.
All right, next motion, please.
Okay, standard 3.2. Analyze and I would amend it to read, analyze and interpret data to explain how the hormones of the male and female endocrine systems regulate physical and chemical processes. And I would change that again to hormonal processes to maintain a stable internal environment. Support general health, promote growth and development throughout the lifespan, including puberty, support reproductive functions and fetal development, and facilitate childbirth and human bonding. Emphasize both positive and negative feedback mechanisms. Examples of feedback mechanisms could be heart rate, blood sugar, and temperature.
So here I think I'd like to make an amendment, and that would be to only keep support general health, promote growth and development throughout the lifespan, and then you can leave including puberty there. But the rest of that, I would leave out of it, and I would just encourage it to be left as written, other than adding support general health, promote growth and development throughout the lifespan, including puberty.
How is childbirth a feedback mechanism?
Yeah, actually that can be stricken too.
And growth, that's not a feedback mechanism either.
Chair Booth, I'm needing help on the amendment. So everything's still the same, Board Member Earl. And as we're going through male and female, this is your amendment right here.
Yeah, so take male, female out.
So we're
Leave in
striking male,
support.
female.
Yeah. Leave in
And-
support, general health, promote growth, development throughout the lifespan, including puberty, and then striking that next support. Yep. Okay. Okay, let me read here then. Emphasize both positive and negative feedback mechanisms. Examples of feedback mechanisms. It could be. So Milo, let me ask you on that then, is as far as growth and childbirth, feedback mechanisms are really not feedback mechanisms?
Just to clarify, you're asking if
I will.
both in.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the feedback mechanisms of those items.
At this point, I need to defer to someone that does know more.
Okay.
about
Is there
myself.
someone there that does have that?
So I'd have to give me a minute or two to check on that.
Okay.
Chair, we also have Ricky Scott, who's on Zoom, that if we wanted to, we could pull him into the room if you would like.
That would be
Is
great.
he an
He's-
anatomy person, or is he on the writing committee?
No, he's not. Why do we have public
Then mine-
comment, people?
I apologize, Nate. Was Ricky Scott on the previous one or on this writing committee?
Answer if that's okay.
Go
ahead, Nate.
I was just going to say, this is Nathan Ock, STEM coordinator for the Utah State Board of Education. Ricky Scott was involved in the writing committee, and I don't know which sets of standards he was connected to. So Milo would be a better one to answer that question.
He told us he was on a previous writing committee. Twice he's spoken full board and said he was on a previous writing committee, not the current one.
I did check with my biology peoples, and childbirth and growth would be considered feedback mechanisms.
Okay, thank you. So I would leave those on then.
Okay. So our amendment from Jenny. You see before.
Yes, would you like me to read it again?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, just a second. Wait, till Patty goes back up. So it'd be analyze and interpret data to explain how the hormones of the endocrine system regulate physical and chemical processes to maintain a stable internal environment, support general health, promote growth and development throughout the lifespan, including puberty, emphasize both positive and negative feedback mechanisms. Examples of feedback mechanisms could be heart rate, blood sugar, childbirth, temperature, and growth. I think you'd need to strike that one end there.
Okay,
That one.
I speak to the motion or to the amendment. I think it's critical that we include male and female in this. That is what biology is, and all of these things are specific to male and female. The endocrine system, all of these different systems are specific to male and female, and the functions of the male and female body. So I don't know why we're trying to avoid that. I think it needs to be in there. It's a basic biological reality.
It seems pretty obvious since we're talking about human anatomy that it includes humans, which I don't feel like it feels
You would think,
unnecessary to call it out since it's humans. So
you would think, but nothing's obvious anymore in our day and age, apparently, because and these things need to be explicit.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
No, and I don't think there's an avoidance. We do address that in the whole section of 5. So I think this is a broader narrative, and that's the reason for that.
All right, we're now voting on Jenny's amendment as we have it before us. Please vote.
That motion passes 3-2.
I just like to, for the record, say that there is nothing in section 5 on male or female, except for my amendments that would add it in. All right, next one. Let's see, where were we? Okay, 3.3. I would amend it to strike out as well as the and add in and their, strike out of and responses to, add in on and responses to, and then nutrition would be their aging, diseases, and disorders. Would you like me to read the entire standard?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. 3.3, it would read, construct an explanation about how the cause and effect relationship of the endocrine and nervous systems make information processing, direction, interpretation, and response possible. Emphasize homeostatic mechanisms and their effects on and responses to nutrition, aging, diseases, and disorders.
All right. Any questions or discussion?
Yeah, just the effects on nutrition, aging, disease, and disorders. Responses to works. Their effects on nutrition.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was worried about. If that would work on all of them. So, and their effects and responses to, just leave out on effects and responses to.
Yeah, that would work, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Is that clear to everybody?
Yep.
All right. Please vote.
Oh, there we go. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
My next motion is on strand 4, where I add in carbon dioxide so that it reads the cardiovascular and respiratory system help the body obtain oxygen, transport nutrients, and remove carbon dioxide. The digestive and urinary systems help the body obtain nutrients and eliminate waste. The cardiovascular, respiratory, urinary, and digestive systems are independent yet responsive to each other. Measurements of cardiovascular, respiratory, digestive, and urinary systems processes can indicate the relative health of the body.
Mila, do you have any thoughts on this? It seems like that would be the primary thing, but Mila, you're gonna have to do all these go-to people, right?
A little bit. The writing committee, I think, was intentional in their terms of having waste here, but I would have to phone a friend again to just check on that if you'd like me to.
Yes, please.
So what are we doing?
We're checking with the writing committee on waste versus
Okay.
carbon dioxide. And so everything else there is just straight over from what the writing committee
Yes.
had said. Is that correct? Let's give him a chance to get that feedback and move on to the other one. We'll come back to this one right after.
Oh,
Chair,
Yes.
I'm wondering if the reason why is and remove waste is there's different types of waste that the cardiovascular system eliminates. It also eliminates that cellular waste, and the heart pumps all of it to the kidneys, and the kidney filters that stuff out. So I'm wondering if that's the reason why it's not doing that. And then the other part is the digestive and urinary systems are separate. So when it says waste, it's more than just the carbon dioxide that it's talking about with the cardiovascular system eliminating things. I'm wondering if that is why.
Could be. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and I have confirmed it does remove more than just carbon dioxide. There's more than just carbon dioxide that's removed from the system.
Okay. Thank you. So are we ready to vote?
may I make an amendment or
Of
I
course.
just, so I would say and remove carbon dioxide and other waste.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is to add carbon dioxide and other before waste. Please vote.
That motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Next.
And 4.1, I would amend it to read, basically it's adding the same part, but it would read, analyze and interpret data to identify patterns that explain how the cardiovascular and respiratory systems obtain oxygen, transport nutrients, and remove carbon dioxide. And we could add and other waste.
All right, thank you very much. Please, is there any discussion or seeing none, let's vote.
And that motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
And
Next.
the motion to amend 4.2 to read, explain the relationship between the structure and function of the digestive and urinary systems as they utilize food to derive caloric energy, obtain essential nutrients, and eliminate waste.
Any discussion? Yes, Patty.
Board Member Klein, I'm wondering on this one, is it food and water or just food that you'd like to have in there?
Utilize. That's fine. Food and water.
Okay. No discussion or questions? Are we ready to vote?
I do have a question.
Yes, Sarah.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if Milo or someone there could talk about why matter was used and if it was important to the writing committee to have that in there. I'm wondering if there is a rationale behind that. It's underlined, so to me, it feels important to have in there.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Real. The matter and energy was just the underlying things are the cross-cutting concepts that we use to make our the SEED standards refer to as three-dimensional. And so the wording is intentional there when we use those underlined words, just like when we're using the bold words there. And so the matter, what the intent behind using that was to include both food and water or any matter that we would consume through our mouths in that regards.
And that's why I changed it, not because matter is odd. It feels forced in this area because everybody knows we intake food and water, and unless there's something else.
So is it, Board Member Klein? Could we put just after food, maybe in parentheses, matter, just so it correlates with the science language, but it's not, I agree, matter feels weird.
Without dehumanizing or like,
yeah,
it's just odd, like, what are we going to be eating?
Yeah, but maybe putting in parentheses after food, just so it's still correlating with the.
That's fine.
Milo, does that sound? Okay. Would that be okay, Patty? Does that make sense? Whoever's driving. So leaving it there, but just in parentheses.
Just, I'm fine doing that, but these cross-cutting concepts are really tricky throughout the standards. They fit in some areas much better than others, and it feels kind of forced to, like we're trying to fit everything in a box that doesn't necessarily belong in that box. So if they're truly cross-cutting concepts that fit and work, I have no problem using it. It's when we are really stretching in order to make those cross-cutting concepts work that I have a problem. So are we ready?
So I think I just need to make a comment. We've all read a lot of emails in the last few days. And a lot of people with PhDs behind their names who spend 24 hours a day for decades in this world, and they, whether it's matter or whatever it is that we're bringing up, they feel perfectly comfortable in that weird space. If I'm talking about modes and 16th notes and forte, and some people without a musical background may feel that's weird. What's he talking about? So I'm less inclined to be picking apart this word and that word when the science minds are behind this than not. And so I'm just, I wouldn't get overly concerned about it feeling too weird, because the people that are going to have to deal with it and do deal with it in the classroom with our students are perfectly comfortable with it.
Okay.
Having said that,
I would like to respond to that, if that's okay, Chair.
that'd be great.
We've received several emails from quote unquote experts the last few days. And I'm reminded of scientist Feynman, if I remember his first name, Richard Feynman, and he was one of the foremost experts in the science realm. He's one that discovered what went wrong with the spaceship Challenger, why it blew up. He is a Nobel Peace Prize winner. He is, right up there at the very top of experts. And even he said that science is the belief in the ignorance of experts. And I know that sounds very rash in the face of all of these experts that have worked so hard on these standards. But we have to be careful that we don't elevate the scientific consensus to being unquestionable, that we restore balance and true inquiry into our standards, and we don't force everything into these little boxes, because and have a world in which we are told what science is and what is acceptable truth. Otherwise, we limit ongoing discovery. So I just want to be really cautious that just because that may be consensus now, which it's really only a consensus of some of the science community, the part of the science community that doesn't get silenced. There is a whole nother side of the science realm or community that fundamentally disagrees with some of the things that have been put into these standards and that have been written in by these solicited emails for a specific purpose to discredit the amendments that have been put forward by the other side that never gets heard and that doesn't get positions on the writing committee because they don't subscribe to the current scientific consensus, which is not necessarily, it's not reflective of all of the scientists that are out there. It's just the current narrative that is being allowed out. And that is what everyone is being asked to conform to. And they're elevating theories to the level of fact and even a religious dogma that cannot be questioned. And that's the antithesis of what science is. So I would just like to say that as we move forward, because we're going to continue to run into these because science is not settled as much as the current consensus community wants you to think or wants the schools to think. They just want to control the narrative instead of allowing science to flourish as it always has with ongoing discovery.
Thank you. Thanks, Natalie. Sarah.
Yeah, I want to comment on that because I believe that the idea of exploring and learning and innovation is very important, but we are talking about a public education system with thousands of students and teachers, and we have to have a base level. And in science, we use experiments, we use research, we use data, we use analysis over decades of time to make decisions on what we believe is accurate, right? That the world is round. And if you, Member Klein, are interested in this view or vision of science, I love that for you. And I hope that you can start a school and do that. But we are talking about students across an entire state, an entire system, and we have to rely on experts. And we have heard from them, and we have heard them tell us how important it is to keep at this standard of the knowledge that we have and the things that we know now in science and innovation, and be able to give that to our students so that they can understand the world in their science view, right? And so I disagree with you. And I wish that we could say that you believe in that, but it feels as though you pick and choose what you want to believe and what you don't want to believe. And that does not work in science. Science is data and analysis and research and study over and over and over again until we decide that we have a conclusion about something. That's how it
And
works.
when some point of order.
And no, I'm not
when
done talking.
somebody
I'm not done
decides,
talking. I'm
that
not done
means
talking.
Science is settled, and that's
Listen, I
become
didn't
the state
interrupt you.
religion.
I didn't interrupt you. I would hope that you don't interrupt me, Member Klein. I would like to have, I do not teach humanities. I do not teach geology. I do not have degrees in those. I do not stand in front of these students every week.
Okay,
I rely
point
on
of order,
experts
you're
for my
questioning my
decision
motives.
making. And I would like to, I'm not questioning your motives. We're having a discussion.
You
And I would
did.
like to have the respect of those science educators and those experts in the field because they do know best. And
It
so,
is a select group of scientists that have been.
so thank you, Chair Booth, for bringing that
requested.
up because that was something that's been on my mind too, as I've been reviewing these 90 amendments for these seat standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This, all I have tried to do, let me clarify, with my amendments is to bring clarity and balance, to depoliticize them, and to reinstate that critical thinking element that allows students to examine both sides and be presented with both sides. Whereas currently these are written as fact instead of theory. And we cannot go there. Otherwise, we have a state, what essentially is a state religion under the name of science being taught as to students in a way that they cannot question and they cannot truly explore. They are only allowed to work within a box of understanding that is presented to them. Only the facts that are given to them are they allowed to explore. And that is the destruction of science as we know it for a political and economic agenda.
That's exactly what you're doing with your amendments, Member Klein.
I am simply
Political
bringing
agenda, and you are
balance.
changing it in
Point
this
of
way
order.
because of what you
are
believe.
questioning my motives again. Point of order. I am simply trying to bring clarity and balance and to depoliticize these standards so that students have the option to explore both sides instead of being told what to think. And they are actually being allowed to use their critical thinking.
Thank you very much. Patty.
Vice Chair Green was before I was, and then
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. Emily.
Yes, I know it's kind of heated right now, but if I could just bring it back to our standard that's in front of us, and the things that have been recommended here. I do think that the digestive and urinary systems, they do utilize food. I like that we kept matter because I do believe that that is in the scientific realm. It is relevant. I like the word. I like food, matter together, and I like water. We as human beings, we've got to have both. So it's okay to throw those in there and acknowledge that. I do believe that the digestive and urinary systems derive caloric energy. They do obtain those nutrients and put those to work. And then when all is said and done and the systems have what they need, they eliminate the waste. For me, I think it's great as amended. I think it's specific. I think it's a wonderful standard that teachers would have some very productive engagement and lessons with their children. So I don't see anything that's political about it. So just bringing it back to 4.2, I like what I see and I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Patty.
Chair, just from some of our writers to derive caloric energy, I'm just wondering, as friendly, just something for consideration. There's also chemical energy and mechanical energy for the body, and so if they limit it to just caloric energy, then it refines or reduces the standard.
Thank you.
Just for consideration.
That's an important point. Thank you so much. So the other kinds of energies for the human body are, what did you call it? Mechanical and
Chemical.
chemical.
I don't see why we couldn't add those. I don't think they were in the original, what the writing committee put forward.
I don't know. I think we could take caloric out and just leave it with energy itself, quite honestly, so we don't have to keep. I think that will incorporate that into it.
I would agree.
Board
So
Member
just-
Klein, are you okay with that, or should I make an amendment?
I think caloric energy is more specific to what food is.
Okay. Do you want to make an amendment?
Yeah, I think I will make an amendment that we strike caloric where there, because we do have other components that it emphasizes, so.
Okay. Member Earl's amendment is to strike caloric. We're ready to vote on that? Please vote.
Calories no longer scientific.
Member Real, do you have a vote on the amendment? That motion fails 3-2.
All right, we're back to Member Klein's motion with caloric in there. Everyone ready to vote? Please vote.
That motion passes 3-2.
All right, next.
All right, so let's see, that was 4.2. Okay, on to 4.3. Is that correct? 4.3. So this is just the same as basically as we did before with the nutrition, aging, diseases, and disorders. So I move to amend 4.3 to add and their effects on, or their effects and responses to. So we can take out the on, like we did before.
Thank you.
So emphasize homeostatic mechanisms and their effects and responses to nutrition, aging, diseases, and disorders.
Okay, and a comma after nutrition, right?
Yes.
Okay, is it clear? It's in front of you. Everybody, please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right, so my next one is I meant 4.4 to read, use mathematics and computational thinking to design a device which measures the exchange of food, and you could put matter in parentheses after that. Let's see, and caloric energy. Let's see, hang on a second, this is kind of funky now. Exchange of food to caloric energy. Okay, yeah, that's correct. And used by the cardiovascular, respiratory, digestive, or urinary systems to determine the health of those biological systems. Define the perceived problem, identify criteria and constraints, analyze available data on proposed solutions, determine an optimal solution, discuss the ethics and possible negative consequences of the solution. Examples of measurements could include caloric input to the digestive system, respiratory gas output, respiratory rates, respiratory volumes, digestive rates, heat loss by urine output, blood pressure, and heart rate. Analyze and discuss whether required use of such devices by schools, insurance companies, or governments, etc., would be ethical.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Any discussion? Sarah?
I have a question for Milo. Does this, as I'm looking at it, it feels like it rewrites the engineering statement that's in all of the seed standards, but I'm not an expert on that, so I'm not sure. But it does feel like if we approve this amendment as written, it would actually rewrite the previously approved
Yeah, you are
engineering statement.
Yeah, you're correct, Board Member Real. There's the italicized wording that is in the SEED standards are engineering statements. And they are present and they are set in all of the standards throughout. So whenever we have an engineering standard, there's 2 or 3 different statements that are chosen that are most applicable to the engineering project that would be being done that the writing committee selected for this standard. And this does rewrite that whole standard or engineering statement.
Again, I would say that's to add back in clarity and balance so that both sides can be looked at, and instead of just presented as undebatable or unquestionable.
Thank you. Any further discussion or question? Please vote.
That motion fails 3-2.
All right, thank you. Next.
I move to amend strand 5 to read the male and female reproductive systems produce the structures needed to produce egg and sperm, fertilization, and the development of new human life. Human embryos progress through different stages of growth and development supported by the female reproductive system.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, again, just adding back in male and female as it's specific to reproductive systems and the parts that each plays in the development of human life.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Just wait just a second. I just want to look through. Oh, we're on the top one, right? I was thinking we're on the second one. My apologies.
The blue one.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, I do have a question. Milo, why was the term offspring used?
Offspring would be a more technical term that would be more widely used in the scientific community.
Feels dehumanizing and not like it doesn't recognize human life as a life or the different stages of development as human life. By just saying offspring.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Please vote.
That motion fails 3-2.
All right, next.
Can I just ask who voted which way on that last one? I can't see all the votes, and so I can't always tell. But I think it should be on the record.
Yeah, if you'd like me to start stating who opposed or who's in favor, I'd be glad
Yes,
to do
please.
that.
Especially for those listening. They can't tell.
Yep. So on this last one, the motion fails 3-2 with members Klein and Green in favor.
All right, I move to amend 5.1 to read, obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about how the structures of the male and female reproductive systems provide stable yet changing environments to allow for the production of sperm, implantation and fertilization of ovum or egg, and the development of human development of the human fetus. I should probably say that. Emphasize the role of male testosterone and female estrogen and oxytocin hormones in this process. And I would just say that the eggs aren't produced, you're born with them. A woman is born with the number of eggs already in her.
So Milo, I think this is where the exactness is here. Are these terminologies correct? So for when we're talking exactness here on the male, the testosterone, female estrogen, and oxytocin.
Again, with me not being a biology expert or biology focus, I need to confirm with someone who is, just to make sure. From my point of view, it works, but I would want to confirm just to make sure on that. So if you can give me a minute or two.
From my background in nursing, that's exactly what it is. Oxytocin is the bonding hormone. It's also the hormone that is increased during childbirth in order to help the muscles relax and the baby to be able to drop and descend through the birth canal.
Are we waiting on something or are we ready to vote?
We are waiting for feedback from a biologist.
Yeah, I'm wondering too, I would like to hear from them because it feels like we might be missing something in the change, but I'm not an expert, so I'm just curious. Milo has someone.
Yeah, as going back to what as the writing committee, like they did try to leave it open and not specifically call out, so we wouldn't miss anything in that regards. But my biology expert does say progesterone. I don't know if I am saying that correctly. Would be one that it would be a hormone that we are missing in that. There are also ones that might be present in like thyroid, estrogen, adrenaline, cortisol might be other hormones. So it might be maybe just best to say male and female hormones, not call them out if we want to go that route.
Could we make a friendly amendment for that? Because I probably would agree with that. There's lots of different hormones that are involved. Progesterone is, yes, one of those as well. So could we make a friendly amendment, yes or no, to emphasize the role of male and female hormones in this process?
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, fine. So we have an amendment from Natalie. Obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about how the structures of the male and female reproductive systems provide a stable yet changing environment to allow for the production of sperm, implantation and fertilization of ovum, egg, and the development of human human fetus, period. Emphasize the role of male and female hormones in this process.
You can add
Okay, thank you. All right. No further discussion. Seeing none, please vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with Chair Booth and Member Real opposed.
Okay, I move to amend standard.
You have an amendment. Yeah, I have. Oh, is yours also
5.2?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I move to amend it to read, develop and use models to describe, describe the stages of human development, gestation, including fertilization and embryo and fetal development. And the rest of it reads the same.
Was there a question?
I guess the question, I didn't realize there was an overlap on the motions here, so I'm just looking at it.
Thank you. Would you like to speak, Natalie, to yours?
No, it's just more specific about the different stages, all of which are important.
So just to clarify, are we working on Member Klein's standard or?
Member Klein, that's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions or discussions regarding Member Klein's motion? Yes, Sarah. You're muted.
Sorry, my mouse like goes onto another screen. It drives me just bananas. I have a question again for the for Milo or the writing committee. It feels like this I learned a lot about cross-cutting, and I feel like again that this removes that cross-cutting concept, this amendment. Am I right?
Yes, you are right. And this cross-cutting concept, scale, proportion, and quantity of matter, the writing committee felt was very applicable for this standard, especially looking at how the size of the embryo is going to change from when it's really, really small, microscopic, to when it's the size of a just a rock, the size of a baseball. As it gets bigger and bigger, the scale and proportion of it does change, and the amount of matter that is present also changes as well. And so this is a major one that the writing committee really felt is very applicable here.
So, I think the reason why I put it forward in the first place is, and if we choose to leave it in there for that reason, then I think we need to do in addition to. And the reason why is because it seems to only focus on a very narrow aspect of the different stages of development. And that was the concern here. If there's another, I don't know if there's another area of cross-cutting, scales or whatever that's called, that could go there, but the scale, proportion, and quantity is very limited in scope when it comes to the development of an embryo. So I don't know, Milo, is there another scientific, or is it maybe we just leave it in addition to the other items? Does that make sense?
We definitely can add in another cross-cutting concept if you feel like that would be appropriate. I
just wouldn't want this to be narrow, is all.
Yeah, the other cross-cutting concepts that we have are patterns, stability and change, cause and effect, matter and energy, systems, and structure and function.
So maybe the stability and change is, I don't know. I'm throwing it out there maybe for the committee. I just feel like scale, proportion, and quantity is a very narrow scope of what we're really talking about.
And matter.
And
it's like it's just a clump of cells. It sounds odd.
And when teaching a standard, a teacher wouldn't just solely focus on that only cross-cutting concept. It would be expected that they would hit on other ones that are applicable in this situation. We call out specific ones in our standards in regards for assessment, but again, these are the supplemental seat standards. We don't have assessments or state assessments part of them.
Right.
So, but that is the main purpose of having a specific cross-cutting concept in every standard.
Is it common to put two? Would we take the scale, proportion, and quantity out and leave just the stability and change? Does that make sense?
We have, in terms of what we underline, we usually just underline just one of them. We can underline two of them because even matter is present in here as well, in terms of the cross-cutting concept as well. We usually just focus on one of them in terms of the assessment piece, but there's not assessment that's associated here.
I think we should stick with the one, just stability and change, because it is a passing phase that it's a transitory phase of being pregnant and then giving birth and then returning to that homeostasis in the body of pre-pregnancy.
And I think
And-
it does speak to, the change does speak to the scale, proportion, quantity without having to spell it out.
Yeah.
So I would agree with that, adding that in, the stability and change.
And taking out the other, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
leaving it crossed out.
So those who have been teaching this and will teach it in the future, are we altering this in a significant way so that they are having to recreate and start over again on something that's already been a part of their curriculum?
Isn't this the first time we've had standards in this area? This is the first set of standards for this area. So,
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All right, we have the board member Kleins in front of you. Develop and use models to describe the stability and change, the stages of human development is that an
Yes, we need to add
in the stages of human development and gestation, including fertilization and embryo and fetal development. Emphasize the embryological changes through the different stages of development. Seeing no further discussion, please vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with members Booth and Rail opposed.
Next motion, please.
Okay, I amend 5.3 to strike out uses matter and energy too, and then the same ending before. So we'll read as ask questions about how the reproductive system makes growth and development possible. Emphasize homeostatic mechanisms and their effects and responses to nutrition, aging, diseases, and disorders. You can fix that to add in nutrition and take out the on. Yep. We can take out the on. And we're good.
so would we want to matter and energy to be in parentheses at the end there? So we're using language from science. So it would be makes growth and development possible. And, or maybe after development makes growth and development, quote, or parentheses, matter and energy.
Do you think that's the best one? Matter and energy? I don't think that makes sense necessarily. It might be better to go use the one we used before. Stability and change, or change and stability. So it makes growth and development possible. Especially when you're talking about homeostatic mechanisms. That's that change in your body's system that helps maintain stability. It makes sense.
I would leave matter and energy personally.
Well, if you, I'm going to leave it as is for this vote.
Okay, so just let me insert one more, and I know I've been reprimanded and set straight a few times, but there are a lot of people who do this every day and have done it for years, and they have been together in a room and have vigorously and rigorously discussed what should be taught and how it should be taught and how this standard should be framed. And now we're going to just let 3 board members with less experience decide what the end is going to be, and they are just supposed to turn over and play dead. I just don't understand how we can just go standard after standard after standard like this and make it, well, I like this better, or do you think that, and make a decision that negates all of the work that they have done. I just don't, I don't feel that that is honoring or respecting our fellow colleagues.
Point of order. I think the chair is
Go right
questioning
ahead.
my
Point
motives.
of order. Go right ahead, Natalie. Just put me in my place.
You're questioning my motives. I'm putting
I'm
forward
not
amendments. Can
questioning
we
your
address the amendments? Is there something about this amendment that you would like to change?
No, yes, I would like to change it back to the original. Unless you can convince me that what we're making here is going to be better for kids. And I'm not convinced.
Well, then you can vote no on it.
Well, I have been, you've noticed.
Well, let's vote and you can vote no.
We can go ahead and vote, and 3 of us, 3 of 5 can vote, and it goes in then. And whether or not it was best for kids, that we'll leave that. This is just the process. I just have to get used to it, even though I feel that it's unfair and slanted and political.
Okay. Unfair to the writing committee or unfair to parents across the state of Utah that don't get to say in this,
Unfair to
except for through
children
us,
and
their
parents.
representatives.
Unfair
These are their
to
children that are
first
being
of all,
taught.
and parents, because we are not respecting the people that we have hired and that parents have hired and local.
The parents have not hired these people. The parents have no say in this. We are their representatives. We are their only voice against the so-called experts, whether they are.
All right, I'd
accurate
like to
or
call
not.
the question. Let's vote and move
Let's
on.
vote.
I think
Okay, please vote.
Member Green, we're waiting for your vote.
Yes, just sorry, one quick moment here.
That motion fails 4-1 with Natalie in favor, or Member Klein in favor.
I'd like to make a motion that the committee sends the human anatomy standards as amended, including technical formatting and grammatical changes to the board, to the full board for approval.
Are we supposed to just vote or wait to be told to vote?
Please vote. Sorry.
That motion passes 3-2 with Member Booth and Member Rail opposed.
All right, what's our next standard?
Chair, we are now on the genetics standards.
All right, let's go ahead.
Give me a minute, please. I need to find them. Okay. Thank you for your patience. All right, I move to amend the introduction to read the genetics high school supplemental seat standards explore the structures, functions, patterns, and processes that may cause or affect heredity and genetic expression in living things. Students develop, use, and question models use and question models. I think I need to take out used there. That if you can see that, I have an extra use and it's throwing things out. So students develop, use, and question models to understand the structures of DNA and how mutations occur. Students distinguish between beneficial and harmful mutations and evaluate the ability of mutations to create new biological functions. Students obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about the role of epigenetic information in determining animal body plans. Students plan and carry out investigations to identify genetic patterns in inherited traits and characteristics. Students obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about bioengineering and its positive and negative impacts on humanity.
Thank you. We have a motion. Would you like to speak to the motion?
No.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Klein and member Green in favor.
Thank you. Next motion.
Okay, we go to strand 1 and amend it by adding this language to the end of it, virtually all of which are either neutral or harmful.
And I would like to make a substitute motion.
Please.
That there are many causes of gene expressions and mutations. So at the end of it, there are many causes of gene expressions and mutations that have a variety of effects.
Thank you. So we have an amendment to the motion. The last line.
Amendment, sorry.
Pardon me?
Is your amendment?
The amendment.
So you're not amending my amendment, you're not adding to what I've
No,
added?
because it speaks to the different effects with gene expressions. So.
Okay, so we now have Jenny's substitute motion.
Motion to substitute. I keep saying that wrong, so.
To substitute. Any discussion? Seeing none?
I would amend her substitute motion to include the language that I have on mine at the end of her.
After effects, virtually all of which are either neutral or harmful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have an amended sub to include virtually all of which are either neutral or harmful. Sarah.
Question. Can some mutations be beneficial? I don't understand why. I'm just wondering the rationale behind only saying either they're this or they're that. If there's someone that can speak to that. I prefer member Earl's motion alone. But so I'm just curious.
Yes, Milo Mon, the science specialist. Yes, there can be helpful mutations that occur. That's how we potentially got the diversification of all the different types of hair color that's out there. That at one point there was some mutation that occurred that gave us a new hair color. That's how we get rabbits that might have live in an environment that has a hair color that would be beneficial for it to survive better. And then it would become more present throughout the species that's there.
Thank you, Milo. So we have an amended substitute motion to include all the language in red.
Okay, I retract my motion, my amendment.
Your amendment, okay. So then we're on the motion to substitute for member Earl that's highlighted in blue, which adds in on the last sentence, there are many causes of gene expressions and mutations which have a variety of effects. Seeing no further discussion, please vote.
Let's see, member Earl, I think yours was up, but then I kind of missed it because things were jumping around. Can you
All right, it's up.
check it again? Thank you. That motion passes 4-1 with member Booth opposed.
Thank you. Let's go on to the next one. So we're back to Natalie's.
Yes. So I amend standard 1.2 to read, analyze and interpret data to determine how changes to genes may cause an organism's characteristics to vary, emphasize that genes located on chromosomes encode instructions for proteins that can result in the characteristics of organisms. Investigate, this is the part I add, investigate the ability of mutations to construct new features during the evolutionary process.
Okay. So investigate the ability of mutations to construct new features during the evolutionary process. All right, would you like to speak to that?
Board Member
Yeah.
Klein, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Did you want to speak to that?
Oh, I'm just, sorry, I'm just looking at it. And I actually would prefer just to skip that one and retract that motion.
Let's go to the next one.
Can I ask a question? Just and maybe Milo, sorry, Milo, you get the go-to for everything today. I'm in looking at 1.1, I just want to, I guess my amendment had some clarity to it, but it may be addressed in 1.1. So I want to make sure I'm not missing something. So 1.1, it says develop and use a model illustrating how the structure of DNA enables the process of both protein synthesis and inheritance. So if that's your traditional DNA, this is right? Your models that the kids build, however they want to do that, right? Am I understanding that correctly? So 2 would have to do with any of the alterations or whatever that could take place, whether that's because of nutrition or harm or whatever. Is that accurate? Okay, I'm good to move on.
Okay, thank you. So next.
My next motion is to amend strand 2. Adding that last line that says analyze the ability of microevolution to lead to macroevolutionary changes such as creating new body plans or new biological features. And this came from scientists. I am not an expert on this particular aspect.
So I'm not hearing anything. Did we lose somebody?
No, but I have a question.
Please go ahead, Sarah.
I'm I had never heard of microevolution, but it doesn't, if someone can explain to me what that is, because it doesn't seem like a mainstream or like even a used term in this area. So microevolution, I wasn't aware of that. I looked it up. I was like looking at it and I talked to some STEM folks, but they kind of said that's not the term that's used very often in this field. So I just didn't know if anyone had a definition or some sort of guidance on that.
Thanks for the question. Anybody have some answers?
I can speak to that if you'd like me to, Board Member
Thanks,
Booth.
Milo.
Yeah, microevolution would be the idea, kind of going back to what we were talking about with earlier with how changes in DNA can cause having new traits to come in a specific species, and that it just occurs within a specific species, but it doesn't lead to the evolution of the species into a new unique species that is present. Microevolution is not a mainstream scientific term that is used widespread throughout the science community, and the consensus science doesn't really use that, and research doesn't really use that as a term because of the model that we use in terms of that organisms do eventually develop with enough time from one organism into another organism.
I think this has to do with genome therapy and the altering of the human DNA and how it can cause changes to the body. And there's a lot of research and experimentation going on in this area currently.
So Milo, to be clear, adding microevolutionary or adding the ability of microevolution actually changes the concept a lot and uses a concept that's not actually used in the field.
Yep, and currently we don't. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Can I just ask a question real quick to Milo? I'm just trying to put this together in my head. So is an example of microevolutionary like German Shepherds having bad hips, or, you know, if we're going to look at dog breeds, for example, is this where that applies? So we kind of have an idea or an example of where this happens, or is that something different? And if it is, what is that term that is used in the science realm?
From what I understand, I would need to get more examples for microevolution for that, but I think what you're referring to would be due to more crossbreeding that would occur within the organism itself.
I think this has more to do with like mRNA technology that is currently being used under vaccine within what's being called vaccines.
That seems political. So I think that the way that the writing committee wrote it seems best, considering it doesn't seem like something that our educators will use or understand and be able to teach if it's something that isn't widely used in the science community.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
That motion fails 4-1 with Member Klein in favor.
Next.
All right, I amend standard 2.1 to read plan and carry out investigation to analyze the predictability and variability of genetic patterns in diploid organisms as described by Mendelian genetics. And the part I add is here, investigate how selective breeding, whether natural or directed, can result in the loss of genetic information. Again, this is from a scientist.
Any questions? Yes, Sarah.
Is adding a sentence to this standard, does that follow like the full seed standards, and is it something, this just feels like something that could be in a curriculum, this could be a curriculum decision, not a standards piece. That's kind of what I'm wondering.
Oh, so good, the first part.
It just doesn't feel like it fills the format. So I was just trying to understand.
Other questions? Discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Klein and member Green in favor.
Yeah, I move to amend standard 2.2. Adding in both the male and female and taking out certain. So it will read, use mathematics and computational thinking to explain how sex-linked inheritance leads to changes in the probability that a phenotype will be expressed based in both the male and female sexes. Emphasize the genes and traits that can be inherited on sex chromosome.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to that?
Nope.
Okay, any comments or questions?
Just the question, is that the terminology that's used for, what are we specifically talking about here? Are we talking about flowers? Are we talking about, and if so, we probably should use it. What terminology is common?
Are we talking about humans?
Is that what it's talking about?
We're in genetics. We're in the genetic standards. So,
but yeah.
are we talking about the genetics of flowers? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I'm just looking at Mendelian genetics at the top, and that's why I'm asking: is what are we referring to?
Yep. Chromosomes.
Is that? Can anybody speak to that?
Would you like me to speak to that? I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be more wide braced than just humans. So it would be applicable to all examples that would be present where there are the sex links inheritances that occur.
Okay, and is there just a broad common terminology, or just in certain sexes, is that?
But I would say what the writing committee has landed on would be the best accepted terminology that was present.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Oh, hold on. So sorry. Phenotype, are we talking humans here? Or are we talking broad? I'm just want to make sure.
Milo? You're muted, Milo.
Yes, it is more broad. It's all that are present there. So all
So any sex chromosomes at all, right?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
No,
Thank you. Sorry about the quick.
Okay, everyone, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Klein and member Green in favor.
Thank you. Next.
All right, I motion to amend standard 2.4 to read, construct an explanation how the scale, proportion, and quantity of random occurrences affect the genetic makeup of a population. Investigate how random genetic variation within a population and natural selection pressures both impact evolutionary change and microevolutionary change.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to that?
No.
Okay, any questions or discussion?
No, just wait a minute though. I mean, someone can discuss. I just need. I need to just look back through. So I guess, Milo, back to the microevolutionary, is there a different word that for those changes that take place within, do you know what I mean? Within a system and on a larger scale? Are those just considered evolutionary processes?
It would just be considered evolutionary processes that are present because we are looking at the population, and eventually that population, especially if it's separated from the main body of the population, is going to evolve and change over time and eventually become a new species.
I'm just thinking of like designer babies and manipulating of the genes in order to produce specific outcomes instead of letting them happen naturally. I think that may be what it's referring to versus, where you have genetic variation within a population and natural selection pressures. There's all kinds of microevolutionary changes that could impact things maybe in a less visible way, but still fundamentally change them.
So I'm just trying to understand, because the microevolutionary changes, what you're saying is it's included in more, there's a variety of them, but you said we don't use that terminology, but we know, I'm not sure what the terminology is that we do use because it's not always on a large scale, right? Adjustments or changes. So I'm trying to figure out what the best word is there because I'm not sure. Evolutionary changes, that seems pretty broad. Do you know, is there a term that would go there?
I think it makes sense to put micro when you're talking scale, proportion, right? You have micro and macro and all these different scales.
Jennifer Thronson has her hand up.
Jennifer, please.
Thanks, Chair. We do have a member of the writing committee on this one that might have a recommendation or just confirmation that would be the right terminology if you'd like. Ricky was on the genetics one, so he'd be happy to speak to that.
Jennifer, I don't know if I'm the only one, but I can not hear you very well. If you can speak up just a little bit.
I don't know why it's not working. I was just stating that we do have Ricky Scott. He was on the writing committee for this and might be able to confirm microevolutionary is appropriate, or if there's a different term that would be more fitting for this.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
I think we have to let him in. If I'm inaccurate on that, let me know.
Barry is sending him a link now.
In the meantime, I do have a question.
Please.
Yeah, it just feels like when we say emphasize how random genetic, that seems like that is, you're telling them to emphasize it, make sure the student knows that how random genetic variation, and then investigate is changing it to more of a theory. And it feels like some of these are settled theories in that way. And I wonder if that also is something maybe Ricky or Milo can talk to. I feel like it's important to say, if you say emphasize something in a standard, you're like, make sure the student knows this thing, right? So I worry about changing that language in that way.
Yeah, and I can speak to that process. When we were originally writing the seed standards, we've basically stuck with just one sentence that had the cross-cutting concept and the science and engineering practice with the disciplinary core ideas integrated together. And as we got feedback from the field on it, that they wanted a little bit more guidance on what that standard looked like. So we tried to keep it short and sweet to the point as possible, allowing the teachers to decide how to teach it and what aspects of it to emphasize. But the field wanted a little bit more guidance. And so that's where these emphasize statements come out. So we have basically the first sentence, which will be just the standard sentence. Then we'll have an emphasize, if needed, we'll have an emphasize statement, which basically says, okay, this is where the emphasis should be. And then if needed, there's an example statement as well. And then if it's an engineering standard, there is an engineering standard. So basically at maximum, would be 4 sentences on a given standard, which has the sentence, the standard sentence, an emphasize statement, and an example statement. And if we vary from that, will add more confusion for teachers who already know that that's the standard that we have and follow.
I know that's to me, and I'm looking at this, that they investigate, especially with all the movement in research around genetics currently, and epigenetics and a variety of other things, the turning on and off of genes, it would seem that the investigate part would be the scientific part versus emphasizing something. And I understand what you just said. I think it makes sense. But in this particular area, that investigate realm really does speak to what's happening right now in the movement in this area, to me. So.
Well, and theories are never settled. That's why they're theories. They're always being refined and investigated.
So as a teacher is developing their curriculum for this standard, like I wouldn't expect them to only stick with construct and explanation. They probably would do some type of plan and carry out an investigation, again, those different type of science and engineering practices. So to lead up to building that explanation, that's part of that process. And so they wouldn't just they would do investigation as well as part of their curriculum, but the standard itself, again, we're calling out this one specific cross-cutting concept in each of the standards.
I think it's important that we include investigate.
And that if we wanted to change construct an explanation to plan and carry out an investigation, and that would be a good edit to make.
And then there wouldn't be a duplicate process, if that makes sense, right? Like they're doing 2 different things. We're investigating this area, right?
Yep, we wouldn't have two.
Yeah, compete. Yeah.
Present.
All right, let's hear from Ricky Scott, please.
Wait, Ricky Scott. He's not on the writing committee. Why? That's inviting in public comment.
He is on the writing committee for the genetics.
He was on the
He
writing
wasn't.
committee.
He was. I'm sorry if that's misunderstanding, but he was on the genetics writing committee. He was not on the other ones prior.
So I'm sorry to pop in late. I just need to know what the question is. I'm sorry.
The question, Ricky, I'll just restate for the sake of time, was the language at the end of this standard, the microevolutionary change. Is that the correct terminology? As a committee member, you would recommend, is there a different term to represent the idea, that kind of thing?
So microevolutionary is probably not the term that we would use in the science community. I think if anything, we would say evolutionary change and maybe adaptation, right? Adaptations are more kind of those smaller things that may not equal evolution as in its sense of becoming, new or diverse species. But it would cause adaptations within a species, if that helps. And that kind of goes back to what Milo was describing in regards to the different colors of hair and things like that.
Microevolution is used in the science community if this particular change or amendment came from a scientist in the scientist community. It's absolutely used.
Well, then I guess I would have to disagree.
So are you saying adaptation would be maybe a word there? Is that what you're saying?
I think if that's what you're trying to say, in big changes and small changes, adaptation probably would be best.
You can Google it. It's all over the internet, microevolution. Berkeley, Khan Academy, it's everywhere.
All right. Thank you very much, Ricky. We appreciate your input. Are there any other questions or is there any further discussion? All right.
Hold on just a second. All right. I'm just wondering if moving in. Sorry, I'm just thinking here. I'm good.
Okay, so we have Member Klein's motion, construct an explanation how the scale, proportion, and quantity of random occurrences affect the genetic makeup of a population. Investigate how random genetic variation within a population and natural selection pressures both impact evolutionary change and micro-revolutionary change.
So, sorry, I'm just going back and forth with the microevolutionary and the adaptation. And I apologize, I know you read it out, Board Member Booth. I want to make an amendment.
Okay.
So natural selection pressures both impact adaptations and evolutionary change, and striking micro-evolutionary change.
Okay, we have an amendment from Member Earl. It's before you. Adds in adaptations and evolutionary change and deletes or strikes and micro-evolutionary change.
Can I ask a question on where it says pressures both impact? It just sounds really clunky. Do we need all of three of those? Like, could it say natural selection pressures impact adaptations and evolutionary change? Does it both need to be in there? Or I don't know, there's just something clunky every time we read it. We all stumble over that spot.
Okay. Any input? Jenny?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were asking me. I thought maybe you were asking Milo.
Just anybody.
Anybody's fine.
So you're saying maybe the natural selection pressures impact adaptations and evolutionary change, or what's your?
Yeah, or natural selection.
Milo, do you have a?
Impacts natural or impacts adaptation. I don't know, pressures both, selection pressures both impact. It doesn't feel like it flows, and I don't know how to fix it.
I think removing both is fine, but I think Patty also has it input to give on that aspect as well.
Patty?
I was going to suggest the same thing, because there might be at times where it's one or the other or both together. So if the word both is removed, then it could be broader.
Okay, that sounds good.
That's fine.
Okay, great. So we have that motion before us. If there's no further Jennifer.
Yeah, I was looking at our seed standards and how they're supposed to be written. And we have a very specific diagram.
Can you talk louder? It's hard to hear.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on today. Let me fix my mic first. How about now? Is that better?
Not much.
All right, you guys are louder, but I am not. Okay. I would talk louder than I normally would. No one yells. Perfect. Okay. So in page 14 of the standards, we have a very specific protocol of how we write the standards, and changing it from emphasize that is the framing for all the seed standards to investigate. Maybe there's a different way to work investigate in, but it does move us away from the standard writing protocol. I just wanted to call that out as you guys finish the amendments to this one.
So let's move what I think Milo's back to what you were saying before. put investigate in place of construct and then explain. So investigate how the scale, proportion, quantity, and random occurrences affect the genetic makeup of a population. So if I can make that.
Okay.
And then leaving the emphasize that random genetic variation with populations.
So you wanted to move investigate up to where it was construct an explanation how?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may
How?
use plan and carry out an investigation, that would be how we use it, or how we use the science and engineering practice.
Okay, that would be fine. Plan and carry out an investigation.
I don't know that I captured it correctly, Vice Chair Earl. There we go. Plan and carry out. Thank you. I think
An
we did.
investigation, and then strike construct and explain. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, would you like to read what it now is?
I would be happy to plan and carry out an investigation on probably on how, right? On how the scale, proportion, and quantity of random occurrences affect the genetic makeup of a population. Emphasize that random genetic variation within a population and natural selection pressures impact adaptations and evolutionary change.
Okay. Any further discussion? Please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, next motion.
Okay, the next is I move to add 2.5. A new standard that will read, discuss challenges to neo-Darwinism, explain that there is a growing number of scientists who doubt the power of random mutation and natural selection as a mechanism for evolution. Visit the official list of dissenting scientists at dissentfromdarwin.org and research their objections. Specifically include the following activities. A, analyze the ability of natural selection and random mutation to produce new complex biological features. B, investigate the ability of chemical processes to produce the first forms of life. I think it should say of life, not more.
All right, thank you. Would you like to speak to that?
No, it just, again, well, I will just, it's to add to bring clarity and add that balance so that we are having kids investigate both sides of the current debates within the science field.
All right, Sarah.
Yeah. Neo-Darwinism is something that's not, from what I've learned, is not used in the science community and seems very controversial. I mean, considering the website that you listed there is Dissent from Darwin, it feels very one-sided. It feels not factual. It feels leading and it feels political. So for me, this is, I'm sorry, let me finish talking. That it doesn't feel like necessary to add this standard, and it actually is, especially since our educators who have science degrees would know about neo-Darwinism, but would not want to teach their students about this.
Oh. May I speak? The consensus side of science, the science field, believes in evolution and Darwinism as far as their prevailing theory. So it only makes sense to bring in the other side so that students can hear both sides of the argument. Because there are different views on this, and this evolution is a theory. It's not fact, and we cannot present it as such. even if there is a large consensus in the prevailing scientific community, there needs to be balance, and both sides need to be brought forward for students to investigate and decide and use their critical thinking, if only to challenge their critical thinking on it.
If a science representative can speak on neo-Darwinism, that maybe could be helpful.
Milo, do you have anyone that would like to take that on?
Ricky Scott would be better to address it than I would at this point.
Ricky, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here if that's okay, Board Chair.
Go right ahead.
So neo-Darwinism is definitely a charged term with that neo in front of it. But I will just say in regards to this, one clarification I'd like to add is that in science, all theories are not final. They're never final. But all theories are based in evidence that explain what the observations show. So if we were to say that we have to give both sides of this, then do we also need to add flat earthism? Because that's an outside non-approved. Do we need to, like, in every sense, gravity is a theory, cell theory, right? Every aspect of science has a theory, because every time science explains something, it's called a scientific theory. There's a misconception that laws someday will graduate into theories when we get enough evidence. That will never happen. Laws describe what we see on a regular basis. An apple falling from a tree always happens, right? So we're observing this. But to explain that, we use the theory of gravity. So I guess when it comes to that, that's just a huge misconception. In regards to how it's being taught in the classroom, I will just say that as someone who has taught this in the classroom for many, many, many years, I have never taught it in a way that was being described by Board Member Klein. Never once do we try to say, and here's all we know, because in all aspects of all scientific theory, we say, this is the best understanding we have until stronger evidence may come forth. And again, while there are things in this, I've never been to Descent from Darwin, but I have heard of other potential ideas that may describe or attempt to describe things against evolution. But the reason why they've never been accepted is because the evidence isn't strong enough to overcome and replace everything that's understood. So in my mind, to me, this just seems 100% politically charged or anything.
If this evidence is so strong for evolution or Darwinianism, like macro evolution, what is the harm in showing the other side? To just say there are people that believe this, and you can look at their website and see why they believe that. What is the harm?
Because in science, we don't worry about belief. It's not belief that matters. It's what does the evidence say, right? So the evidence shows this.
There's a lot in Darwinianism that I could ask for evidence, and you would be hard pressed to find it, to be able to show me the evidence of the theory, because so much of it happened according to the science hundreds of thousands of years ago. And yet we are basing everything on that presupposition that these things happened as are theorized. And yet we're just supposed to accept it as fact and not question or make, even have a discussion or investigate other possibilities. And that's where the problem resides.
So I'll say nothing in here says that kind of conversation can't happen. I would say that could happen. I just don't think there's a standard necessary for that to happen. To force this kind of a conversation isn't necessary.
Well, when you read where it's everywhere, it says emphasize, emphasize, emphasize. That to me sounds like we're telling students exactly how it is, and that it is fact instead of something to be investigated further. Again, closing the door on new scientific inquiry and discovery.
Okay. Sorry, Board Chair, I probably should ask you if I could respond before I respond. I apologize for that.
Please go right ahead, Ricky.
So my response to that is that the emphasize isn't necessarily a charge statement. It's a system that was set up by a previous board. While I was in Milo's chair as the science specialist, it was meant specifically as a way to describe and give clarity to a teacher. So if you read that page 14, I think it was that Jennifer Thronson described, the standard is the first sentence, right? Following that, for clarity when necessary, we provide emphasis statements. And then when necessary, the team will then create example statements if that's a necessity as well. So there is a difference between that, and there's an intent for that that's common throughout all science seed standards in the state of Utah. So it's not charged, it's simply part of the process.
I think I'm ready to vote.
Great. All right. Thank you, Ricky. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Klein and member Green in favor.
I'd like to make a motion in the next section. And it's one motion, but incorporates the strand heading 3.1 and 3.3. They're all along the same lines. And so the same argument would be on all those. And I'll just go through them real quick. It's biotechnology has been used to identify, I'm just reading partway down, and modify genes which may be used for a variety of indications, but may also raise ethical issues concerning research and application. Okay. And then down on 3.1, it would read, engage in argument from evidence about how the structure and function of biotechnology is used to modify genes in a way that can affect humankind, including application of ethical practices, emphasize technologies' effect on agriculture, medicine, and industry, including any ethical issues associated with these practices. And then on standard 3.3, at the bottom of it, it says, define the problem, identify criteria and constraints, analyze available data on proposed solutions, evaluate ethical practices, and determine an optimal solution. I just think especially in this area of gene bioengineering, to not be incorporating some kind of ethical language in here, we are not doing a service to our students. This is a huge area of ethical concern at this point, and it goes along with the standards themselves, the introduction. I can read that. Introduction, scientists, engineers, and society are responsible for developing scientific understandings with integrity, supporting claims with existing and new evidence, interpreting competing explanations of phenomena, changing models purposefully, and finding applications that are ethical. And then we also have a couple of standards in the biology section that speak to raising ethical issues and ethical concerns. So I just feel like in this area, we're in a whole new realm that is moving quickly, that we need to, at least students need to be considering those ethical elements associated with it. So that's my recommendation.
Okay. Did you get all of that, Patty?
So are you
highlighted? I have highlighted all three of her motions that she's putting in as one motion, so that we have 3.1, 3, and let me get the last one. Right there. Yep.
3.1. Do you need me to?
Summary. Yeah, it's the summary. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Questions or discussion?
I would, that's fine. I'll do mine after.
So at the present, Milo, how much how many teachers in the science field are ready to, or prepared to discuss the ethics of a given process or content area or form of research that's going on.
I would say that they would not be that prepared to go into this in the detail that this would ask of them to do. I think for the majority, teachers will teach the content and focus on the content and let the students apply their own belief system to the ethics of what is being taught in the situation.
And may I just speak to that? I think that allows that to take place. But it does introduce the idea that in science there are ethical practices, and we're not. It isn't introduced in other sections, but it is here because you're talking cloning, GMOs. You're talking CRISPR. You're talking technologies that are, in legislatures and around the nation. They're talking about this, and to say, well, our kids can't quite get that, or our teachers. This is a new strand. Genetics is not that we haven't had genetic teachers before. But I think we should be up to date on what the concerns are around this, and our students should be able to engage in that. I think it leaves it open for that so that they can look at those. It doesn't tell them this side or that side. It just says, are there ethical issues associated with, what you're looking at with these biotechnologies?
I think that, I know that it's grades 5 through 7. I guess it depends on what school is having them read The Giver, for example, and that they have that whole chapter on where the conversation of ethics comes forward, right? When it comes to the one chapter about the 2 babies. So I do believe that our students are capable of this, and I think it's important. And I think that teachers they're savvy and they can address this in an appropriate way, and keeping that in the conversation is very, very important in this specific standard. So
I might just insert that you all received some public comment regarding ethics that jumped out at me. Ethics as a standalone idea is inconsistent with all other standards and supporting documents, and will contribute to similar concerns as outlined previously. Additionally, ethical considerations are already addressed in the science and engineering practices. For example, part of developing solutions requires students to address criteria and constraints, which often includes identifying ethical and societal considerations. That's just to mix in to the mix here of the discussion. Other comments? Are we ready to vote?
I wonder if we could say like possible ethical issues or something, like add possible, or I'm not sure.
But may, so I do, I understand what you're saying, but we have here, but may, that's the right, there may be ethical issues associated with. In other words, the technology is not an absolute. You need to consider, are there any parameters around that? The next one, discuss ethical issues raised. So that one would be more concise, more exact. I'm just looking down the language again. And it is can affect humankind, including application of ethical practices. So maybe I don't know. Sarah, do you have any there that you
know any potential ethical issues associated with these practices or something on that one?
That's fine. That I don't mind that, but I do think we're to have kids in this area talking about these items without at least recognizing that, I think is
oh yeah, for sure. I get where you're going with it. I was just trying to make it so it didn't feel so like, but I totally understand where you're coming from.
So it could be, I mean, on 3.1, it could be, I can't see where, oh, the yellow's a little rough here. Including any potential ethical issues.
Yeah, it
You
was.
do that if you want. I'm good with the way it is, but if you wanted to include that, I wouldn't. That would be fine.
Yeah, and on 3.3, like say, analyze available data on proposed solutions and evaluate potential ethical practices or something, or evaluate.
Well, it could be evaluate any potential ethical
Potential
concerns.
ethical practices, yeah. Just little things like that, just so it's.
So when you set a standard like this, how does a curriculum designer, how do they come up with some ideas of what the teachers can do in the classroom?
Well, I think they would put out what the ethical concerns are out there that we're seeing already. And some of those are in legislation and other areas around our country. So it's not like they're going to be, stretching to find something. So.
There's also like the Hippocratic Oath in the medical field. I mean, that came for very specific reasons from a long time ago. So ethics are very much a part of this. And I do think that there's quality resources that could give a basic overview and a first introduction that's thoughtful and meaningful. And it's kind of a good, reference for these students as they dive into these more complex areas of genetics.
I'm good with it, with voting. I'm good with it as long as that, if you're cool with my little friendly potential in May.
Okay.
Oh, I think you're muted, Jenny.
Patty.
I'm fine with
just making sure I got it right before everyone votes. So on in the beginning up here, it's which may be used for a variety of, may also.
Patty, do you want me to just to reread them and then if there's a change?
Yeah, because I did change the blue here, and then so if it's blue, then it was different than what you had first said, and it was trying to capture it, but I didn't get it in the very first one. So go ahead.
But I think it's okay there because it's may be used.
Okay, so yeah, and then on this one, including application of potential ethical concerns or may include.
I think I'm fine with the way it is.
Okay, and then this was the third one that was kind of changed.
Let's see, evaluate potential ethical concerns. I just think it's a fair argument that needs to be brought up in this area. So let me go back. If you go back up, I can read through those.
Thank you.
Let's see, the completion of the Human Genome Project has led to advances in the area of genomics. Biotechnology has been used to identify and modify genes, which may be used for a variety of indications, but also may raise ethical issues concerning research and application that have had an effect on humankind. And then the next one is in 3.1. So it would be engage in argument from evidence about how the structure and function of biotechnology is used to modify genes in a way that can affect humankind, including application of potential ethical concerns. Emphasize technology's effect on agriculture, medicine, and industry, including any ethical issues associated with these practices. Examples of technology could include GMOs, cloning, diagnosing and treating genetic disorders, and CRISPR. Then the next one is at 3.3, analyze and interpret data to evaluate different designed solutions where biotechnology uses matter and energy to identify and or modify the structure and function of genes in order to solve a problem. Define the problem, identify criteria and constraints, analyze available data on the proposed solutions, evaluate potential ethical concerns, and determine an optimal solution.
Good. So we've just heard the motion. Seeing no further questions or discussion, please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right. So we're about a half an hour over the time that we wanted to take a quick break for 20 minutes to allow you to grab an apple or something.
Do we need to vote to move those forward to the full board? Or are we going to do them all together at the end?
I think
We already did anatomy. Do we want to, are you
And-
wanting to do genetics now?
Because we just got to the end of genetics, so do we
got
want
the end
to?
of genetics.
Yes,
I think that board member Klein is referring to her last amendment, or are you not on that? Are we good?
I'm just gonna skip past mine since
Okay.
Jenny incorporated some of it into her amendments, and if I have things that need tweaking, I can do that in May.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I'll
Okay.
make a motion that the committee sends the genetic standards as amended, including technical formatting and grammatical changes to the full board for approval.
Great. That's the motion before you. Please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. The time is now 5:06. Let's be back at 5:30.
And what one are we doing next? Just so
Yeah.
that I can pull it up.
We are doing geology.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, my friends, are we back?
I am here.
That was the shortest 30 minutes ever, just so you know.
It was. It's actually
Mine
20
was.
minutes.
Yeah,
20
I'm back. I have one housekeeping item if I can, Chair.
Please, Andrea, go right ahead.
They have put in new technology in room 156, which is right in the financial operations part behind the welcome desk area in our office, and are wondering if we want to move our May 5th meeting to that room and try that instead of Basement West. And I said I would bring it up to the committee, and it's totally up to you. I can set it up in Basement West or in 156, either way.
Well, if they have new technology that would make it easier, I think that's great.
I don't know. We might be the guinea pigs. You never know with technology. So, but
Oh, well, I've spent a lifetime being a guinea pig, so.
okay, then we'll do that as our plan then for the May 5th meeting. It'll be a hybrid still. So if you'll let me know if you're going to be in person or in online, that would be great. Then I'll just be ready and aware. And I will set it up for 156 for next time that we meet.
Great. I'll definitely be in person, so.
Okay, great.
See you there.
Thanks so much.
All right, welcome everyone. Ready to go after it again. We're now moving on to geology. And we're ready to hear the first motion. Natalie, it looks like you're up.
Oh, sorry. I move to amend the introduction to the geology standards by striking the last sentence that reads, students analyze and interpret data about the interaction between humans and the earth in an attempt to mitigate geologic hazards.
All righty. Like to speak to that?
No, I've amended those areas in the standards that address that issue, and so it just makes more sense to take it out.
Okay. Sarah.
Yeah, I do have a question about this. When I did see it in a bunch of the amendments, and I know that part of when we talk about geological changes and things that we've seen since in the modern era is that humans have been the cause of a lot of different earth movements or changes, weather patterns, and different types of things that have happened that change our climate and our earth. For example, a lot of the public comment we got was from the geologists and the science teachers talked about just recently when the houses in Draper, because the ground eroded due to humans building houses there, the ground then collapsed and took those houses down. And so I'm wondering, I guess maybe that's just to say that I think it's really important to talk about how humans can affect the earth. And as we grow and change in technology and the things that we do, we live on one planet. We have one planet that we live on as humans here on this earth. And so it's really important to emphasize the intersection between humans and the earth. And it can be good things too, right? That we do as human beings, but it's important to talk about that. So I guess that's probably why I'm opposed to this amendment.
Okay, Jenny.
Yeah, so, and this goes along that broader narrative that I think we're going to have to land on somewhere. And I do agree that we have impacts, but there's got to be a framework or a boundary around where our teachers go with that, because there are things we don't impact, right? I mean, I got 2 feet of snow, 2.5 feet of snow the last week of March, and to say that somehow I did or didn't impact that, right? So somehow we've got to figure out that balance in this language, because it repeats itself through a number of these standards, that that relationship, and maybe it's more relationship that we need to try to focus on. I'm trying to figure out what we can do, because I do understand there are things that we're doing that are having an impact. I do understand that everything we do does not impact weather. And so if we don't have that balance, I think we're setting our educators up for a possibility of being put into a situation where they could be, you know, I mean, I just think back to the situation where we've got a teacher that's telling kids to eat the crickets or the bugs or whatever. And so we end up with some pushback. So here we have an attempt to mitigate geological hazards. Is there a way for this language to be modified so that we understand the interaction, but we also are creating a framework or a boundary to work in? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I
does
don't
make
know
sense.
if we sit on this and move forward and then come back to it as we move through this standard, but it's a theme I'm seeing, and I do understand there are impacts that are happening.
Yeah, and I think
Also, yeah, go ahead.
maybe what makes this better is that they're looking at data. So they're analyzing, so it's things that have happened. So they're analyzing, you know, was this a potential human impact? Was, you know, the Draper homes, clearly, like, that mountainside is gone because we decided to build houses on that mountain, right? But maybe that makes it more, it seems broad enough here in this one, to say, interpret data about the interaction between humans and the earth, an attempt to mitigate geologic hazards. So we've learned now that, and there was a bunch of geologists that came out and said, like, this was a ding dong move to put these houses on this mountain right here because of the ground and what we know about the earth. That was actually not a great location. So it's because it's saying interpret data and analyze, that helps me keep it more broad than saying humans are destroying the earth, right?
Yeah. May I make a comment? I'm just looking at a statement from Edge Homes from last fall. They're the ones that built them. Hang on a second. But they made a comment last fall saying that they were upset that the Draper City revoked the certificates of occupancy for the homes, which effectively, they said, forced the homeowners to move out and live elsewhere. They said the homeowners, the independent experts had confirmed the homes were structurally sound and that the helical piers that we installed effectively stopped the homes from additional settlement and movement. Nevertheless, the city revoked the occupancy certificates, and we are doing everything we reasonably can to limit the resulting inconvenience and financial impacts to the homeowners. So they had geologic studies done on that land that told them it was stable and it was fine to build on. Those were the engineers, the scientists, the geologic scientists that are using the science that we are talking about here. And they said it was fine. And now it's fallen. So are those experts wrong? Or is the science wrong? Or I don't know. You tell me.
I guess that was just like one example that I gave. I mean, other examples that I can think of are times when humans have built things and it has seeped underground and affected water tables and water that we drink. Or I can think of a lot of examples where humans have, you know, proven to be the cause of something that's happened to the earth. I think it's more so the point is that we have one earth and we're trying to understand it, but that we as humans could make impacts that could change the earth's surface, change our water, change our air, whatever that might be, right? We inhabit the earth, and in doing so, we are going to be able to affect it in one way or the other, good and bad. But we can't deny that humans have no effect on the earth.
So I received one of the emails that we all got from one of the experts that talked about climate regimes, as far as and I thought that was such an interesting term. I hadn't heard climate regime. He spoke about it in a matter-of-fact way, as if, you know, this is just part of the science. And looking that up, you quickly learned that a lot of the things that, like the Harvard studies and papers and all of the national and global organizations that actually are working on climate and geological things to, I guess, to affect our weather in ways that it maybe in the past we haven't been able to do so is, and mostly it wasn't even about climate. I mean, I know we're not on that one yet. That's a future set of standards we're going to look at, but it kind of goes along the same lines that, you know, there's a lot of talk about how humans are impacting the earth, not necessarily backed up by facts, but by narrative in order for, because everything I read on climate regimes from these UN websites and Harvard and such was all about political and economic. It's more of a way to help others, or not help, I'm trying to get my words right. It was kind of a deep hole that was new to me as far as how they are managing populations under the guise of humans are hurting the earth.
So I'd like to make
they're putting in regulations to limit our freedom in order to, they say to protect the earth, but really it's clear in their papers it's about controlling the people instead.
So I'd like to make an amendment to this, that we unstrike students analyze and interpret data about the interaction between humans and the earth. And leave it at that, so we can parse that out a little bit more as we move out. So
that's your amendment.
that would be my amendment.
Any discussion or question? You have the amendment before you. Please vote.
That motion passes 4-1 with member Klein opposed.
Okay, next amendment, next motion.
Okay, I would move to amend strand one standard one. So 1.1. Sorry, no. Strand 1 standard 2. So I add in the language may have been, so it will read analyze and interpret data to analyze the patterns that are present in different rocks to classify them based on their properties, characteristics, and how they may have been formed. Again, science isn't settled, but there are a lot of theories, and that's all this is an acknowledgement that there are a lot of theories that show how they may have been formed.
All right.
Can I ask just a question? Do you anticipate a different way of teaching it? Where's Milo? I don't know, Milo, if this is even your area of expertise. Once again, you're like the jack of all trades tonight, but does this change how I'm just saying, I don't know if may have been in this case. There's some that I would encourage adding, this is currently what we think, or according to current research, but is this one that really would change the way we're teaching about rocks and patterns?
Yeah, in terms of how rocks are formed, like we are established format of how and know pretty well how they form and whatnot there.
I guess what I'm saying, does it take away or add to? Do you know what I'm saying? Is it going to even alter the way a teacher is going to be teaching this?
Yeah, because I would say the language there adds doubt in terms of, is what the teacher is teaching me actually accurate in that regards? And because we know pretty well how rocks form and those different types of rocks. And so it is going to cast some doubt on if we use that language.
Thank you.
Let me just say the prevailing understanding currently is it's not hard to teach it while also leaving the door open for continuing scientific inquiry.
I don't have much to say on this except for that I don't like that it causes doubt, and I don't think that, and saying something that we historically have known and taught for so long, to change it in this way, to talk about other ways, which I'm trying to think of what they are, and they all seem religious, and that doesn't feel appropriate.
The skepticism in science is imperative.
I get that, but
Otherwise, it's not science.
This is about rocks, so.
All right. There's no further discussion or question. We have Board Member Klein's motion: analyze and interpret data to identify the patterns that are present in different rocks, classify them based on their properties, characteristics, and how they may have been formed. Please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with Member Klein and Member Green in favor.
All right, the next one.
I move to amend standard 1.3, and I would strike which demonstrate how matter is cycled and how energy flows throughout the rock cycle. Emphasize, yes. So it would read: develop a model. Develop a model that depicts the processes that form plutonic or intrusive and volcanic extrusive igneous rocks, the processes that form sedimentary rocks, weathering, erosion, deposition, burials, dissolution, precipitation, compaction, and cementation, and the conditions of metamorphism, including how the starting parent / protolith rock composition determine the metamorphic rock type.
Thank you. Emily.
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering, we were talking about the word matter earlier. Could we have, Milo, is this you again? Could you maybe address how matter is referred to in this area of the seed standards, please?
Yeah, so we're looking at the rock cycle here, which is the main part of the disciplinary core idea that we're addressing, and how rocks, the matter that makes up rocks, can be broken apart and put back together to make different types of rocks. And so we're looking at, like, how do we make an igneous rocks? Well, the matter comes out of the core of the earth and cools, and we get that igneous rock. How do we get a sedimentary rock? We take other rocks, we roll them down into small particles, they get cemented together and become a sedimentary rock. And then how do we get a metamorphic rock? Would be we expose it to that heat and pressure that causes the rock to change form into a different type of rock that's there. And so it's the matter and energy that's involved in taking that rock from whatever form it is to start into the new form that we're making it into.
Okay, thank you.
Follow up on that, and the rock cycle is something that's pretty prevalent in geology, right? That's a big piece of it. So that is describing rock cycle, which is something that is one of the key foundations of geology. Okay,
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or comments? Not, you have the motion in front of you on the left there, highlighted in dark gray. Please vote.
That motion fails 4-1 with Member Klein in favor.
All right, thank you. Next motion.
I would like to make a motion in the next section. Actually, I'm going to combine them together. They're relevant. So under strand 2, Steno's laws of stratigraphy, if I'm saying that right, describe the patterns in which he proposed how rock layers are deposited. Analyzing Earth's rock layers can reveal the geological history of an area. And then the rest of that, and then down on geology 2.1, it would just, at the end of that, it would be adding and current research. So if there is research that adds to this. And then on geology 2.3, use mathematical and computational thinking to determine the age of geological layers according to current research, using different measurements of scale, proportion, and quantity, emphasize relative and absolute dating principles, as well as the fossil record. So, and it's a little bit along the lines of where board member Klein's going. It's just saying this guy back in the, I think 17 somethings, this is the theory, this is where we've been going, and that's his proposal, and we're sticking with it because that's the concrete knowledge we have right now. But if we ever had any other additional research to add to that, we could add it in. So it allows for that to take place. So.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions?
I do have a question. So that's just this one, or was there the other ones?
There's it on, yeah, it's right there. So just it
Okay.
articulates his laws and current research.
Okay.
And then the same on 2.3. It's just a light touch if there is additional research that comes available. There's so many things that I think with technology now we're learning more about the earth than we've ever learned before.
Right, for sure.
Right. Any other questions? Seeing none, you see.
Sorry, so we're doing strand 2, and what is the other one we're doing?
Natalie, Jenny.
It's 2.1, 2.3 on strand 2. So just adding in according to current research.
Okay.
What are there other there aren't any other like thoughts on this, right? On Steno? Like, has he been challenged, or how old has he been around? I guess this isn't like, it's not worth, I just am curious. I don't know if Milo or someone knows.
Well, it's been several hundreds years. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, he came up with his theories a while ago. I don't know the exact date, but in a lot of ways, like it's an established laws that we are using. It's like almost going back to Newton's laws of motion. Like we don't necessarily refer to Newton's laws of motion as being his laws. It's just the laws of Newton that has the laws of motion that has his name, happens to have his name in the title that's there. And like all of our standards essentially are based off of current research. We add to them, and like, yeah, Steno was a long time ago, Newton was a long time ago, but we've also built upon what he knew and taught, and everything that we basically teach is based off of current research that is present.
Thank you.
I would like to amend the
Go ahead.
motion. On 2.3, I would add in, I would take out determine and replace it with estimate. And then I'm going to take out, did you get that? Estimate. And then I would take out emphasize and add in articulate the opposing arguments that exist around.
So this emphasize is that template. So sentence number 1 is the standard. Sentence
Oh, we
number,
can, you know what, we can keep emphasize instead of articulate
okay,
if you want.
emphasizes like that's what the
Mhm.
template says every time.
Yep.
It's supposed to, the standard
fine.
emphasize then examples or whatever that third
Yes.
one was.
So you
Yeah.
can keep emphasize and then emphasize the opposing arguments that exist around, and then leave relative and absolute dating principles and take out as well as the fossil record. So period after principles.
All right. So we have this motion. Any discussion or questions? Seeing none, are we ready to vote? Please vote.
That motion fails 3-2, member Klein and member Green in favor.
Okay.
All right.
I have a motion to amend 2.2. And it should be there on the screen somewhere, 2.2. So I would amend it to leave the first sentence, which says engage in argument from evidence applying stratigraphic principles to interpret the relative geologic history of an area system, and then ask questions about how geologic sorting during mudslides and floods and the presence of currents while sediments are deposited can affect the formation of sedimentary rock layers. Ask questions about the effects of liquefaction to account for aquatic fossils on high mountain regions.
Patty.
I apologize, but I'm trying to track this. So we were on motion, board member Earl's motion summary 2.1 and 2.3. Then there was a motion to amend that by board member Klein, which failed. And then there was a new motion for 2.2. So did we skip over the final vote for summary 2.1 and 2.3?
I thought we did.
I think Jenny made the first motion and it was all together.
Natalie amended my motion, but we haven't voted on my motion. So you're right. It would have been in addition to, it wouldn't have been my motion. So
there needs to be a motion on or a vote and then going to 2.2.
yeah, that would be accurate because I didn't include that in mine.
Okay, so will you review for us, Jenny,
Yes, I'd be happy to.
what we're voting?
Let me pull up my document again. So just at the top of it, the introduction, Steno's laws of stratigraphy describe the patterns in which he proposed how rock layers are deposited. Analyzing Earth's rock layers can reveal the geological history of an area. Okay, so that's first part of that. And then down on geology 2.1, at the end of it, Steno's laws of stratigraphy and current research there. And then on 2.3, adding use mathematical and computational thinking to determine the age of geological layers according to current research. So,
all righty. So that motion is before us now. Please.
Actually, I would like to amend the strand on that one.
All right, go ahead.
To add the language that I previously submitted. So it should be there, where I just add to the end after region over time. I would add catastrophism holds that the rock layers were formed quickly through a worldwide flood. Geologic sorting, habitat, density of organisms, mobility, and intelligence account for the placement of the fossils. The development of these theories has been motivated by worldviews as much as by scientific curiosity. So again, just showing the other theory for how these things may have come to be. So we just have that balance. If we're going to share one theory, we need to have the other theory to balance and
Sarah.
not treat it as
Yeah,
one is a fact over the other.
I would be remiss not to mention the dozens of emails we got about this exact amendment, including many from BYU professors and science teachers and folks that said that this is not something that we hold as any sort of fact or have good evidence of. And I feel like it's detrimental to bring this up in our standards, as there was talk about how it came from Genesis, for example. It's just does not feel appropriate. We teach our students based on what we know, and what we know is that this is something that we can't prove and we haven't been able to prove, and it's just a wild conversation that feels I don't know how to explain it in better terms, except for that this is something that, so it says that like the earth flooded and then that's why we have fossils, which doesn't make sense with the rest of the entire standards and how fossils and rock formations and the earth's layers and all of the things that we know about the earth work. So I just would be remiss to not mention how many folks came out and said that they were opposed to this, and teachers that were really worried about even having to think about teaching this in any way.
So may I respond?
Of course.
So I would say Darwinism isn't any more provable than what we read in the Bible. If anything, these other there are evidences that reflect the narrative that's in the Bible. This doesn't mean we're teaching the Bible. It doesn't mean that we are reading the creation in Genesis. This is just simply that there is evidence that shows there could have been a worldwide flood based on the geologic sorting, the habitat, density of organisms, mobility, and intelligence accounted for. And it's the placement of fossils in places that they wouldn't otherwise be had there not been a large flood. So we're not arguing who's right or who's wrong here, just that there is evidence for both sides, and both sides should be presented and let the students decide what to think based on the evidence presented.
But where is the evidence from? Is it from the Bible? Is it from, because it's from
science. It's from the scientists. There's a growing number of scientists that it's just that those sources are not appreciated or elevated because they don't fit the current consensus narrative, but there isn't anything that proves them wrong.
Member Klein, we just have to go from the foundational knowledge that we have in science that has been to the point where we have taught
from
it.
One side.
And no, it's not from one side. Science is like it's black and it's like they are there not for an agenda. I guarantee you this is not something that they're trying to make political. They look at facts, they analyze data, they look at research, they test the theory over and over again to prove that it's right. They use evidence. And so they
don't want to look at the evidence from the other side is the problem.
I'm happy for you to show me how often and how frequently this exact piece is taught in any public school in America. If you have examples,
it's not because it's buried, and that's the problem.
But why are we in Utah holding hostage this one idea that you have to all of our students and teachers that it's not something that we have maybe in 10 years we can prove it and we can add it to the standards.
Who is being held hostage? What is being held hostage? The other side.
You are holding all of our teachers and our students hostage by pulling all these amendments out.
I have a comment, if I may interject.
Please do, Emily.
This is to our Milo, if you'd be so willing, or anybody else. So in our school district here, the 4th and 5th graders take a up and over the mountain field trip. And they start in Cedar. We go up the mountain. We have four stops on the way, and we're looking at where the water flow is. They have one specific spot, elevation about 5,000 feet, where they collect fossils that they can find they dig, and find their little fossil in the rock. And then we get to the very top, elevation of 11,000. Here on Wikipedia, it does say that they acknowledged it marks the encroaching Western Interior Seaway. And at the very top of Cedar Mountain, you can go on a hike, and an entire mountain top, as far up as you can possibly get, you can actually find fossils that imply that they were embedded in ocean water, that they are ocean crustaceans. So if I may say, that is what we teach. It is geography. It's a wonderful day. Everybody looks forward to it. I hope they continue it. But where do those geography lessons lie in regards to the ones catastrophism or Steno's laws, and including if it says Cedar Mountain has a Western Interior Seaway? Would you please, for the sake of conversation and this debate, let us and the audience have some insight, please?
So to clarify your question, because there was a lot there, and I want to make sure I'm clear on what I'm trying to answer. You're asking how potentially can we explain why there are oceanic fossils on the top of some of Utah's highest mountains?
Yes. And what would that fall under? Would it fall under the law, Steno's law, or could it fall under catastrophism? Does it fall under something else? Like, help us understand.
Yeah. So the idea here is that over time, like, we get these different layers of rocks that form, and that's what gets us the different types of rocks that can you can see, like when we go down to southern Utah, you can see these different layers of rock that exist, and each layer potentially was made in a different time zone, or not time zone, but time period there. All right. And relative dating it says that the lower you go, the older the rocks potentially are in those different layers. And over time, and we're talking periods of time that are like thousands and millions of years, okay, these rock layers get formed. And then through plate tectonics, which we haven't even got to anything with plate tectonics yet, but with plate tectonics, there does eventually cause changes in topography, which causes uplift. That's how we eventually get mountains, and we get that uplift, and we get these big gigantic cliffs, like up by Ogden. We have these very drastic cliffs that was caused by a uplift that occurs. And then over time, those mountains get eroded, and they become more jagged, like what we get more down here, or down toward the southern end of the Wasatch Front. We get the more jagged mountains that you see that are down here farther, as over time, again, millions of years potentially, to cause this erosion to occur. But with that uplift, that's how we get those fossils, like the fossils that was formed generally in the ocean. Lake Bonneville would be a prime example, would be one of those premortal oceans that would potentially cause some of those layers to form and the fossils to get deposited in there. And then we get the uplift to occur and erosion to occur, and we get the fossils to be up there on top of those mountains.
Liquefaction can also cause uplift.
Can you define liquefaction in that regards for me?
My expert science friend that has spoken to the board on these issues is listening and let me know that. Basically, I'm assuming that means that a flood or the covering of that can also cause the uplift in the rock or the mountain, not just a seismic event, but a flood of some sort could also cause that uplift, or watery soil.
Okay. Thank you. Does that answer for you, Emily?
Kind of, I guess what I'm personally trying to figure out is, I'm not quite sure that all of the science is completely, clear 100%. I mean, I think our argument is proving that point. So my question is, does it cause harm to talk about this, or does it create students the ability to engage and question and continue to research this science, apply what they know, what they've been given, and continue to study that in its form? I think we could probably go on for hours, and we're not even the experts on this. So, I'm actually just genuinely thinking out loud. So,
All right. Any other comments or questions? All right, we have the motion before us, including the red paragraph at the end of Board Member Klein's motion.
Well, it's an amendment, so it's just Member Klein's motion, right? Or her amendment.
Or amendment. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
because we still have your amendments, right?
Okay, so we have an amendment before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with Member Klein and Member Green in favor.
All right. Next motion.
Okay, we gotta vote on the original motion.
Okay,
I can read it again if we need to or not. For the third time.
please do. Go ahead.
You want me to? Okay.
I'm okay without it being read if everyone else is.
I would like to just make a comment before we read it the final time. Just as this is from the scientist who says, we see floods causing geologic sorting today. That's something we can observe. But we've never seen layers form over millions of years. That is purely speculation. Where are the erosion marks between the layers? There are none. So the layers formed at once. So just food for thought.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead and read it, please.
So again, at the opening, Steno's law, stratigraphy. Sorry, I keep messing up that up. I've got to get the I right on it. Stratigraphy describes the patterns in which he proposed how rock layers are deposited. Analyzing Earth's rock layers can reveal the geological history of an area. And then on 2.1, ask questions to analyze and interpret data about the stability in rock layers and how they can change according to Steno's laws of stratigraphy and current research. And then 2.3, use mathematical and computational thinking to determine the age of geological layers according to current research, using different measurements of scale, proportion, and quantity.
I would move to divide and do each of these individually.
Okay, thank you. Let's do the first one. So that's just what you see in front of you, which just adds.
I think we have to vote on motion to divide.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we needed to.
Okay, great. Let's do that by all means. Everybody that would like to divide, please vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with Member Green and Member Real against.
Okay, great. So we're now at the first one, which just adds he proposed how. Please vote.
Member Real,
Have your vote.
The first one.
oh, you're.
Sorry, my thing is not
you're
working.
muted.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Sorry, my little menu thing is gone. Hold on. And we're just doing the first one, right?
Correct.
I'm a yes, although
Is,
Not-
Emily, can you put your vote back up? Sorry. Okay, that motion passes 4-1.
Okay, the next part. So this just adds and current research. Please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
And the next one. According to current research. Go ahead and vote.
Sorry, hang on a second. This is.
And that passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Next motion.
Did I do 2.2 already?
No, we didn't.
Okay, that's what we needed to go back to. Okay. All right, so I move to amend 2.2 to read the first sentence as is, which says engage in argument from evidence applying stratigraphic principles to interpret the relative geologic history of an area system. And then I'd ask questions about how geologic sorting during mudslides and floods and the presence of currents while sediments are deposited can affect the formation of sedimentary rock layers. Ask questions about the effects of liquefaction to account for aquatic fossils on high mountain regions.
All right, I'd like to speak to it.
I think I have kind of spoken to it in previous comments.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, let's vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Klein and member Green in favor.
Thank you. Our next motion.
I move to amend 2.4 to read, obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about the causes of fossilization and how the fossil record may or may not, that's the addition, may or may not, provides evidence of change in environments and life over time.
All right, thank you. Like to speak to it?
No, that balance again.
Any?
I have a question. How could a fossil not provide evidence?
It may or may not provide evidence of change in environments and life over time. So
a fossil
obviously it's evidence, but does it say that there was change in the environment? It may or may not.
Yeah,
just because there's fossils doesn't mean it shows that there were changes in the environment.
That's just going kind of back to what Member Green was saying, which I always think it's cool too when I find the little shells on the Bonneville shoreline or anywhere in our mountains to show that we used to be Lake Bonneville, and that shows evidence. So I don't know how you say there's a shell on the top of this peak that there is not evidence of change in environments or life over time. So it
is a fossil on the top of the mountain, but it does not say definitively how it got there. There are different theories behind how it got there.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me, but thank you.
All right, any further discussion? If not, we have this amendment, adding in may or may not, please vote.
That motion fails 4-1 with member Klein in favor.
All right, thank you. Next motion.
I'd like to amend standard 3.2 to read, using evidence, critically analyze arguments about the patterns and claims that explain the theory of plate tectonics. Examples of evidence could include earthquake patterns, volcanic arcs, Benioff zones, seafloor age, and magnetic striping, and topographic and bathymetric features.
Thank you. Any questions? Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Sorry, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Does this, just to the science folks, because I keep looking at these and I'm trying to remember how they're all aligned in the different pieces. So does this cause any issues to change it in this way?
So again, the bolded statements are science engineering practices. So this does remove the science engineering practice from this standard. And the idea of engage in argument from evidence, as students are getting those evidences for their explanations that they're going to use for their quote unquote argument, they have to critically analyze them. And so they are going to look at that and be like, okay, is this valid? Is this applicable as part of my, as the case I'm trying to make about this claim that I'm making? Is this a good piece of evidence for this, or is this a bad piece of evidence? So it is part of engaging in argument from evidence, is to critically analyze these arguments.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Not, let's vote.
Member Klein?
Did it not take? Sorry.
No, all right, there we go. That motion fails 4-1 with member Klein in favor.
Okay, next motion.
All right, I move to amend 4.1 to read, ask questions to analyze data about the Earth's rotation, position, seasonal tilt toward or away from the sun, and a region's proximity to the equator. Should I say that right? It's about how, it should say data about how the Earth's rotation, position, seasonal tilt toward or away from the sun, and a region's proximity to the equator all affect a region's climate, weather, soil, and sediment formation.
All right, thank you.
So we needed how added in about how the Earth's rotation for it to read correctly.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, let's vote.
Sorry. No, I'm all right. I don't know. I'm overanalyzing this. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Klein and member Green in favor.
All right, next motion.
Like to amend, a motion to amend, I think it's supposed to say strand 5. It's the systems interaction between humans and Earth. It's the introduction for that. So it's the strand. It just says standard on mine. It's correct on there. Okay. So I would amend that to read, humanity relies on the resources contained within Earth. Natural disasters are part of nature and occur independent of human interaction with the Earth. Over time, humans have discovered, developed, and designed solutions using mathematical and engineering calculations, scientific principles and practices, as well as technological solutions that have proven helpful in mitigating some of the damage and loss of human life caused by natural disasters.
All right, would you like to speak to it?
I just think that it acknowledges that weather happens regardless of what we do. There will be natural disasters, but we can use our ingenuity and our expertise in math and engineering and science to create technology that can help mitigate some of the damage done by these naturally occurring phenomena.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I do have a comment.
Sarah?
So extraction resources, are you saying that man-made extraction resources can't impact the earth?
So if you're talking about like geotechnical engineers, while we should be able to rely on these engineers to make accurate determinations on these matters, people know that geotech is, or if you talk to people in that field or in engineering, they know that that is the lowest level precision of all engineering disciplines. It's not to say it's junk science or that the experts don't know what they're talking about. It's just that pretty much all the other engineering disciplines can depend on known properties and values in their calculations, which are based on man-made materials, controlled processes, and quantifiable natural laws. But the geotech is based on widely varying soil composition, fluctuation of moisture content due to precipitation, but also retention versus drainage depending on composition, soil prep processes that occur outdoors under highly variable weather conditions, heavy equipment that applies variable loads based on operator technique or make and model, and the list goes on. So many variables. The point is, there are so many variables that empirical answers do not necessarily reflect reality as closely as in other disciplines. And experimental solutions are likely as valued in this geotech instance, like the do houses on amended soils on the benches in Utah slide down the mountain during wet springs? If yes, then discontinue building houses under those conditions.
Yeah, I think that what you're trying to say though is already written in the original summary, and so I think it might be overcomplicating it in a lot of ways.
It's just that we don't have that's not a hard and fast science.
No, it doesn't say it that as fact, but I'm good. We can vote.
You know, any other questions? Not, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Klein and member Green in favor.
I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
at the end of, just to simplify this, at the end of the opening there, humanity relies on the resources contained within Earth. The extraction of resources from Earth impacts the geological systems. Technology can be designed and used to mitigate geological hazards and preserve human life. And I just want to add on 5.2, evaluate design solutions which have a structure and function to mitigate geological hazards and preserve human life. And my argument being that there has to be a why we're doing it. It's not just that that's the reason why we do it. It speaks to board member Klein's initial motion that we discover and we develop things, but it is like I said earlier, looking at creating that balance, right? We're not it's the mitigating geological hazards, and the reason why we do it is to preserve human life. So
Any further questions or concerns? If not, please vote.
That passes unanimously.
Right. I move to amend 5.1 To read, ask questions to obtain, evaluate, and communicate information on the origin, extraction, economic importance, and use of resources in Earth's geologic system. Emphasize resources found in Utah. Examples of resources could be metals, ores, minerals, water, coal, oil, and other energy resources.
Milo, I have a question about distribution. Can you help me understand how that would be used in this particular standard?
So we're looking at how so we're extracting these precious metals and ores and
Yeah,
water.
what distribution, how that impacts that, right?
Yeah, so how do we get it from where we mine it to where it needs to be used? So like, how are we going to get the coal or the copper out of Kennecott and get it to where it needs to be refined out by the Great Salt Lake, and then go and just distribute it throughout where it needs to get to.
So if I'm understanding, this is used as an economic narrative, not necessarily where it's located in the state.
Well, like where it's located doesn't matter, because we have to take it from where it's at and take it to where it's needed. And there is economic impacts that are associated with that as well.
Okay.
Transport might be a better term if we had to put something in there, but distribution has a different connotation, but I would keep it the way it currently is.
Also, coal and oil are listed in the list of resources. So I'm wondering why you wanted to add those. Because then we could also say copper or gold or natural gas, because
Right.
it
We're just
says
talking-
examples of resources could be metals, ores, minerals, water, and other energy resources, which include coal and oil. So calling them out like that seems odd.
Well, they are a significant resource here in Utah. Coal and oil are some of our main.
So is
things.
gravel.
Well,
So is brine shrimp. I don't know.
So you want to take everything off and just say
No, I just
examples of
am saying
resources, or
that coal and oil are already included, and you just called out two specific ones randomly. And so I just don't think it's necessary to have coal and oil in there, because coal and oil are covered as metals, ores, minerals, water, and other energy resources. Coal is an energy resource. Oil is
they're major. Yes, they're major energy resources. They're not
Right,
just side things. They're major ones. And so, yes, I think they need to be explicitly written in.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? If not, you have the motion before you. Let's vote.
That motion fails 4-1 with member Klein in favor.
Okay.
Right, I move to amend 5.2 to read, evaluate design solutions which have a structure and function to help mitigate damage and loss of human life caused by natural disasters such as earthquakes, volcanoes, floods, landslides, etc. Define the perceived problem, identify criteria and constraints, analyze available data on proposed solutions, determine an optimal solution, discuss the ethics and possible negative consequences of the solution.
I don't see this anywhere. Did I miss that one?
No, it's
5.2.
I only see member Earl's 5.2.
Did mine get left off?
See board member Earl's 5.2 as well. Can you tell me how it changed? How it was different from board member Earl's? And I can write it in.
I added help before mitigate. And then after mitigate, I added damage and loss of human life caused by natural disasters. damage and loss of human life caused by natural disasters, and strike out geologic hazards and add okay, and then add such as earthquakes, volcanoes, floods, landslides, etc. Then define the perceived problem. So add in perceived. Oh, yeah, there you go. Identify criteria and constraints, analyze available data on proposed solutions, determine, or I don't know if someone's looking at the screen, I'm looking at my paper while I read this. So if you see something different, determine an optional solution and discuss the ethics and possible negative consequences of the solution. That is correct.
Okay, so evaluate, design solutions which have a structure and function to help mitigate damage and loss of human life caused by natural disasters such as earthquakes, volcanoes, floods, landslides. Did you have an et cetera there? Yes, et cetera. Define the perceived problem, identify criteria and constraints, analyze available data on proposed solutions, determine an optimal solution, discuss the ethics and possible negative consequences of the solution. All right, any questions? Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Sorry, that motion failed 4-1 with member Klein in favor.
I'd like to make a motion that that the committee sends the geology standards as amended, including technical formatting and grammatical changes to the full board for approval.
All right, we have a motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right, great. Which one are we going to do? We skipped one before. Patty, what do we need to go? Oh, marine biology, oceanography.
It is 6:40. Was there a 10-minute break or not? I'm good either way.
Yep, there was a 10-minute break. So let's do it. We'll be back at 6:50.
Those of you getting back on, it is 6:50 and we are on marine biology oceanography.
Thank you very much. I'm open to a motion.
All right, I will start by amending a motion to substitute the current introduction with the following. The Marine Biology / Oceanography High School Supplemental Seed Standards explore living organisms in the ocean. Students describe the characteristics and properties of the ocean and seawater. Students analyze and classify marine life into different marine phyla and their relationship to the marine ecosystem.
Okay, could you share your screen, Patty? Thank you, Natalie. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Just simplifying, making it more concise.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion from board members?
So this is one of those areas, once again, of that boundary, because we do know that we do have impacts on ocean environments, and there is a responsibility element there. So the only thing is that then we have this give and take, right? Where there's this balance of too much that's taken by some and maybe not enough by others. So I'm looking for guardrails. I still think we need something in there about the interactions of human and the ocean. Anyway, so I'm not for striking all this. So maybe if, depending on where this goes, I'll make an amendment. So.
Okay, other comments or questions? Seeing none, shall we have an amendment or shall we vote?
Well, I'll probably put amendment up after because it'll just be adding on. So.
Okay, so we should go ahead and vote then. Seeing no further discussion, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Klein and member Green in favor.
Okay, next.
Okay, I'd like to make an amendment to the introduction. Like I said, trying to put a guardrail so that we are investigating the information, but we're not getting into the, I don't know, more politicized points and things. So let me see. How about, sorry.
Nothing politicized about mine.
Students ask questions to obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about the interaction. I'm just adding this to the end, between humans and the ocean. So it would be the type of interaction that we're looking at. So information about the, oh man, sorry. Can we come back to this? Is that all right?
That's great.
I want the wording to be right, but not just so it has a little bit of a guardrail to it. Go ahead and move on and then.
All right, we'll come back to you when you're ready. All right, member Klein.
To read, using evidence, critically analyze arguments about how seawater, tides, currents, waves, and weather affect and influence the adaptations and distributions of marine populations.
Okay. So that engage in argument based on evidence is one of those cross-cutting things that.
That's what I was gonna say as well. Now that I've understand that. It only took me this long.
Yeah. I think
It's just different when you change the wording around, it changes the focus and makes it more open to discovery and critical thinking. The way it's currently, it just doubles down on whatever the prevailing consensus is, and having them find evidence that concurs with the prevailing consensus instead of going wherever the truth may lead them, including making possibly new discoveries.
I think that phrase, if I may just draw from personal experience, I remember as a debater in high school, you know, preparing your argument, doing all the research on both sides of the issue, and just on the whim of the moment, you might have to bring all of your note cards and all of your research about this side and present an argument that is engaging based on evidence. And then if you happen to be unlucky, then you had to do that other side that you weren't quite as well prepared on. But in both of them, we were engaging in finding evidence and developing a strong basis for the argument of whatever we were saying, you know, was the best thing in debate. So I think that it's just a means that's been around for a long time of engaging students, requiring them to understand the different sides, the different arguments, and collect evidence, and then make a best decision given the evidence that they have on various sides.
So may I respond?
Of course.
In debate, you're trying to get to a predetermined point. You're trying to you're trying to get to a predetermined point. Whereas in science, you're trying to get to truth. Debate is not a truth finding activity. It's trying to make your point and convince the audience of your predetermined point. Whereas science is an attempt to discover truth, to go where the evidence leads you, not make a claim, have a predetermined truth that the science community tells you is the truth, and then you find evidence to prove what they've already told you is the truth. Does that make sense? We need to be
but
following
different areas,
investigating and discovering
all the different areas
and
of thought
conclusions based on the
have
evidence.
their evidence that, you know, we're interested in having the students avail themselves of, you know.
Is it a debate class?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Is science a debate? Is science a debate class, or is you know,
No,
marine
I'm not.
biology? Is it a debate class? Are we trying to prove something, or are we seeking learning
We're
and
trying to
understanding?
get them to explore.
Natalie, I think that when it says engage in an argument from evidence, that includes critically analyzing arguments from both sides. So what I think Member Booth is trying to say is that it already says what you are saying, but in your changing it, it messes up the seed standards. So keeping it with engage in an argument based on evidence is exactly what you're saying. It's critically, and Milo or any other educator in here can pipe in, but to me, you're looking critically analyzing arguments on both sides.
And I get
Do
what
the
you're
same
saying.
thing.
I get what you're saying, but when you currently there is a collection of consensus ideas in the science field that kids are being taught as if they're fact. And so critically analyzing those arguments is a different activity than engaging in an argument based on evidence that from pre-curated scientific sources, if that makes sense. So instead, we're asking kids to look at what existing arguments there are, analyze them, and and investigate or analyze the evidence to see if it is accurate or if there's other possible ways that these things came about, and use their critical thinking instead of just engage in arguments on curated evidence from the scientific community. So it's just the words are very similar, but the reordering of them changes it completely and makes it more scientifically based, as far as science being a discipline of skepticism and research and investigation and going where the truth leads, instead of to a predetermined outcome that somebody else has already deduced, so that, you know, we're all kept in a box and we're not really discovering anything new because we're just regurgitating what the experts say is the truth.
All righty. Thank you very much. Anybody else have any discussion or any questions? We're ready to vote. Let's go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Green and member Klein in favor.
Okay,
I'd like
ready,
to make
ready for a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, just up at the beginning again. So after where it says, yes, so oh no, that's, sorry, at the introduction. Sorry, Patty, just up a little bit more. So the introduction says,
Are you on strand 2?
yes, no, the introduction for marine biology. Students ask questions about the interaction between humans and the ocean in attempt to reduce, is this right? Am I in the right spot?
I think I might be in the wrong one. So I am on the course introduction for marine biology, and I went back up to where you had said go, and I'd highlighted it in yellow, and it was the marine biology oceanography.
You were going to add
correct?
Oh, yes. Okay, hang on though. Why is it two different ones between what's listed there and what board member Klein was crossing out?
I believe you're reading from the very last sentence of that paragraph.
Yeah, okay, so it should say students analyze and classify marine life. Am I not? This is what? This is your language. Is that right, board member?
That's my language.
Hmm.
So you wanted to go back to the original language that's stricken?
No, I didn't. But the crossed out part says students ask questions to obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about the interaction between humans and the ocean. Is that, am I reading the right spot? Is that not accurate?
So if we go over here to the course introduction, this is how it came out. And then when you're saying the crossed out spot, that is board member Klein's motion. And it was a substitute motion to cross out all of the introduction and replace it with this piece right here.
I'm just trying to figure out why the crossed out part of
difference.
hers at the end is different than the course introduction.
Yeah, it's slightly different. I don't know why.
I'm just wondering which one's accurate.
You know what? I think, I don't know. Because I remember, well, I would have just taken out negative, and that's not in the crossed out part. So I'm wondering if I had taken it out and then I just deleted that whole thing in my new one. So you better go with the one on the left.
Okay, well, then what I would like to do is students ask questions to obtain. Yeah, better. So it would strike that students ask questions about the interaction between human. I would strike that sentence. I would put students ask questions to obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about the interaction between humans and the ocean, demonstrating an appreciation and a stewardship for the ocean. I guess that doesn't, I got ocean in there twice, but demonstrating an appreciation and stewardship for the ocean.
So Board Member Earl, you're taking this piece of Board Member Klein's.
Yes, I thought that's
and
what
then
I was
you're
working
adding
with
the other
at
piece.
the end. It's different if I have to work with the other one, so. So yes, that is
Okay,
what I'm doing.
So I'm gonna pull it over here and I'm going to cross this out.
Milo, did you have a
Yeah,
recommendation?
I think I captured that, what she was stating and what I've highlighted there. Is that right?
Thank you. I'm gonna pull it over here. So we have it in the here, and then I'm gonna put it red, because that would all then
Okay.
be new. Does that work?
Yes.
So let me cross this out right here. And does that capture it?
I think so. Yeah, go up just a little bit, second. Okay, but I don't know if that word got messy now that I have ocean twice in there. Let's see, students ask questions to obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about the interaction between humans and the ocean, and then demonstrating an appreciation and stewardship. I would have put for the earth, but we're talking about marine biology, huh? So, and I guess it would need to be for the ocean. Is that jumbled or does that work?
I just have a question.
Mhm.
How is demonstrating an appreciation and stewardship for the ocean tested or measured?
I think it would be in the outcome of whatever whatever kids are, I'm just thinking of the future, the end standards here where they're, engaging.
Do we
with-
test on the summary? Because it's a summary.
Right. So maybe it's just putting the students ask questions to obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about the interaction between humans and the ocean. And then
That would be more objective.
greater detail would be if, towards the end. So that, okay.
So are you wanting to strike?
Yeah, strike the end, it just with the, yep. Because I
Right here,
still
yeah.
think there needs to be that balance in there, because it is important that we understand our engagement in a.
You'd like for me to take off this demonstrating an appreciation and stewardship for the ocean?
Yep.
Okay. Here we go.
All right. Are we clear on board members or on Jenny's motion? Any question or discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay,
All right. So we are on strand 2. I move to amend the summary to read, it is often hypothesized that the earliest life on Earth originated from the ocean, and then the rest as written.
I'd like to make a motion to sub and put in scientific theory proposes that. Just at the beginning, so scientific theory proposes that. So I guess people can decide if they like one or the other, or neither one, right?
Is it a specific theory or?
No, not necessarily.
Would it need to be where we were so specific with geography? This might be a question for Milo. Are there set standards there?
Emily, I had the same question because I thought that is there any evidence that the earliest life didn't start in the ocean or that it wasn't? like Pangea. And so I don't know.
Yeah.
That's my same question, Emily's to Milo.
Is there evidence that it did? And if so, how was that observed? How was that evidence obtained? Was it, I don't think it's observable. It happened so long ago.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't a theory, but that it was evidence that all life started in the ocean. I haven't heard any counter theories before. And I think there was a few mentioned in that in our comments that we got.
Genesis would be one. That's a theory.
Right, but that is a theory and it's not
that's a
based on
theory.
any evidence. So that's non-scientific.
Well, it's as provable as life started in the ocean because there was nobody there to observe. It's not an observable piece of evidence.
Yeah.
Show the
I think
evidence.
we could argue about that for a long time, but we don't need to.
So that's why I wrote it the way I did. Often hypothesized. Because there's no way to prove it.
Milo, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, the fossil record does clearly indicate that life on Earth started in the ocean. Like all the earliest fossils that we have on Earth are aquatic-based fossils. And so that's where science makes that claim that all life originated in the ocean.
Oh, that's based on somebody's theory for carbon dating, which may or may not, which also is a theory. It's not a hard science, a hard fact. So again, where is the evidence, the observable evidence?
The fossils are evidence, right?
The fossils are fossils, but that doesn't prove that they were. I mean, do we have a fossil that shows how an organism sprang to life in the ocean?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to argue here that a fact is real and things that we've known for centuries.
Fossils show proof of
I don't know
life.
how else to tell you that.
Fossils show proof of life. That's all. It doesn't. Fossils don't prove evolution. They don't prove how life came to be.
Right, but this is
simply fossils, proof of life. That's it.
Okay.
Okay. Ricky Scott, would you please join us in this conversation? Oh, you are muted, Ricky.
Yeah, sorry, my computer was slow. Science is limited, as you're trying to describe. Member Klein, I think most scientists would agree with you that science is limited in what it can and cannot say, because again, we don't know the origin of life. We don't know where it started, but the basis of science is based around what is the evidence that's available to us, written in or that is described by what we can see and observe. Those are the limitations. Science has limitations, and the way we teach it to students is that we have to work within these limitations. There is no form or way that we can say, well, because we just don't know, we don't know. So the way that we describe this is that when you look at the evidences for the beginning of life, it's not just carbon dating. It also is the fact that when you look at the stratigraphy item or standard, you guys look back in geography, that is simply the idea that all layers are on top of other layers and the oldest layers at the bottom. So as far as evidence goes, when you look at all layers of rock in all parts of the planet, the lowest layers of rock that have fossils will always have marine fossils. There's never been a moment in which we have ever found a terrestrial fossil below a certain point in the relative layers of stratigraphy. So while that is maybe not pure, perfect, or sure evidence that it came first, as far as science goes, it's the best evidence that we can work off of. And because of that, it's I don't know of any scientist in geography or marine biology or any other area. And again, I know the argument of, but there might be others, but this is not a thing that comes up in any of our universities, because again, all evidence points to hundreds of millions of years of aquatic life before we see our first evidence of even terrestrial plants. Like it's a very long time before you see that. And we have to base ourselves off of empirical evidence and what we can see. And that's the limitation that science has. So again, to change or add doubt to that only adds confusion in the minds of students. Now, to go back to the other discussion about argument, right? This is an opportunity where if this was an argument basis, a student could bring that up and try to present argument in the class. I had opportunities in my class teaching biology where a kid would bring up those alternate things. And we would say, okay, let's look at evidence. And then again, it was an opportunity that we would have, but it was always based on empirical evidence. We could never talk about the Bible, only because, again, this is a science class, not a theology class. But all evidence points to life starting in the oceans.
Okay, so again, I go back to what I first said on show me the evidence. You say it's on what we can see and observe. You said the layers, but then, you know, we have aquatic fossils on the tops of mountains. So that's not on the bottom layer. It's now on the top layer. And so we have to, according to you, go by what we can see and observe. And so there is enough there to keep asking questions, keep investigating, keep asking questions. Again, science is, you have to have skepticism. You have to introduce skepticism into science in order for it to be science. Science is questioning. That is what science is. And if we take, the argument that we might introduce doubt in our kids' minds in science, that is the entire purpose, is to get them thinking. Like, our world is a mystery in so many ways. It's waiting to be discovered and explored and investigated. That is the beauty of and wonderful side of science. And if we remove that, because again, we say the questions are all answered, while there may be evidences and theories for certain things that from other people's discoveries and investigations, you know, let them study those. But again, we don't, like you said, it's limited. We only have what we can see and observe, but that doesn't answer all of our questions definitively. And
Right.
so we need to be, I would love to introduce some kind of aspect of skepticism into all of these science standards where we say, you know what, this is not settled. This is what we have learned so far. These are the hypotheses, the things that have been hypothesized. These are the current theories, but go explore. Let's see what else we can find. And let's see if we can, you know, if we can continue to refine the other theories or find weaknesses or strengths in them. You know, this is just about, again, going where truth leads, where the evidences lead, and new evidences and new ways of looking at the evidence and analyzing it to see if it was interpreted correctly to begin with.
Thank you.
If I may respond.
Please.
So I don't want to belabor this, but the only thing that the fact that there's still marine fossils on the top of mountains today shows is that they still exist. So if they didn't, that would mean we'd have to assume they've gone extinct. So again, we have to use the evidence to say that, so what's happened is marine life started and there still is marine life. So there still are fossils in every other layer. So just because they're at their bottom doesn't mean they're at every other layer going up as long as it's an aquatic area. So again, we are limited that way. The other thing that I'll say is just in response to the idea of skepticism. I completely agree. We want skepticism. We want kids to be able to question. And as a science teacher, I've never observed an opportunity or a teacher who did not welcome any kind of skepticism into their class. But they had to be limited within these using the rules of science, which are empirical evidence to support it. So when a kid comes forth with, or someone finds a fossil that's way below we've ever seen it before, science is not going to get angry. Science is going to get excited. And they're going to try to make sense of it. So you keep putting science in this light of this, I don't know, almost theological kind of group. It's completely the opposite of what you're describing. They're excited for changes. And this is the kind of things that we try to describe to our students as well.
So one more question before we get back to voting on this. I just want to, where is the evidence that humans came from the ocean?
Am I supposed to respond to that? I don't know what you.
I mean, you say there's evidence that all life came from the ocean. Where is the evidence that humans came from the ocean?
So the evidence doesn't show that humans directly came from the ocean, but through multiple phases. This is actually what Darwin's theory of evolution describes, is that over time, things have changed, right? So if we were to look
So that there's macro evolution, that one species has evolved into a different species entirely. There's there's evolution within species, but not between. And I reject the premise.
So our motion, we need to probably get back to the
Yeah,
motion.
let's get back to that.
And see if we can maybe get through these standards before the end of our meeting for sure, maybe into another, so.
All righty. So thank you. We appreciate that conversation. And we have the motion before us. Please. Okay, we better remind ourselves what the motion is.
Let me read it. So
Thank
the motion to substitute is: scientific theory proposes that the earliest forms of earliest life on Earth originated from the ocean.
Could we make a friendly amendment or change to, instead of theories?
Yeah, we can put theories. I see. Yep.
You would take us off.
Okay, so it's before you then. Any other questions or concerns before we vote? Please vote.
I will change that to a
Chair
yes.
Booth,
It's just.
I don't see your vote. That motion passes with 4 in favor and 1 opposed, Chair Booth opposed.
I'd like to make a motion to 2.1. I'd like to strike construct an explanation of, and in place of that, put ask questions and analyze data for. So we're using just one of our other cutting concepts, if I'm saying that right. Milo, did I articulate that correctly?
This would be the science and engineering practice, not the cross-cutting concept.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Is the language correct? Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. Thank you. I will eventually maybe get those down correctly.
All right. Any other changes in that?
I would motion to substitute.
Okay, go ahead.
Replace the current language with using evidence, critically analyze arguments, which maintain that some of Earth's earliest life forms originated in the ocean via chemical processes. Yes, in fact, let's change and use the language that Jenny had on at the beginning of hers, ask questions and analyze data, which maintains.
Which maintains that.
So the rest of mine is the same, just take out using evidence, critically analyze arguments, take out that first part.
So what does the chemical processes do or mean exactly? What
Are you asking me?
Yeah,
That
I am. I'm just trying to
language.
figure out what chemical processes does.
So chemical, this is one of the theories, is that ocean life came to be through chemical processes. That's what the theories claim. So it would say, my amendment would say, ask questions and analyze data for how, ask questions and analyze data. Then it should say, which maintain that some of Earth's earliest life forms originated in the ocean via chemical processes. So we're just having students analyze those theories that maintain that life started in the ocean via chemical processes. Whether
All
it's the photosynthesis or
clear?
other.
To me, okay. And the original standard as written by the committee post public comment was construct an explanation of how the population of organisms evolved, parentheses, changed over time as ocean ecosystems changed, emphasize that the earliest life on Earth originated in the ocean. Right? Okay.
So this is just introducing that skepticism to have them analyze the claims that have been made.
But it's missing all of the explanation of how populations of organisms evolved or changed over time, and that as ocean ecosystems changed, which I feel like is pretty important. It's also a big piece that has nothing to do with evolution, but just like how the ocean has changed in different pieces and how population organisms change and adapt when the ocean floor or the ocean changes. So I feel like it's missing that.
So we could add in, investigate how ocean ecosystems have changed over time.
But I think that the construct and explanation
I prefer investigate.
is important for the standards. All right.
So do we have that all down there?
Well, I think so. Looks like it.
Okay.
Do you see it?
Let's see. So we can vote on this. Ask questions and analyze data which maintain that some of Earth's earliest life forms originated in the ocean via chemical processes.
Okay. Ready to vote? Please vote.
That motion fails 4-1 with member Klein in favor.
All right, next.
Does that go back to the original motion? Do I need to remake that?
Please remake it just to,
So the motion is at the beginning to strike construct an explanation of and replace with ask questions and analyze data for.
Are you
or
including the part after or?
for how populations of organisms then.
Yeah,
Okay.
Where it says critically analyze claims and theory that the earliest life on Earth.
no,
originated.
it's the ask questions and analyze. I had two that I was questioning and I'm going
Okay.
with the ask questions and analyze because that aligns better.
And then you keep emphasize the second sentence that's over there on the original standard.
Yeah,
You're keeping that?
let me look. No, I would strike emphasize. So let's see. So
Well, emphasize is
I
the next step of the template. So keep
know.
emphasize, but change whatever's after it if you need to change. If you
Well,
can.
Emphasize isn't on everything. It's just on some things, so it doesn't have to be there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that is true. Is there another word they're using? I don't really care for emphasize there, but
Emphasize is the number 2 part of the template. And it's going to be in 1,000 places across all of the science ones. That's the number 2 sentence.
If that statement is in there, I will not be voting for this because that is a statement of fact, which I reject the premise of, and it's not, it's against many of our students' beliefs. It just straight up is. And so I don't think we should be teaching belief systems in the school.
Boy, life is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so any questions? We're ready to vote. Go ahead.
I have a question. I didn't capture it. So Board Member Earl, I heard emphasize that the earliest life on Earth originated in the ocean. I pulled it over. At one point, you had stated, take it all out, and then I
just
heard.
don't, you know, I
Okay.
wouldn't do the emphasize either.
Yeah.
That's why I was looking for, and I understand it's templated. That's why
Is-
I was looking back to see if there was another word that's commonly used. We have examples, but that's not an example.
Provide examples of.
Yeah, no. Okay, so, okay, let me reread it. Ask questions and analyze data for how populations of organisms evolved, changed over time as ocean ecosystems changed. It could be including claims. I don't know if that strays too far for some. Claims that the earliest life on Earth originated in the ocean. Sorry, I wish I did not realize that at that point. Okay. All right. I don't know. Leave it how it is. So the way we've got the language in there. So yeah. Yep.
So leave it as it is.
Yep, ask questions and analyze data for, yep, how populations of organisms evolved, changed over time as ocean ecosystems change. Emphasize that the earliest life on Earth originated in the ocean.
Okay. That's the motion. Please vote.
That motion passes 4-1 with member Klein opposed.
I motion to amend 2.3. This is a simple one. It just strike out the word to, add the word and. So it reads, analyze and interpret data about marine life from varying marine ecosystems and classify them into different marine phyla using structure and function, distinguishing characteristics, and adaptation.
Right, any questions? If not, please vote.
That motion passes with 4 in favor and member Green opposed.
And I've moved to amend 2.4, develop and use models to analyze the flow of, to analyze the flow and cycling of water and other matter in marine ecosystems. Examples of models could include food webs, trophic levels, and carbon exchange.
Flow and cycling.
This comes back to that energy and matter, which is the cross-cutting piece.
It
doesn't follow the established formatting of the seed standards.
But when you talk about flow, it's the flow of water.
Right, but we use the word energy and matter purposefully because it aligns with the seed standards.
Right. Again, this is another one of those areas where it's a little bit of a stretch to include that in there when we're talking about the flow of water. And I did keep other matter in there, but energy, so matter is still there.
Yeah, water forms canyons, and there's also water powered so it can be considered energy. I just like to keep with the
So-
standard that they set, but
Okay, well, I think, I'm just wondering if there's a way to keep it in there. Develop and use models to analyze the flow of water. You could put, energy in parentheses after water.
How
And,
about to
and matter.
analyze the
And you
flow
could take
and-
out other.
How about to analyze the flow and cycling of energy, water, and other matter in marine ecosystems?
Say that again.
To analyze the flow and cycling of energy, water, and matter, and other matter, or whatever.
What if you put the flow and energy, the flow and cycling of water and then parentheses, energy?
Or how about
and
just
other matter?
comma of water, comma, energy, and other matter in marine ecosystems?
I just don't know if flow and cycling of energy makes sense. But if we put energy, so it's the flow of
Water.
the flow of water, and you could put energy in parentheses after water, and I'd be okay with that.
Okay. Ricky,
So the purpose of the standard is to look specifically at how energy and matter flows as organisms eat organisms within food webs and trophic levels. So really, water doesn't have much to do here, although water is an important part of life. We're really looking at how energy, if you go back to the original standard, it's the flow of energy, meaning that plants get energy through photosynthesis or chemosynthesis, right? Plants, animals eat those plants, energy and matter flow into that. Then other animals eat those animals and matter and energy flow into that. So really, I think we're really, in these changes that are being suggested, we're moving away 100% from what the science and what really is trying to be described as a simple idea of food webs, food chains, and trophic levels.
thank you, Ricky. Any further questions? Let's vote.
Hang on, let me just make sure it's correct. Develop and use models to analyze the flow and cycling of water, energy and matter. Okay, flow and cycling of water, energy and matter in marine ecosystems. Okay, I'm fine with it the way it is.
All righty, please vote.
That motion, sorry if you heard that. That motion fails 4-1 with member Klein in favor.
All right.
All right.
next.
I move to amend 2.5 to read, obtain, evaluate, and communicate information regarding the stable and changing relationships between biotic and abiotic factors in marine ecosystems. Examples of ecosystems could include estuaries, coral reefs, kelp forests, the open ocean, and the deep ocean. So it's just adding in information regarding and striking out about and adding an ing to change. So it's changing relationship.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Please vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with member Booth and member Green opposed.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion on 3. On 3.3. So I'm just sorry, I was checking to see if I had one on 1. I don't think I do. Oh, what did I have on 1? Sorry. Did I just have comment or did I don't have it highlighted? So I'm trying to decide if I actually had one there.
It's just a question that you have. You haven't made any.
Oh, okay, right. That's why I was looking at, I was going, wait a minute. So let me just read that out loud. Ask questions to obtain, evaluate, communicating information about the patterns. Okay, I guess my statement kind of, maybe it's a question, is that there is a fascination. I think humans in general have a fascination with exploration, right? And the ocean is just one of those inquisitive things that we just love for whatever reason. And just as we're finishing these, I hope that's what we're instilling, right? That's I guess where my frame of mind is that passion for, a love for, and appreciation and care for. So with that being said, on 3.3, I would like to make this modification: analyze and interpret data to investigate adding various models that support and challenge causes and effects of climate change on the ocean and marine ecosystems. Examples of data to investigate could be sea level, striking rise, because it's in a continual fluctuation, could be rising or falling depending on where you're at and the year. Thermal expansion, ocean chemical composition, striking acidification, because that falls under chemical composition, ocean temperature, biomagnification, I guess it would be, and biomagnification. Some of those others, pollutants, ocean deoxygenation, and help me say it right, eutrophication. These all have to do with chemical changes that change the mechanisms. So if we include it under chemical composition, then it leaves that open for if there's other items or whatever there. So that's my recommendation.
Motion to substitute.
Go ahead.
What was the first part? You just ended on 3.3, but you did, was it the?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Strand, was it 3.1 you did before?
I didn't do one for 3.1. I was just asking, making.
Okay, so this is the only one on the table right now, is 3.3?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, so my substitute motion would be as I currently put in there before. So would read: analyze and interpret data to investigate how oceanic currents affect weather patterns and marine ecosystems. Examples of data to investigate may include tidal force, thermal expansion, ocean temperatures, evaporation, trade winds, tropical cyclones, hurricanes, tsunamis, typhoons, whirlpools, tide pools, coral reefs, etc.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Any comments?
Yeah, so let me understand, is the idea to strike more or less climate change and put in specific climate or weather related natural forces?
That's correct.
All right. Other questions? All right, if
I think I feel a little lost on which one we're looking at. I'm sorry.
I think we're on Natalie's, right? That not.
Yes, 3.3.
the one that's blue highlighted, maybe.
That was
It's
Now it's gray.
for clarification, Board Member Reel. Board Member Klein has substituted Board Member Earl's motion, and the substitute is a substitute of what was written over here. So this is the one that we're on.
Okay. With that clarification, are we ready to vote? Please vote.
That motion fails 4-1 with Member Klein in favor.
All right, next motion.
That takes us back to Board Member Earl's motion.
Is there, so I'm just wondering if there's, I guess, on the fly here, but.
Board Member Earl?
Yeah.
Is there any way we could keep pollutants in there?
Would that not fall under chemical compositions? And that's why Does that make sense? I wondered if that fell under that category, because that's.
Yeah,
affects
that would
chemical
be, I guess that,
composition.
I don't know the answer to that either, so.
And that's why it was putting those into one, so we had, you know,
Yeah, I'm just thinking of like, I always get very practical. And thinking about being a student or teaching this and thinking, are my students gonna learn all these big words? So sometimes having pollutants or something in there might be more helpful, I don't know.
well, and that's, yeah, point of the chemical compositions, but yeah,
Yeah.
ocean temperatures, biomagnification.
Okay, any other questions? Any other discussion? Please
So
vote.
let me ask one question. Milo, maybe this is of you. I know. It's so specifically looking at the language climate change, how are we interpreting that in our schools? Does there need to be a definition of that? Is it changing climates, or is it the broader, do you know what I mean, that we're seeing in political entities? Is there, do you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to find out whether that needs to be just changed to something like effects of climate on the ocean, or if the climate change is more towards just a political argument. Does that make sense?
No, I'm not quite following 100% there. So can you
Yeah, so we got various models that support and challenge. I guess it's the support and challenge. That's where that's at, right?
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay, I'm good with that. Putting those in there so that we can look at a diverse range of things instead of eliminating, but also making sure we're not trying to create a balanced framework there.
I have a quick question too. Do we have, and I've got all of them here, but in case somebody knows right away, do we have references where we do talk about marine ecosystems, like what was mentioned in Member Klein's, like the tidal force expansion, temperatures, evaporation, trade winds? Is that taught? Does that fall under a specific area where we would see that coming through curriculum? And I'm looking for any staff member that could answer that for me.
Are you referring within the marine biology standards or within the whole?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe 1.3 kind of does, and marine biology kind of addresses that idea. And I don't believe there was any proposal to change that, or yeah, there was that one.
Okay.
But yeah, I feel like 1.3 addresses those concepts that Board Member Klein is proposing.
Okay. So do we feel like, okay, never mind. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, any further questions or discussion? If not, do we know what we're voting on? Get it in front of us.
Were you gonna do that little friendly amendment to just change and say biomagnification and pollutants?
If you, we can put pollutants in there if you want. I wondered if it was in the chemical composition, but pollutants is fine. Now we have to go teach at China now if we're gonna.
Yes.
I'm kidding, not that we're.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Great. We've got it in front of us.
I
Please
would
vote.
make an amendment. I
Okay,
would say various models that support and challenge the claims of climate change. It strikes out causes and effects.
okay, so we have this amendment. Any discussion? If not, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Klein and member Green in favor.
I
Thank
do think that the support and challenge causes and effects does create that claims argument.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
All right, so we're now back to Board Member Earls. It's in front of you. Please vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with member Booth and member Klein opposed.
Okay, next.
I see. Trying to see where we are.
Board Member Earl, do you have one here on 3.4?
yes, sorry, I was speaking, didn't have it on. So on 3.4, design a management solution, striking in the form of a sustainability plan that impacts individual city or regional contribution, changes to marine environmental systems, define the problem, identify criteria and constraints, develop possible solutions, using models, analyzing data to make improvements from successive iterations of testing solutions, and optimize a solution that stresses an appreciation of the ocean.
Well, that's a mouthful. Okay,
And I can just, iterations instead of the word they have there. I'm not even sure. And probably that is a real word, iteratively, but just kind of clarifies that. And then a
Is this-
management solution.
Iteratively,
There you go.
but I don't think that's a word.
I have a question.
yes.
So just like you were mentioning earlier, remember Earl, about China, I feel like it's important to talk about how students living in Utah can affect the ocean, right? I don't know if the writing committee had a certain reason, because it does feel very random in there. So I don't know if the writing committee had a reason for keeping that in there, but I think it's good to say, like, even though we don't live by an ocean, you can still affect it, right?
So that has to do with optimizing a solution. My biggest concern with this language is how market forces, this isn't talking about, notice we've gone into some kind of a economic thing here and a social thing. So market forces and societal demands influence personal choices. So I just am wondering if this is if we're talking about solutions, we're talking about testing things, improvements, optimizing a solution to show appreciation for the ocean. And then then at the end, you have an add-on that I feel like I'm not sure that, to me, this gets into some political things that I'm not really comfortable sending our kids to. So, and that we are addressing the issues associated throughout this whole strand here. So it's not like we're, avoiding that discussion. Anyways, that's my thoughts.
Okay.
So
I would motion to substitute.
Go ahead.
I would strike standard 3.4 in total.
Okay. Any discussion or question?
I just have another question for the writing committee. So to me, sustainability, like we have entire areas of sustainability, which is basically how do we make sure that we keep the balance between what we're doing to our environment, the earth that we live on, and what we're doing as humans as we innovate and grow and change. And so I'm wondering if we talk about sustainability in other ways, if that is aligned, or if I just would like to hear from the writing committee or anyone that knows what the writing committee was thinking on this entire 3.4.
Yeah, so is there any, you just wanted to get their point of view on
Well,
it?
one was, do you have any answer to why that emphasize the role that an individual living in Utah plays? And then two, is there a difference between management solution and sustainability plan? I only know them as sustainability plans. That's like what our municipal and state governments call them. But I just don't know if there's a difference there or if there was any intention in the language.
Yeah, so with the emphasis, or emphasize the role that individual can play in Utah, that was the writing committee was really passionate about that. I think they were less passionate about the other part that board member Earl was concerned about, that how market forces and societal demands. I think that was just part of that, how you could look at that, but playing that role that individual at Utah plays was important to the writing team. And then in terms of the choosing design a solution is the official science and engineering practice for this standard in the language that we use for the science and engineering practice. And then you hit it on it exactly with in the form of a sustainability plan, trying to use common language that is used within individual cities and regions.
Thank you.
I guess I do really get nervous about this one. I think it's giving away way too much to some political narratives here. We'll just reference the crickets. It's a very real thing. It's a very real belief system. And it's a very real, there's very real strategies that are being looked at to implement, and so cities can be sustainable. So I'm not sure I'm really even comfortable with this one as a whole, unless we can clarify that we'll let our children know it is okay to eat meat. It is okay to have some fish, even though we are in the state of Utah, and that they can do these things responsibly, which gives the nod to creating a sustainability plan of sorts. And I guess I would say until that can neutralize in the politicization of this, I'm not sure we're quite there yet with me having confidence in this.
Chair Booth, do you mind if I make a comment just really quick? Because I think we're getting into this piece about climate change and different pieces.
Please.
So I was thinking about climate change a lot because for me it's something, or the changing climate and how humans affect that. And because to me it's foundational, and I've seen evidence of this and even in my lifetime. And so I was looking at how our state, since we're making these state standards, how our state aligns with that. And I found the HCR 7, the concurrent resolution on environmental and economic stewardship, which talks about the changing climate and how our state needs to be starting to plan and think through those pieces. And then as well, HCR 1, concurrent resolution to work together to address the climate, public lands, and carbon sequestration, which also was passed by our legislature. And then as well, I found a bunch of studies that the legislature has asked the University of Utah, as well as the Kem Gardner Institute, like the Utah Roadmap, Positive Solutions on Climate and Air Quality, as well as Climate Change and Utah, the Scientific Consensus. All of these are out here, all of this research and this knowledge that we have as we see our Great Salt Lake shrinking and as we see our air quality diminish, and the ways that we're thinking about just, building buildings in different ways to be more sustainable. It's not political, it's actually survival in a lot of ways for our environment. And so I just wanted to mention that because as we make these standards in a state where students, it's hard for them to go outside because the air quality is bad, they can't have recess, and because we're watching our Great Salt Lake shrinking, all of these things that the entire Utah legislature, which is definitely not part of my party, has all agreed upon this science and the fact that our climate is changing and we need to have sustainable practices and that we need to have action plans in order to make sure that we can live in harmony with all of the us as humans on this earth as it changes and as the weather changes. And so I just wanted to make mention of that to me, the changing climate and the fact that the climate is changing and the impact that has on us as individuals, but also the impact we can make to slow down that change is really important. This is something the students hear about all the time in their lives, especially being Utahns. And I think it's really important that it isn't political to me, especially since I don't align with the majority of the people in the legislature and they all agree with me on this. So I don't want to make it political. It's facts. It's evidence that they're seeing in front of their eyes. And I want to make sure that that's included in our standards.
I'd like to speak to this I recently received this message from a concerned parent. She said, my 6th grade son got pulled into the principal's office for writing what they considered a suicidal comment on a paper. When asked, what is one regret you have? He answered, being born. I do not believe my son is suicidal, but with the intent to take it seriously, just in case, I had him see a counselor. When she asked him why he wrote that, he said he is tired of living in a world of global climate change and racism. I was floored. Those are not things he has ever heard from me or our family, which leads me to believe he is getting those messages from school. I am in the process of pulling him out. As far as I can tell, he is suicidal. If he is suicidal, it is because of school. I am frustrated. It feels like I am trying to catch a tidal wave in a Dixie cup in battling over these curriculums and programs in the school.
Yeah, with all due respect, and that's an unfortunate story, and that's an anecdote. It's an anecdote. So I just,
it's an actual story.
It is one, and it's one student. And I'm just saying that we are living in an environment where we all agree that it's changing and there are issues.
I know we do not all agree. I reject that premise altogether. I do not agree, and there are many others that do not agree either.
Okay,
and
right.
We are tired of it being pushed and us having our freedoms limited by that.
Right, and I think that a majority of teachers, based on the responses we've gotten from these standards and your amendments, would say that your view is not the view of the whole. And
of the teachers. Yeah, but what about
and the
families?
parents that have written and the community, the people that have provided input. I don't want to make
I think
sure
we
that
need
I
to
know for all of
we
the
should
people
take a
out
poll.
there, for all of the people out there that are listening, that are concerned about this, that think that we are going to teach our students that climate change doesn't exist. I want them to know, and they can hear from me, that I'm trying to make sure it's included because it is important to me. It's not political. It's something we experience every day in Utah. And I hope that they know that their voices are heard in that way, because it is truly so important, especially in the state that we live in.
And I would say we could put this on the ballot and see what the true consensus of Utah is. But otherwise, I am speaking for the many others that fundamentally do not agree with the climate change agenda or narrative. And so, again, this is why we need to depoliticize the classroom and take out.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why
issues.
We present things based on data, facts, and science, which is what we're doing. And that's what
we
it
have
says.
A lot of skewed science
That's
right
what it
now
says.
that is
Your
being controlled.
wild websites you go to are not all
pseudoscience is not science.
All right.
Thank you. That was very good. All right, let's go on.
I just have my couple of thoughts on this is, once again, trying to keep this personally to where it falls within that realm of not going outside the reach. I do think we have a stewardship and a responsibility. I do think we have, when it comes to clean air, we do need to look for solutions. And I think our rising generations and others can help us in finding solutions to those. And I think those need to be solutions that benefit society and being real careful that it doesn't get to where it regulates and controls society. So that I think there is that careful balance, as we can see, between differing opinions. So I don't know. I think we've got an amendment on the floor. I don't know if there's any other changes to it that anyone.
Let's see. Are we? Or we want to delete the whole thing? Is that where we're at, or did we already do that?
Currently, the motion on the floor is a substitute motion from Board Member Klein that is highlighted that deletes deletes the strand and whole.
Okay, great. So
standard 3.
Vote on that. Yeah. Everyone, please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with Member Green and Member Klein in favor.
Okay, then we're back to Member Earl's motion.
Do you want me to read it again?
Yeah, we probably better.
Okay, so 3.4, design a management solution that impacts individual city or regional contribution, changes to marine environmental systems, define the problem, identify criteria and constraints, develop possible solutions using models, analyze data to make improvements from successive iterations of testing solutions and optimize the solution that stresses an appreciation of the ocean.
Thank you. We've got that in front of us. Please vote.
That motion fails 3-2 with member Green and member Earl in favor.
Okay, we have a final motion here.
I have a motion for, and this is not the final motion, to amend strand 3. So I would amend it to read ocean systems, exploration and discovery, life forms, minerals and resources, oceanic transportation and recreation. And then the rest is stricken. Again, this is just to simplify it and depoliticize it and make it about ocean systems and exploring the ocean, discovering the ocean and the different creatures that are in it, transportation and recreation.
Okay, any discussion or question?
Just hold on one second. Okay, all right. I'm good to vote now.
All right, let's vote.
That motion fails 4-1 with member Klein in favor.
All right, I move to amend 3.1. I don't think we did this one yet. So I would replace what the writing committees and have it read, ask questions to obtain, evaluate, and communicate patterns and discoveries made during historical and modern oceanic exploration, research and identify the challenges associated with oceanic exploration, past and present.
All right, we have that before us. Any questions? Please vote.
Member Green?
All right, I just need one more second here on this one.
That motion fails 4-1 with member Klein in favor.
All right, I motion to substitute 3.2 to read, ask questions to obtain, evaluate, and communicate information regarding the various plant and animal life found in the marine ecosystems. Identify examples of oceanic minerals and resources that are beneficial to humans. Describe the various means of oceanic transportation and recreation.
Right, any questions?
So to me, I guess it's just more of a statement, just depending on who's teaching this depends on how this is going to be taught, which makes sense, but I'm just saying it could take a very negative turn instead of a responsibility turn or a very positive turn. So I don't have a problem with the original standard. It's just, I guess maybe Milo, in some ways, I'm wondering how, how this is going to be presented to educators. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
I don't mind the standard, but it could go a variety of ways, if that makes sense.
In counter to what Member Klein has been arguing, this actually only shows one side. So her amendment actually only shows one side. The original one is engaged in an argument based on evidence, which is arguing both sides. And this one just says, ask questions regarding the various plant and animal life. And then it says how they are positively effective. So to me, it just shows one side on this one.
So my question then is this, for the curriculum developers here, are we balanced in, sometimes I just feel like there's an undertone of anything that humans do in regards to interacting with the ocean has a negative effect. Is that what we're trying to communicate as the undertone to get that conversation going? So there's my first question. The second is, are we trying to teach about marine biology and oceanography? And if we are, it would seem that Member Klein's focus is more on that element versus how humans just have a negative effect on the marine ecosystems, no matter what they do. So I'm conflicted there. And I would love some clarification, if we could, please.
Any takers?
Sorry, I don't think I quite follow what the question is I'm being asked to answer.
So I know it's super cool. I'm trying to figure out what I do need to ask. My sentiments, I feel like there's an undertone that any interaction that humans have in the marine ecosystems has had a negative, detrimental effect. Do we believe that? And is that what we are trying to get our students to learn? You can apply that question to 3.2.
In a lot of ways in science, we do try to look and see at what effect humans have on the environment around us. And in a lot of ways, sometimes there are times where we are looking and seeing, oh, we broke this, we need to fix it. And so I think that's kind of the idea of what we're trying to go for here is like, how can human activities not only have that negative impact, but also what can human activities do to also fix these impacts that have incurred to hopefully make the ocean better than how we left it.
Okay, thank you. And then if I could have us jump over here to Member Klein's amendment, where it is talking specifically about the marine biology and the oceanography, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Do we teach about the various plant and animal life forms found in these ecosystems? Do we know the minerals and resources that are beneficial to that ecosystem, and how we've interacted with that? Are we giving it justice that our students actually get to the point of understanding marine biology and oceanography first, and then learning how to engage in it second, instead of it being humans kill the marine ecosystems, human have negative, effects on marine systems? I keep hearing it, and I'm asking, is that what we want to be teaching our students as the priority?
Ricky, did you have a comment?
Just in response to the last thing is all it was. I mean, in regards to this, I think there are plenty of things that we do in the ocean that are perfectly fine. Kids that play in the ocean, that go scuba diving, or even being in boats. Like there are plenty of things that we do in the ocean that are just fine. So I mean, and I think most of the experiences that we as humans have at the ocean have only experienced good things because it's all that we do. It's just really important for a standard like this to be also be able to look at, but on top of that, kind of like what Milo was describing, what are things that have happened? Because it's generally going to fall, it's these kind of experiences that help students see, how can we make this better? What can I do to affect a new technology or create something different or really make an effect on how this works in regards to resources, transportation, and recreation?
Point of order is Mr. Scott, is he on the marine biology writing committee, or I thought he was just on the geology?
Natalie, I specifically made the mistake of inviting him to make a comment. So if I'll take the brunt if I did something wrong, and I'm sorry. Thank you for your comment, Ricky.
Question. I mean, I guess I'm looking back at these to say, so 3.1, we talk about, the history, right? Expansion, historical, motivations, oceanic exploration. Okay, so that's challenges and findings. Then I'm going to skip 2 for a minute. On 3, we talk about climate change and our impact and thermal expansion, the pollutants and that kind of a thing. As I'm looking at this, there is an element of balance that does play out in this, where we should be, and I think I'm seeing a little bit more of with this amendment here, just those more positive elements or those things that we are doing, the transportation, recreation. We do address the impacts down below, and then we address solutions at the bottom. So as I'm just looking at this, I think it does round it out from historical investigations to here's how we engage with the system and the things that are there and the benefits. And then it's here's some things that are happening that could be harmful and concerns with it, and then our engagement with that, and then the solutions at the bottom. I think it does, as I'm looking at it, I think it creates a well-rounded narrative, I think, in this section.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, what are we voting on? Are we voting on what is highlighted in gray right now?
So
Do you want me to read that? It's correct.
Okay, great. Yes,
It
please.
states, ask questions to obtain, evaluate, and communicate information regarding the various plant and animal life found in marine ecosystems. Identify examples of oceanic minerals and resources that are beneficial to humans. Describe the various means of oceanic transportation and recreation.
All right, thank you. You've just heard it. Let's vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with member Booth and member Rill opposed.
I have a motion on 3.4, and it's just to strike the last paragraph. It leaves the rest of the language in and removes that, or the last sentence, sorry, emphasize the role with the, especially the part with the market forces and societal demands. It leaves all the other components there.
All right, thank you.
Was that one
Any
already
discussion?
voted on? I think we have, that was voted on right here. So is
Yeah.
it bringing it back?
I would like to bring back that motion. Good point.
You're talking about 3.4?
Yep.
Great.
So what are you're bringing back? What's
I would like to bring back 3.4 and just strike the last paragraph. I mean, the last sentence.
the way
Leaving
it's
the rest of it in
showing?
place. But we would
Okay.
have to make a motion to bring it back if we had a majority. I'm making a motion, we bring it back, so we can do a quick vote, so we can be done.
So she already struck out the part you want that was there before?
It's all that, yeah, that's all. It's all still
It wasn't
the,
struck out before?
It's just revoting on that one is what she's.
I'd like to bring it back up.
Okay, so do we need to
So
vote?
I just want
bring
to
it back up?
understand. It's, when we voted on it before, was the emphasized sentence strucken out previously? And so you're trying to unstrike it? That's what you want to do when you bring it back?
No, I want it stricken. It's not, it's, the standard is the way it was written. Nothing passed.
Okay, because it's showing like it's struck out.
No, it's the original motion. That was my motion, but it didn't pass.
Okay.
So we just need to either
We're
take,
bringing back.
you
the
guys either
motion
decide
again.
whether you want to bring it back up or not.
So we've got to vote as to whether we'll bring it back. Please vote yes or no to bring it back. Okay, it looks like we
Motion
can bring it
passes
back.
3-2.
Okay, and I just want to make the motion that we strike the last sentence, emphasize the role that an individual living in Utah plays in the plan, as well as how market forces and societal demands influence personal choices.
Okay.
And I've already spoken to that.
So the other parts of the standard, like where it's struck out in the form of a sustainability plan, did that remain in after our last one?
It failed, Natalie, it failed, so it didn't.
Okay, so everything is the same as on the left.
Yep.
So
That last sentence you're asking to remove.
Vice
Yes,
or
Patty.
Chair. Earl, yeah, I just want to make sure we follow what this looks like and it won't impact the outcome, I don't think, in either way. But I just want to make sure, Board Member Earl, you were not on the prevailing side when that one came, so we would
Oh,
need to
you're
have Board
right.
Member
Sorry.
Klein bring
You're right.
back. I just want to make sure that that's not questioned,
I wasn't, so I can't even make the motion, so.
but someone else could bring it.
Well, so as not to disappoint Jenny, somebody bring it.
It's okay. Trust me, I won't be. I really don't care for the political narrative on that last one, but.
if we bring it back, I will motion to strike the whole thing again.
So we move it forward to the full board. So, okay.
Okay, that'll be great. Okay.
I
Down.
make the motion that we accept that what's the language? That the committee sends the marine biology, oceanography, seed standard as amended, including technical and formatting and grammatical changes to the full board for approval.
Everybody vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with Member Klein and Member Rail opposed.
Oh, boy. We did a good job, you guys.
Hey, good, thank you. We've got through, how many have we not gotten through now?
It's 3.
3? Oh, I thought we were at 2.
Yeah,
we have
human
two
anatomy,
left.
Humanities.
meteorology, and
Meteorology?
humanities.
Yeah.
What are they again? Meteorology and what?
Humanities.
And humanity.
So at this point in time, as a committee, you need to decide, maybe make some choices as a point of discussion. One of the choices is we already have a spot for it on the May 5th agenda, just in case you didn't get all of them done tonight. So there's already a spot, so we can go in and clean that up. So there's just 2 of them. You could also make a request of board to have it go to the full board for those final 2 or have it after the board meeting or during the study session or after the study session. So there's a couple of options that you could request. And I don't know if you would like to talk about that now, or if you would just like to have Chair Booth and Vice Chair Green talk about that and submit a proposal to leadership. That's up to you, just some of the options on board.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting and continue to at least finish up with the science standards.
Okay. We have a motion. Any discussion? Could we have a 5-minute break?
I think
We
you,
vote first and then take a break if needed.
I think you better kind of check with staff. It's not just the mercy of the board members here.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, great. So staff. How would you react to that?
Can I first do a preview of what has to be talked about so that you can look and see about how much time that might take?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pull those up.
What are we still doing? We've got meteorology and what?
Humanities.
And
just
the
need to-
introduction of the science standards.
I thought the introduction.
Well, the introduction is
fine.
going to be quick because
I thought they couldn't be.
I have several amendments on them.
Right, but I thought that because they're part of a bigger package that they can't be amended.
I think if we make a recommendation to the full board of amendments, that the board could then vote on whether to approve those or not.
Or I get how it works, but I'm just saying those specific introductions cannot, Patty, is
it's
that?
already
right?
been,
Heard
it's
that they
been
were
voted on
already
by the
approved
board.
by the full board.
They
but-
were already approved by the full board.
So you have to do whatever that thing is that we couldn't do a minute ago for Jenny. So somebody from the prevailing side has to bring it back up.
Right, so that wouldn't be committee work at this point.
That's right.
It would be full board.
Patty,
Okay, so looking on here for meteorology, there are 7 pages. That's I can't judge time on this. Most of them are replacements. Looking across, there are some word changes within there. So it would probably be on average about what the other ones, so about an hour or more. We do have board member Green who has some things in a possible request to meet again in a special session with fresh minds. Just looking at that as well. So if I would need about a 10-minute break, I would have to just change something in my schedule here tonight, but that would be up to you as board members.
bless your heart. Thank you. All right, board members, do you want to take a vote whether to, if we're not going to continue tonight, we'll choose one of the options or discuss one of the options of either another meeting or doing it with the full board on the 5th of May.
I'm okay to end tonight to choose another option. I don't think we should keep going. I'm also happy to do it as a study session with the full board. That would be my option. What work did we have planned for next month's standards and assessment?
This is it.
So we have, right now, we have a placeholder to finish these, the supplemental standards, so it would be those 2. And then we have the information item with Darren Nilsson that we put off for a couple months on assessment.
Well, great. There you
And
go.
we are 9 to noon, and that would give 3 hours. The humanities has a little bit more to it.
I think there's
So let me
about
show you.
5 words of the original that's still there.
And I don't, yeah, that's what I worry about. I don't know if in the meantime, if anyone had amendments that they no longer want to bring forward, they could cut beforehand. I don't know. I just worry we're not going to get through them anyways. And then the problem with that is if we don't get through them in our committee meeting, that time we have, we're really hurting that timeline with the fiscal year end, which is what we have coming up. And so in doing so, that's the day after the board meeting. I just worry that we're just not going to be able to, we would have to push it out for another month or have another special session, which worries me. And not that I don't have confidence in all of us, but I just, based on today, which was pretty good comparatively.
Actually, thought we did really well.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it was
Yeah.
pretty good. I'm worried that we're not going to be able to make it through in 3 hours. So then it sets, you know what I mean? Like if committee meeting was on Thursday and then the full board meeting was Friday, it would be a different story.
But I'm just trying to clarify, but the argument is then to take it for the full board. You're assuming that then do you see what I'm saying? That what time is built into that would have to build time into it. And maybe that's the way to do it. The reality is I'm most likely not going to be there on that Friday. That's just a FYI. I have a obligation.
Shoot.
So
That actually, Jenny, we should talk because I might have a conflict too. Patty, we should talk. Everybody, we should talk.
On that May 5th is when member Earl and member Green have conflicts.
I have with NASB, I have a committee that several months ago I committed to, and they happened to put it on the first Thursday and Friday. Part of board meeting, I'll be able to be there on Thursday, but
Could we split the amendment, like have one, like split these standards and have one go to the full board and then one stay with us so that we ensure we get it done? I don't know.
Could do that.
What do you think?
Or split between committees so that on that Friday we get them all done in all of the committees.
well, the other committees are loaded. I don't think that's a real fair thing to do to them.
Yeah.
May I ask, how do we feel about, I know everybody's schedule is so packed, about meeting again this week sometime or Monday of next week? What do we think about a special session if we did?
Are you
2
saying in
hours?
place a committee meeting on Friday?
Before
Well-
next Friday.
That would be in place
Or-
of committee meeting. I would think that would need to
Okay.
do that.
Or maybe we took just humanities because it seems to be the biggest, and we did an hour or an hour and a half just for that before our committee meeting on Friday, which would take us down to the meteorology and what was the other one? And human anatomy.
No, we did
If
human
we
anatomy.
just-
Is it?
I just have a really hard time
Humanities.
because this is like the busiest time for me at work because it's the end of the
Okay.
semester and it's graduation. So like for me, it's really hard to take time off work.
Is it possible to do additional time after the study session on Friday the 5th?
I
Have our meeting after instead of earlier in the day? Is that what you're asking?
Or do it from 9 to 12 and then if we need to continue on after the study session to finish up?
I
Maybe
still
we,
just worry that it will bump it. I just, based on what we've heard about the timeline, it feels like we need to be done on May 5th, right?
So
maybe
they,
we need
Because
to
we
just,
still have to take it to the
for
full board
approval,
next in
then
June.
they can move it on into the next stage that we've been holding up for a couple months now.
maybe we need to continue this offline so
one-
people can
Yeah.
go and then we can take an email thread or something.
Yeah, and board member Earl, also, I'm just kind of looking on here, that we have, it looks like the May 4th full board ends at 5:30. So, board may be agreeable, board leadership, you could take that to them to see if they'd be agreeable to extend and have the smaller of the two, which would be the meteorology, go to full board. And then have, the humanities, well, yeah, then it would be another full month to June. I lay this at your feet to decide.
Okay, so we vote on something.
We can vote to end the meeting and then have you all decide via however you'd like, or you can continue speaking and decide on a date.
Well, let's end the meeting so staff can go home. I mean, or whatever,
Yeah,
and then we can figure this out.
So we have to vote on board member Klein's motion
Yes.
because I think she did make a motion. to
Okay,
end the meeting.
so the motion is
What?
to continue on tonight. Please vote.
I don't think my brain could do it.
Okay, so we're not gonna stay tonight. So now we could entertain a motion to end the meeting with a vote of thanks to everybody for hanging in there and helping us achieve what we were able to achieve for the last 8 hours.
Yeah, well
Thank you,
done,
everybody.
Motion to end. And if we can just stay on Zoom after the meeting ends and just figure out what to do, that'd be good.
Okay, so
Can we
great.
do that without?
Everybody in favor of ending the meeting?
Yes, we can.